In a sun-baked city ruled by the railroad's iron fist, this audiobook spins a tale of resistance and romance. As industry clashes with humanity, a forbidden love emerges, defying corruption and danger. Shadows hide peril, but passion refuses to fade. This gripping Western romance audiobook pulls you into a world of bravery and heart, ideal for lovers of adventure and emotion. Chapter 1: The Serpent in the Silver Spoon. The stagecoach ride had shaken the dust of 3 territories, deep into the weave of her borrowed dress, a drab gray muslin that felt like sackcloth against skin accustomed to simpler, sturdier fabrics. Emma Reed, known for the next indeterminate stretch of time as Emily Carter, pressed her forehead against the vibrating window pane, watching the landscape blur into a smear of ochre and bruised purple under the late afternoon sun. The town of Redemption sprawled below them as the coach lurched down the final incline, a raw gash in the foothills, clinging precariously to the edge of Theron Sterling's silver empire. From this distance, it looked like a scab on the earth, structures huddled together against the vast, indifferent wilderness. Smoke curled from a dozen chimneys, mingling with the ever-present dust kicked up by ore wagons lumbering towards the smelter, whose tall stack bled a perpetual gray plume into the otherwise pristine sky. Her destination, however, lay beyond the town, perched on a higher bluff overlooking the sprawl. A monument to the wealth rested from the mountain's heartwood, the Sterling Mansion. It rose from the rugged terrain like a misplaced pearl, all gleaming white paint, dark green shutters, and widows' walks designed not for grieving sea wives, but for overseeing a kingdom built on grit and silver ore. The contrast between the town's grimy desperation and the mansion's aloof grandeur was a physical ache in Emma's chest, a stark reminder of the world she was stepping into, a world of secrets, polished smooth on the surface and concealing rot underneath. Her mission, assigned by Mr. Allen Pinkerton himself, was deceptively simple: uncover the source of the significant systematic theft of silver ore from Sterling Consolidated Mining. The suspects were numerous disgruntled miners, opportunistic freight haulers, rival operations, but the agency's preliminary investigation and Theron Sterling's own suspicions pointed towards a more insidious possibility: an inside job, orchestrated perhaps by someone with the access and audacity to bleed the company dry from within. And the name whispered most often, albeit cautiously, was Alexander Sterling, the owner's son. The prodigal son, the disappointment, the gambler, the wastrel descriptions varied depending on who was speaking, but the undercurrent was the same. He had the access, the presumed motive of resentment or greed, and the reckless reputation. Emma smoothed the rough fabric of her skirt, the cheap material a constant reminder of her assumed identity. Emily Carter, orphan, seeking honest work, suitably humble, suitably invisible. It was a role she'd played before, adapting her posture, her gaze, her very way of breathing to fit the mold. At 23, she possessed a chameleon's ability to blend, honed by necessity and training. Yet this assignment felt different: infiltrating a family, living under their roof, breathing their air while dissecting their lives piece by piece. It carried a weight that settled heavier than the holster usually strapped to her thigh, now hidden deep within her meager luggage. The coach rattled to a halt before the imposing wrought iron gates of the Sterling estate. A uniformed man, face impassive as carved granite, swung them open, his eyes lingering on the dusty stagecoach with faint disdain before dismissing it. As they rolled up the crushed gravel drive, the sheer scale of the place became overwhelming. Manicured lawns, unnaturally green in this arid landscape, stretched toward sculpted hedges. Fountains whispered secrets into stone basins. The house itself loomed, its windows like watchful eyes reflecting the fiery sunset. It wasn't just a house, it was a fortress, built to keep the world, the dust, the poverty, the desperation of redemption at bay. Emma gathered her small, battered valise, her heart thudding a nervous rhythm against her ribs. This wasn't the thrill of chasing train robbers across the plains or cornering counterfeiters in smoky back rooms. This was quieter, more intimate, and somehow more dangerous. Deception was a sharp-edged tool. Wielded carelessly, it could cut the user deeper than the target. A stern-faced woman in a starched black dress and pristine white apron met her at the imposing double doors. Her gray hair was pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch the skin over her cheekbones, and her eyes, the color of slate, missed nothing. "Emily Carter?" The voice was crisp, devoid of warmth. "Yes, ma'am," Emma replied, dipping into a practiced curtsy, keeping her gaze respectfully lowered. "Sent by the agency in Denver. Mrs. Davies. I am the housekeeper." The woman's scrutiny was intense, sweeping over Emma from the dusty hem of her skirt to the plain knot of her brown hair. "You are younger than I expected. The agency assured me of maturity and discretion." "I've learned life's lessons early, Mrs. Davies," Emma said softly, letting a hint of manufactured weariness color her tone. "And I understand the importance of discretion, seen enough trouble to know not to cause any." It was a carefully crafted half-truth. Mrs. Davies sniffed, seemingly mollified, though her expression remained severe. "See that you remember it. The Sterlings value their privacy above all else. Your duties will primarily be upstairs dusting, linens, ensuring the family's quarters are kept to standard. You report directly to me. Any issues, any observations, you bring them to me and me alone. Is that understood?" "Perfectly, Mrs. Davies." Observations. That was precisely what she was here for. The housekeeper led her through the cavernous entryway. Polished marble floors reflected the light from a massive crystal chandelier like captured stars. Dark, heavy furniture gleamed with beeswax and lemon oil. Portraits of stern-faced ancestors lined the walls, their painted eyes seeming to follow her passage. The air hung thick with the scent of polish, dried flowers, and an almost oppressive silence, broken only by the distant ticking of a grandfather clock. It was a world away from the gritty reality of redemption just down the hill. She was shown to a small, plain room in the servants' wing, starkly contrasting the opulence elsewhere. A narrow bed, a simple wooden dresser, a single window overlooking a walled kitchen garden. It was clean, functional, and blessedly private. Here, for a few stolen moments, she could almost be Emma Reed again. She unpacked her few belongings, placing the worn photograph of her parents, her only link to a life before the agency, face down in the drawer. Then she donned the uniform laid out for her. Another gray dress, this one slightly better quality, and a crisp white apron. Emily Carter was ready for duty. Her first days were a blur of learning the house's rhythms, the intricate dance of the staff, the unspoken rules. She kept her head down, her hands busy, her ears open. Mrs. Davies was a demanding taskmistress, her standards exacting, her presence ubiquitous. The other maids, mostly older women with weary faces and guarded eyes, kept to themselves, exchanging only necessary pleasantries. There was an undercurrent of fear beneath the surface discipline, a reluctance to gossip or step out of line. It wasn't just Mrs. Davies they feared, Emma sensed, but the master of the house himself, Theron Sterling. She caught glimpses of him, a tall, imposing figure with iron gray hair, a hawk-like nose, and eyes that seemed to pierce through pretense. He moved through his grand house with an air of restless command. His voice, when heard, was curt, dismissive. He spoke little to the staff, less even to his son, it seemed. The tension between father and son was palpable, a thick, suffocating blanket smothering the polished surfaces. And then there was Alexander. Emma first saw him properly on her third morning. She was polishing the banister of the grand staircase, the scent of lemon oil sharp in her nostrils, when he descended. He moved with a lazy grace that seemed at odds with the descriptions she'd been given, not overtly dissolute, not overtly arrogant, but possessed of a quiet intensity that drew the eye. He was tall, leaner than his father, with dark hair that curled slightly at the collar, and eyes the color of stormy skies gray, flecked with blue, and unsettlingly perceptive. He wasn't classically handsome in the way of polished gentlemen back east, but there was a ruggedness to his features, a hint of the untamed landscape in his bearing. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, his gaze sweeping the hallway, and for a heart-stopping moment his eyes met Emma's. She immediately dropped her gaze, her cheeks flushing, pretending to scrub furiously at an imaginary spot on the wood. It was the reaction of a flustered maid, precisely as required. But behind the facade, Detective Reed cataloged the details: the expensive, slightly rumpled cut of his coat, the faint shadow of stubble on his jaw suggesting a late night or a disregard for convention, the way his hand rested almost casually on the newel post, fingers long and capable. He looked thoughtful, troubled perhaps, not the reckless fool portrayed in her briefing. He didn't acknowledge her presence beyond that fleeting glance and continued towards the dining room, the sound of his boot heels echoing on the marble. Emma let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. He was the primary target, the focus of her investigation. Yet that brief encounter had unsettled her more than she cared to admit. There was a depth in his eyes, a stillness that didn't quite fit the picture of a man carelessly pilfering his father's fortune. Or perhaps, she cautioned herself, he was simply a more practiced deceiver than most, like herself. The days settled into a routine, dusting endless surfaces, changing linens that smelled faintly of lavender, polishing silver until it gleamed like captured moonlight. She learned the layout of the upper floors, the family's habits. Theron Sterling spent most of his time in his locked study or at the mine offices in town. Alexander was often absent, sometimes for days, returning looking weary and mud-splattered, bypassing the main house for a separate entrance that led, she suspected, directly to his private rooms. When he was present, he was quiet, withdrawn, often seen staring out of windows or pacing the library, a book held forgotten in his hand. He rarely dined with his father. Meals were often solitary affairs for both men, served in oppressive silence. Emma used her tasks as cover. While dusting Alexander's rooms, a space surprisingly less opulent than the rest of the house, filled with books, maps, geological samples, and the lingering scent of tobacco and leather, she searched. Not obviously, not rifling through drawers, but with keen eyes and attentive hands. Wiping down his desk, she noted ledgers filled with neat columns of figures, correspondence related to mine operations, though seemingly legitimate, sketches of machinery, nothing overtly incriminating, no hidden compartments she could discern, no carelessly dropped notes hinting at clandestine meeting. Yet the feeling of something hidden persisted. His rooms felt like a fortress within a fortress, a place of retreat rather than display. One afternoon, while turning down his bed, she found a small, leather-bound journal tucked beneath his pillow. Her heart hammered. This could be it. Her fingers itched to open it, but the risk was too great. Being caught searching his private journal would expose her immediately. She smoothed the covers, her hand lingering for a fraction of a second on the worn leather. What secrets did it hold? Resentment? Plans? Guilt? Or something else entirely? She forced herself to move away, the unanswered question a burning coal in her gut. Her evenings were spent in the cramped servants' quarters, sharing bland meals and listening to the hushed, weary talk of the other staff. They spoke of long hours, low pay, the housekeeper's sharp tongue, the master's unpredictable temper. They spoke of the mine, the dangers, the men who went down and sometimes didn't come back up. They spoke of Alexander with a mixture of pity and resentment. Pity for the way his father treated him. Resentment for his perceived idleness while they toiled. Plays at being interested in the rocks, muttered Cook one evening, stirring a pot of greasy stew. More interested in the saloon, if you ask me, and the cards. Leaves his father to carry the weight, added Sarah, one of the younger maids, her voice tight, while our kin break their backs in his tunnels. Emma listened, absorbing the information, filtering gossip from potential fact. The prevailing opinion painted Alexander as detached, uninterested, possibly irresponsible. It fit the profile. Yet the man she observed, the man with the thoughtful eyes and the hidden journal, seemed more complex. One sweltering afternoon, the heat pressing down like a physical weight, Emma was tasked with airing out the library. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight, piercing the heavy velvet curtains. The room smelled of old paper, leather bindings, and stillness. Theron Sterling rarely used it. Alexander seemed to be its primary occupant. Books were piled on tables, maps unfurled, geological treatises lay open. It looked more like a scholar's sanctuary than a rich man's showpiece. She was carefully dusting a shelf filled with geological surveys when she heard voices approaching the closed door. Theron Sterling's sharp bark and Alexander's lower, calmer tones. She froze, hidden by a tall wing-back chair near the window. Cannot continue to ignore these discrepancies, Father, Alexander was saying, his voice tight with controlled frustration. The shipping manifests don't match the foreman's tally sheets. We're losing ore, significant amounts. Insignificant, Theron Sterling snapped, the sound closer now, just outside the door. Operational shrinkage, costs of doing business in a place like this. You worry about trivialities while the entire enterprise demands my attention. Focus on securing the rail contracts. That's your responsibility. Trivialities? We're talking thousands of dollars, perhaps tens of thousands by now. Someone is stealing from you, from us, from the men whose wages depend on this mine's solvency. Don't lecture me about the men. I built this enterprise from bedrock with my own two hands while you were off sketching mountains and reading poetry, and I will not tolerate accusations without proof, especially not vague suspicions aimed at loyal employees. There was a pause, heavy with unspoken history. Perhaps, Theron added, his voice dropping to a silken, dangerous tone, The discrepancies lie closer to home. Your gambling debts are common knowledge, Alexander. Desperate men do desperate things. The implication hung in the air, thick and poisonous. Emma held her breath, her knuckles white where she gripped the dusty shelf. Alexander's reply was dangerously quiet. If you believe I would steal from you, Father, then there's nothing more to be said. But you're blind if you think everything is running smoothly. There's a serpent in this house, and it's not me. The study door slammed shut down the hall, the sound echoing through the silent library. Emma heard Alexander's footsteps hesitate outside the library door, then move away, retreating towards his own section of the house. She sank slowly into the wingback chair, her mind racing. Alexander knew about the thefts. He was concerned, trying to warn his father. But his father suspected him. The conversation confirmed the core problem, but twisted the perspective she'd been given. Alexander wasn't the oblivious wastrel. He was sounding an alarm, only to have it turned back on himself. Was his concern genuine? Or was it a clever ploy to divert suspicion? Her training urged caution, reminding her that criminals often feigned righteousness. Yet, the raw frustration in his voice, the quiet dignity in his final words, they felt authentic. The serpent in this house. The phrase lingered, coiling in the quiet, book-scented air. She looked around the opulent room, at the gleaming surfaces, the heavy drapes, the locked cabinets. The wealthier felt suffocating, built on the back-breaking labor of men down in the dusty town. Men whose stolen wages might be lining the pockets of someone living within these very walls. Her mission suddenly felt sharper, more urgent. It wasn't just about recovering stolen silver for Theron Sterling or the Pinkerton Agency. It was about uncovering the truth hidden beneath the polish and pretense, finding the serpent Alexander spoke of. And she had a growing, unsettling feeling that the path to that serpent might lead her dangerously close to the man she was supposed to be investigating, forcing her to navigate a treacherous landscape where duty blurred with an unwelcome, nascent curiosity about the mine owner's enigmatic son. The silence of the library pressed in, heavy with secrets, and the weight of her own deception felt suddenly, crushingly real. She was the other serpent in the house, after all, coiled and waiting. The question was whose bite would prove more venomous. The heat outside seemed to intensify, pressing against the thick glass panes, a precursor to a storm, or perhaps a reckoning. Chapter 2. Whispers in Polished Halls. The echo of the slammed study door seemed to linger in the opulent stillness of the Sterling mansion long after the sound itself had faded. Emma, known as Emily Carter, carried the weight of that overheard confrontation through the following days. The angry words of Theron Sterling and the quiet, strained defense of his son replaying in her mind as she moved through the polished halls, a ghost in a gray uniform. The phrase Alexander had used a serpent in this house coiled itself around her thoughts, tightening its grip with every gleaming surface she wiped clean, every heavy curtain she drew against the relentless glare of the western sun. Her duties became a meticulous performance, each sweep of the duster, each smoothing of a linen sheet, a cover for her true purpose. She moved with quiet efficiency, her eyes and ears constantly straining to catch the nuances beneath the veneer of order. The mansion itself felt like a character in the unfolding drama, vast, silent, watchful. Sunlight, streaming through tall windows, never seemed to quite dispel the shadows that clung to the corners of ornate room, to the deep recesses of velvet armchairs, to the spaces beneath the grand staircase where whispers might gather like dust motes. The air, thick with the scent of lemon oil, beeswax, and hothouse flowers, carried an undercurrent of something else tension, unspoken resentments, the metallic tang of secrets held too tightly. Mrs. Davies remained a formidable presence, her slate-gray eyes seeming to miss nothing. She patrolled the corridors like a vigilant NCO, ensuring tasks were completed to her exacting standards. Emma learned quickly that the housekeeper's authority was absolute within the domestic sphere. Her loyalty to Theron Sterling unwavering, bordering on fierce. Any attempt by Emma to gently probe for information about the family dynamics or the mind was met with a sharp look or a curt redirection. Your concern is the state of this furniture, Emily, not the affairs of Mr. Sterling or his son. Mrs. Davies had snapped once when Emma had innocently inquired if Mr. Alexander was feeling unwell after noticing his untouched breakfast tray. Idle hands lead to idle thoughts, and idle thoughts lead to trouble. Remember your place. Remembering her place was paramount, yet her place was precisely where the whispers were thickest. The other servants, while wary of the housekeeper, exchanged information in hushed tones during their brief moments of respite in the steamy laundry room or the cramped servants' dining area. Their talk was a tapestry woven from observation, speculation, and long-held grievances. They spoke of Theron Sterling's iron fist, not just over his mind, but over his household, his mood shifting like the winds whipping down from the peaks. They noted Alexander's comings and goings, his long absences, his quiet returns, the closed-off expression he wore like armor. Saw him down by the old assay office near the creek yesterday, murmured Martha, a laundress with arms permanently reddened by lye soap, her voice barely audible over the hiss of steam. Supposed to be abandoned, that place, just poking around he was. Looking for trouble, more like, scoffed Cook, chopping vegetables with unnecessary force. Or maybe looking for a place to hide what he owes half the gamblers in redemption. He don't seem the type, countered young Sarah, the maid whose kin worked the mines. Not really. He looks sad sometimes when he thinks no one's watching. Emma listened intently, sifting through the gossip. Alexander near the abandoned assay office. Interesting, the gambling debt seemed a common refrain, reinforcing Theron's accusation. Yet Sarah's observation resonated with the troubled look Emma had glimpsed in his eyes. Was his detachment sadness or guilt? She began to pay closer attention to Alexander, tracking his movements within the house as much as her duties allowed. He spent hours in the library, not always reading, sometimes just staring out the window towards the distant, hazy shapes of the mountains, a stillness about him that felt profound. She noticed the ink stains on his fingers, the occasional smudge of reddish dust on his boots that hadn't come from the manicured paths of the estate. He spoke little to the staff, issuing requests quietly, his gaze often distant. Yet there were moments that pricked her attention. One morning, while dusting the hallway outside the library, she saw him intercept Mrs. Davies. His voice was low but carried in the quiet corridor. Ensure old man Hemlock's widow receives the extra provisions this week, Mrs. Davies, discreetly. Use the household account, but don't list her name. Mrs. Davies stiffened. Mr. Sterling Sr. does not approve of such charity, Mr. Alexander. He believes it encourages dependence. My father needn't know every detail of the household ledger, Alexander replied, his tone hardening slightly. Hemlock gave 20 years to that mine. His widow won't starve while I'm under this roof. See to it. He turned and walked away before the housekeeper could reply, leaving her standing rigid, her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line. Emma quickly busied herself with a brass door handle, polishing furiously. Alexander, the supposed wastrel, arranging secret charity for a miner's widow? It didn't fit the narrative she'd been fed. It spoke of a conscience, a sense of responsibility that contradicted the image of reckless self-interest. Or, the detective in her countered, it could be a calculated act, a way to curry favor or assuage guilt. Deception wore many masks. Her own deception felt increasingly heavy. Living a lie 24 hours a day was exhausting. Every gesture, every word had to be filtered through the persona of Emily Carter. The rough uniform chafed, a constant reminder of her assumed vulnerability. She missed the weight of her Colt peacemaker, the easy camaraderie of fellow agents, the simple honesty of her own name. Here, she was adrift in a sea of suspicion, trying to navigate by the faint flickering lights of overheard conversations and fleeting observations. Theron Sterling remained an enigma wrapped in autocratic authority. He demanded perfection, ruled through intimidation, and seemed utterly convinced of his own righteousness. Emma observed him during the rare occasions he dined at home, usually alone, eating mechanically, his mind clearly elsewhere, likely on profit margins and production quotas. She saw the way the staff scurried to avoid his notice, the way even Mrs. Davies seemed to hold her breath in his presence. He occasionally summoned Alexander, the meetings taking place behind the closed doors of the study, often ending with Alexander emerging paler, his jaw tight. Father and son seemed locked in a silent, bitter war, the origins of which Emma could only guess at. Was it purely about the mind? Or were there deeper, older wounds festering beneath the surface? One evening, tasked with delivering a tray of tea to Theron Sterling's study, Emma found herself momentarily alone in the corridor outside. The heavy oak door was slightly ajar, and she could hear Theron's voice, low and sharp, speaking to someone not Alexander this time. Curiosity warred with caution. Her instructions were clear. Observe, don't engage, don't get caught. But the opportunity was too tempting. Holding her breath, she edged closer, pretending to adjust the tea things on the tray. Can't afford any mistakes, Finn, Theron was saying, his voice stripped of its usual commanding boom, lowered to a conspiratorial rasp. The pressure is mounting. Costs are up. The silver vein isn't yielding what it used to. And these discrepancies are becoming noticeable. A lower, gravelly voice responded, too muffled to make out the exact words. But the tone was placating, almost oily. Emma strained to hear more. Just ensure the next shipment goes smoothly. Theron continued, his voice hardening again. No irregularities, no questions asked. The new foreman understands his incentives. The gravelly voice murmured something that sounded like assurance. Good. See that he does. This operation is too important to be jeopardized by carelessness or by prying eyes. A pause. My son continues to ask questions. Keep him occupied. Keep him away from the pertinent ledgers. Emma's blood ran cold. Theron knew more than he let on about the discrepancies. He wasn't just dismissing Alexander's concerns. He was actively involved in something clandestine, something involving shipments, a new foreman, and keeping his own son in the dark. And who was Finn? She hadn't encountered anyone by that name among the senior mine staff she knew of. The sound of a chair scraping inside the study sent her scurrying back down the hall, her heart pounding. She delivered the tea tray to a different maid hovering nearby, murmuring an excuse about needing to fetch fresh napkins, and retreated to the relative safety of the servants' wing, her mind reeling. Theron Sterling wasn't the victim of theft. He was orchestrating something, but what? Was he skimming profits himself, covering up deeper problems at the mine, and involving a mysterious Finn and a pliable foreman? This changed everything. Alexander wasn't just trying to warn a blind father. He might be trying to expose a deliberately corrupt one. His father's accusations of gambling debts and recklessness now seemed like a calculated tactic to discredit him, to silence him. The knowledge settled heavily in her gut. Her mission parameters had shifted. She wasn't just looking for a thief within the household. She might be looking at the master himself. And Alexander, was he truly unaware of the depth of his father's dealings? Or was his concern a more complex game than she imagined? His quiet intensity, his solitary habits, his visits to the abandoned assay office, could they be signs of his own investigation? The next day, Emma felt the mansion's atmosphere differently. The polished surfaces seemed colder, the shadows deeper. Every interaction felt charged with potential meaning. She watched Alexander more closely, searching for any sign that he suspected the true nature of his father's operations. He remained withdrawn, almost melancholic, spending hours poring over geological maps in the library. Maps she now desperately wished she could examine more closely. An opportunity arose unexpectedly. Mrs. Davies dispatched her to the library to retrieve a specific volume. Theron Sterling required an atlas of regional mineral deposits. The library was empty, sunlight striping the floor through the tall windows. Alexander's presence lingered in the scattered papers on the large oak table, an open ledger beside a detailed map of the Sterling mine holdings. Her pulse quickened. This was her chance. Pretending to search the towering shelves for the atlas, she let her gaze drift to the table. The map was marked, with numerous annotations in Alexander's neat hand symbols. Dates, depth measurements near specific tunnels. One area near the older, less productive northern shafts was heavily marked with question marks and calculations that looked like comparisons of expected versus actual yields. Adjacent to it, the ledger lay open. Her eyes scanned the columns, dates, ore quantities shipped, recipient codes. Several recent entries corresponding to the question area on the map seemed off. The quantities listed felt disproportionately low compared to the historical output of nearby sections, yet the shipping codes indicated standard transfers. She heard a floorboard creak in the hall. Heart leaping into her throat, she snatched the heavy atlas from a nearby shelf just as Alexander stepped into the doorway. He stopped, surprise flickering in his gray eyes as he saw her. "Emily, isn't it?" he asked, his voice quiet, less distant than usual. "Yes, sir. Mr. Sterling?" Emma stammered, clutching the heavy atlas like a shield. She dipped a quick curtsy, keeping her eyes downcast. "Mrs. Davies sent me to fetch this for your father." He nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on her for a moment longer than necessary. Did he see the flush on her cheeks, the slight tremor in her hands? His eyes drifted towards the table, towards his open ledger and marked map. Emma held her breath. "Right," he said finally, his attention seemingly elsewhere. He walked over to the table, not looking directly at the papers, but idly picking up a rock sample, turning it over in his hand. "Father keeps meticulous records of his possessions." There was an odd note in his voice, resignation, irony. Emma murmured a non-committal, "Yes, sir," desperate to escape the charged silence. "Tell Mrs. Davies I'll be riding out towards the Old North Ridge workings this afternoon," he said, still focused on the rock. "Might be late returning." The North Ridge workings, the same area marked with questions on his map, the area with the suspicious ledger entries. He was investigating. He was actively looking into the discrepancies his father was trying so hard to conceal. "Very good, sir," Emma managed, backing towards the door. "I'll pass along the message." She fled the library, the heavy atlas clutched in her arms, her mind racing. Alexander wasn't just aware. He was actively investigating the thefts, focusing on the very area his father seemed keen to obscure. He was heading there this afternoon, and Theron had instructed Finn to keep Alexander away from pertinent information, to keep him occupied. Was Alexander riding into danger? The whispers in the polished halls had suddenly become louder, more urgent. They spoke not just of secrets and resentments, but of active deception, potential corruption at the highest level, and a son who might be unknowingly walking into a trap set by his own father. Emma reached the sanctuary of the servants' staircase, leaning against the cool wall, the weight of the atlas pressing against her chest. Her role as Emily Carter, the invisible maid, felt increasingly precarious. Detective Emma Reed knew she couldn't simply stand by and polish silver while Alexander rode towards the North Ridge. The serpent in the house had stirred, and the coils were tightening. She had to find a way to learn more, perhaps even to warn him, without exposing herself and destroying her entire investigation. The choice, fraught with risk, lay heavy upon her. Chapter 3. Beneath the Dust and Finery. The weight of Theron Sterling's clipped, conspiratorial words pressed down on Emma as heavily as the summer heat baking the Redemption Valley. Keep him occupied, keep him away from the pertinent ledges. The command meant for the unseen Finn echoed in the pristine silence of the mansion, a venomous counterpoint to the gentle clinking of porcelain as she cleared away breakfast dishes. Alexander was riding out to the North Ridge workings that afternoon, the very place his own maps indicated suspicion, the very place his father wanted him kept away from. He wasn't just investigating. He was walking into a snare, baited by his own pursuit of the truth, and likely set by his own kin. Emma's hands, usually steady, whether polishing silver or drawing a bead on a distant target, felt clumsy. She nearly dropped a delicate teacup, catching it with a gasp that drew a sharp glance from Mrs. Davies across the dining room. "Careful, Emily," the housekeeper warned, her voice like chipping ice. "That china costs more than your year's wages." "Yes, Mrs. Davies, forgive me." "Slipped," Emma murmured, her cheeks burning. It wasn't just the cup. Her composure felt slippery, her carefully constructed facade threatening to crack. Duty dictated she remain detached, observe, gather evidence. The Pinkerton way was patience, meticulousness, non-interference unless absolutely necessary to apprehend a culprit or save a life in immediate peril. Was Alexander's situation immediate peril? Theron's words implied obstruction, not necessarily violence, but out here, on the raw edge of civilization, the line between warning someone off and silencing them permanently could be perilously thin. And Theron Sterling struck her as a man who prioritized his assets above all else, perhaps even his own blood. She couldn't shake the image of Alexander's face as he told her his plans, the troubled thoughtfulness in his gray eyes, the subtle tension in his jaw. He suspected something was deeply wrong, risked his father's wrath, risked being labeled a thief himself, all to uncover the truth. Could she stand by, dusting furniture, while he potentially rode into harm's way? The thought chafed more intolerably than the coarse fabric of her uniform. Her instincts, honed over years of navigating dangerous situations, screamed that inaction was complicity. She needed to get out there, not to intervene directly, that would blow her cover instantly, but to see, to witness what happened at North Ridge, to confirm the nature of the threat, to understand the players involved. Knowledge was her only weapon here, and she needed more. But how? Maids didn't simply wander off towards abandoned mine workings miles from the house. An idea began to form. Risky, but potentially plausible. Later that morning, while scrubbing the flagstones of the back terrace under Mrs. Davis's critical eye, Emma accidentally knocked over a heavy terracotta pot containing one of the housekeeper's prized ferns. The pot shattered, scattering dirt and greenery across the clean stones. "Clumsy girl!" Mrs. Davis snapped, her face tightening with fury. "Look what you've done. That pot came all the way from Santa Fe." Emma immediately dropped to her knees, feigning distress, gathering the larger shards. "Oh, Mrs. Davis, I'm so terribly sorry. It just slipped from my grasp. The heat, I felt a bit faint for a moment." She pressed a hand to her forehead, willing a convincing pallor to her face. The housekeeper's glare softened fractionally, replaced by exasperation. "Faint? There's no time for faintness, girl. Clean this mess up immediately, and that pot needs replacing, not just any pot, mind you. It has to match the others." She gestured towards a row of identical terracotta planters lining the terrace wall. This was Emma's opening. "Yes, Mrs. Davis, I'll clean it right away, but where would I find such a specific pot? The ones in town at the general store are much plainer, I think." She kept her tone humble, slightly panicked. Mrs. Davies sighed dramatically. "No, they won't have the right kind. There was a potter, old man Henderson, who used to supply the estate. Lived out past the creek crossing towards the North Ridge Road, though I doubt he's still working. Probably have to go into Canyon City on the next supply run." Perhaps his workshop is still there?" Emma ventured hesitantly. "Maybe his family still has some stock. If I could just ride out that way, I could borrow one of the livery nags. I wouldn't take long. I'd hate for you to be without the proper pot, Mrs. Davis, especially after my carelessness." She injected a note of earnest eagerness to make amends. The housekeeper considered, tapping a stern finger against her chin. The location was perfect. The road towards Henderson's old place branched off the main track leading towards the North Ridge workings. It provided a legitimate reason to be in the vicinity. Henderson's is miles out and likely a fool's errand. The man's been dead 5 years. She paused, but it would save waiting for the Canyon City run. She eyed Emma critically. "Can you even ride?" "Yes, ma'am," Emma confirmed truthfully, omitting the fact she could ride better and harder than most men she knew. "Grew up on a small farm." "Very well," Mrs. Davies conceded grudgingly. "Take Bessie. She's steady enough even for you. But you're to go directly there and directly back. No dawdling, no sightseeing. And if there are no pots, don't waste time searching. Be back before the afternoon chores stack up. Understood?" "Yes, Mrs. Davies. Thank you, Mrs. Davies. Emma could barely contain her relief. An hour later, dressed in her practical, if ill-fitting gray dress, Emma led the placid mare Bessie out of the Sterling stables. She'd tucked a small spyglass, a discreet collapsible model, essential for Pinkerton fieldwork, into a deep pocket of her apron, along with a water skin and a chunk of bread saved from breakfast. The stable hand, a taciturn man named Jed, gave her a curious look but asked no questions. Servants running errands, even unusual ones, weren't his concern. Leaving the pristine grounds of the Sterling estate felt like crossing a border into another country. The crushed gravel drive gave way to a rutted dirt track, and the air, freed from the artificial scents of polish and flowers, immediately thickened with dust and the pervasive smell of sagebrush baking in the sun. The mansion, perched on its bluff behind her, seemed to shrink, its gleaming white facade looking almost fragile against the immense rugged backdrop of the mountains. The road wound downwards, closer to the sprawling, untidy settlement of Redemption. From here, the sounds of the main mine operation carried on the dry wind, the distant clang of hammers on steel, the rumble of ore carts, the periodic, ground-shaking thud of blasting deep within the earth. Smoke from the smelter stack stained the blue sky a permanent, ugly gray. She passed rough-looking men trudging along the roadside, their faces grimed with dust, their eyes holding a weary suspicion towards anyone who looked like they belonged to the world up on the hill. Emma kept her gaze lowered, Bessie's slow, steady gait eating up the miles. She passed the turn-off for Redemption itself, the sounds of the town saloon music even at this hour. Raised voices, the creak of wagon wheels fading behind her as she took the less-traveled fork heading north, towards the creek crossing and the older mine workings. The landscape grew wilder here, the track rougher. Gnarled pinon pines clung to rocky outcrops, and the creek, when she reached it, was lower than expected, murmuring over smooth stones. This was Henderson the Potter's supposed territory, but also the path towards Alexander's destination. Finding a plausible excuse to linger wasn't difficult. She guided Bessie off the track, into a shallow ravine, shaded by cottonwoods near the creek, ostensibly to let the horse drink, and to search for any signs of the old pottery. There was none, of course, just crumbling adobe bricks and scattered shards of mundane earthenware, long abandoned. But the ravine offered concealment and a vantage point. From a cluster of boulders further up the slope, hidden amongst thorny scrub, she could see the track leading towards the north ridge, and beyond it, the desolate landscape where the older mine entrances scarred the hillside. She settled in to wait, the sun beating down, the silence broken only by the buzz of insects and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. The spyglass felt cool and reassuring in her hand. Time stretched, measured by the slow creep of shadows across the ravine floor. Doubt gnawed at her. Had she misread the situation? Was Alexander simply pursuing his geological interests? Was his father's instruction to Finn just standard business practice, however ruthless? Then a plume of dust rose in the distance, resolving into a lone rider. Emma raised the spyglass, her heart thudding. It was Alexander, mounted on a powerful chestnut gelding, riding not with the casual air of an afternoon jaunt, but with purpose, his gaze scanning the landscape ahead. He wore sturdy range clothes, dust coating his boots and trousers, a canteen slung over his shoulder, and what looked like a geologist's hammer tucked into his saddlebag. He rode past her hiding place without a glance, heading directly towards the cluster of dilapidated structures marking the old North Ridge workings. Emma waited a few minutes, then urged Bessie further up the ravine, moving parallel to the track, keeping to the cover of the rocks and trees. She found another vantage point, higher up, overlooking a small, barren plateau where several mine entrances gaped like dark mouths in the hillside. A few derelict shacks leaned precariously, remnants of a time when this area had been the heart of the Sterling operation. before richer veins were struck further south. One building, slightly larger and built of stone, looked like it might have been the assay office Martha, the laundress, had mentioned. Alexander dismounted near this stone building, tethering his horse to a withered hitching post. He moved cautiously, his hand resting near the pistol holstered on his hip, a precaution Emma noted with grim satisfaction. He wasn't entirely naive about the potential dangers. He spent several minutes examining the ground around the assay office, kicking at loose stones, peering at the weathered door, which hung slightly ajar. He seemed to find something near the foundation, crouching down for a closer look, though Emma couldn't make out what it was from her distance. He then drew his pistol, pushed the door open wider, and disappeared inside. Emma held her breath, scanning the surrounding hillsides, every sense on high alert. The silence felt unnatural, charged. Where was Finn? Where was the obstruction Theron had ordered? Minutes crawled by. The sun beat down mercilessly. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye on the ridge opposite her position. Using the spyglass, she focused. A man, rough-looking, dressed in miner's garb but without the accompanying tools or weariness, stood partially concealed behind a cluster of boulders, rifle held loosely in his hands. He wasn't aiming it, just watching the assay office. Waiting. Her blood ran cold. This wasn't just obstruction. This felt like an ambush waiting to happen. Just then, Alexander reappeared in the doorway of the assay office. He stood there for a moment, silhouetted against the darkness within, looking back the way he had come, a frown creasing his brow. He held something small in his hand. It looked like a canvas ore sample bag, but it seemed heavier, more compact than usual. He tucked it carefully inside his coat. As he stepped fully out into the sunlight, another figure emerged from behind one of the dilapidated shacks closer to the mine entrances, a burly man with a florid face and a hostile stance. He wore a foreman's vest, relatively new compared to the surroundings. The new foreman Theron had mentioned. "Sterling!" the man bellowed, his voice echoing slightly in the stillness. "What are you doing snooping around here? This area's restricted, unsafe." Alexander turned slowly, his hand dropping again towards his hip. "Restricted by whose authority, Birch?" he asked calmly, though Emma could see the tension in his shoulders. He knew the man, Birch, likely the new foreman. "By mine," Birch retorted aggressively, "and by your father's orders. He wants these old workings sealed off permanently. Blasting scheduled for later this week. You shouldn't be here." Blasting? Alexander sounded skeptical. "There's been no mention of blasting in this section, and these structures haven't been assessed for stability before demolition. Standard procedure." "Orders are orders," Birch growled. Taking a step closer, he deliberately planted himself between Alexander and his horse. "Best you clear out now, Mr. Sterling. Wouldn't want you getting hurt in a premature detonation. Accidents happen." The threat was thinly veiled, underscored by the menacing way he flexed his thick-fingered hands. From the opposite ridge, Emma saw the watcher shift, bringing the rifle up slightly, though still not aiming directly. A warning? Or a backup if intimidation failed? Alexander didn't flinch. His gaze flickered briefly towards the ridge where the watcher was hidden. Had he sensed him? Then returned to Birch, his eyes cold as chips of granite. "I see," he said softly. "An accident. How convenient." He didn't move towards his horse, instead taking a deliberate step back towards the assay office. "Perhaps I'll just wait inside until your crew arrives for this supposed blasting, foreman. Ensure safety protocols are followed." Birch's face darkened. This wasn't going according to plan. He clearly expected Alexander to back down. That ain't wise, Sterling. This area is off limits. Now. He took another aggressive step forward. Emma's hand tightened on the spyglass. It was escalating. Birch was trying to physically prevent Alexander from leaving with whatever he'd found inside the office. The watcher on the ridge remained still, a silent threat. Just as Birch seemed about to lunge, the sound of rattling wagon wheels drifted up from the track below. Both men froze, turning towards the sound. A buckboard was approaching, driven by a grizzled prospector type, his mules kicking up dust. It was an unexpected interruption. Birch visibly hesitated, glancing from the approaching wagon back to Alexander, then up towards the ridge where his accomplice was hidden. Confrontation, especially violent confrontation, was clearly less desirable with a potential witness nearby. Alexander seized the moment. With surprising speed, he sidestepped Birch, moving swiftly towards his horse. "Another time, Foreman," he said coolly, swinging himself into the saddle. He cast one long, unreadable look back towards the assay office, then spurred the chestnut gelding into a canter, heading back down the track, away from the North Ridge. Birch watched him go, fists clenched, his face a mask of frustrated fury. He spat on the ground, then turned and glared up towards the ridge. Emma quickly lowered her spyglass, melting back behind the boulders. She saw the watcher on the ridge lower his rifle and fade back out of sight. Birch kicked savagely at a loose stone near the assay office door before stomping back towards the shack he'd emerged from. The prospector's wagon rattled past the turnoff, oblivious to the drama that had just unfolded. The silence returned, heavier now, thick with thwarted violence and unanswered questions. Emma waited until the sound of Birch moving around had ceased, until she was sure the watcher was gone. Her heart was still hammering against her ribs. It had been close. Theron Sterling wasn't just covering things up. He was employing men like Birch thugs ready to use intimidation and thinly veiled threats, backed by hidden rifles to protect his secrets. And Alexander had walked right into it, only escaping due to a fortuitous interruption and his own quick thinking. What had he found in that assay office? What was in the sample bag he concealed so carefully? Keeping Bessie quiet. Emma guided the mare back down the ravine and onto the track leading away from the North Ridge. She didn't dare head straight back to the mansion yet. She needed to maintain her cover story. She rode towards the spot where Henderson's pottery was supposed to have been, spent a plausible amount of time appearing to search, then turned Bessie back towards the Sterling estate. The ride back felt different. The landscape, baked golden brown under the afternoon sun, seemed harsher, less forgiving. The grandeur of the Sterling mansion, when it came back into view, felt obscene, a facade built over a foundation of lies, corruption, and danger. She returned the horse to Jed, murmured something about the potter being long gone and the errand being fruitless, and slipped back into the servants' entrance, carrying the invisible weight of what she'd witnessed. The cool, polished interior of the house felt suffocating after the raw tension of the North Ridge. Later, scrubbing floors in a deserted upstairs corridor, the rhythmic motion doing little to calm her racing thoughts, she saw Alexander pass by. He was heading towards his rooms, his stride measured, his face grim. He still wore his dusty range clothes, and there was a new alertness in his eyes, a guardedness that hadn't been there before his ride. He glanced towards her, his gaze sweeping past the anonymous maid. But for a fraction of a second, Emma felt a jolt, an almost imperceptible flicker of shared awareness, as if the dust and danger of the North Ridge somehow connected them, even across the vast gulf of their assumed roles. He disappeared into his rooms, the click of his door echoing in the hallway. Emma leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the wall, the smell of lye soap sharp in her nostrils. She had seen the truth beneath the dust and finery. Alexander wasn't the serpent. He was hunting it, and the hunt was leading him into treacherous territory orchestrated by his own father. Her mission had become irrevocably tangled with the fate of the man she was supposed to be investigating. Protecting her cover while uncovering Theron's scheme suddenly seemed secondary to the urgent, dangerous question of how to keep Alexander Sterling alive long enough to expose the truth without getting them both buried beneath it. Chapter 4. A Gilded Cage, a Watchful Eye. Returning to the stifling elegance of the Sterling mansion, after the raw, sun-baked tension of the North Ridge felt like stepping from a bracing, dangerous storm into the suffocating quiet of a sealed tomb. The air, heavy with the scent of beeswax and dried roses, seemed to press in on Emma, thick with unspoken words and watchful silence. Every polished surface reflected distorted images, reminders of the fractured reality beneath the gleaming facade. Her plain gray uniform felt less like a disguise and more like a shroud, isolating her within the very heart of the deception she was meant to unravel. The incident at the abandoned assay office had shifted the ground beneath her feet. Alexander Sterling was no longer just a name on a list of suspects, a collection of rumors and accusations. She had seen him face down Birch's thuggery, his calm masking a palpable tension, his quick thinking securing his escape. She had seen the small, heavy canvas bag he'd retrieved, and concealed evidence, perhaps, or a clue he was desperately trying to protect. He was actively investigating, putting himself directly in the path of whatever corrupt machinery his father, Theron Sterling, had set in motion with the mysterious Finn and the newly appointed menacing Foreman Birch. Emma performed her duties with mechanical precision, her mind miles away, replaying the scene, analyzing the implications, dusting the delicate porcelain figures on the drawing room mantelpiece. She saw Birch's aggressive stance, polishing the heavy silver cutlery in the butler's pantry. She felt the weight of Alexander's concealed burden. Emptying ashtrays in the smoking room, she smelled the lingering scent of Theron's expensive cigars and imagined his cold calculations. This house wasn't just a home. It was a gilded cage, designed to contain and control, its beauty a deceptive armor plating over the rot within. Alexander's demeanor had subtly changed since his return from the North Ridge. The withdrawn, almost melancholic air was still present, but now it was overlaid with a taut alertness, a sharp-edged focus that hadn't been there before. He spent even more time secluded, either in his room or the library. Emma, tasked with tidying the library late one afternoon, found him hunched over the large table, not with maps this time, but with assay reports, older ones judging by their worn condition, spread out beside a small set of scales and various chemical vials she recognized from rudimentary metallurgy kits. He was comparing, analyzing, searching for discrepancies. The small canvas bag was nowhere in sight. He looked up sharply as she entered. His gray eyes narrowed, instantly guarded. Yes? The single word was abrupt, almost challenging. Just too tidy, Mr. Alexander, Emma murmured, keeping her gaze lowered, busying herself with collecting discarded papers from a side table, deliberately keeping her distance from his workspace. Mrs. Davis's orders. He watched her for a long moment, his scrutiny intense, unsettling. It felt different from his previous abstracted glances. This was focused, analytical. Was he remembering the maid he'd spoken to just before riding out? Did he sense something amiss beneath her guise of meek servitude? She forced herself to remain calm, her movement slow and deliberate, the picture of mindless obedience. Finally, he turned back to his papers, dismissing her with a curt nod. See that you don't disturb anything on this table? No, sir. Of course not, sir. She worked her way around the room, dusting shelves, straightening books, acutely aware of his presence, the low scratch of his pen, the occasional clink of glass vials. The air crackled with unspoken tension. He was immersed in his search for truth, and she, a silent observer, bound by her own deceit, couldn't offer help, couldn't ask questions, couldn't warn him further. The helplessness was a bitter taste in her mouth. She finished her tasks quickly and escaped the library, his focused intensity burning like a brand between her shoulder blades. The cage felt tighter not just for Alexander, but for Emma too. Mrs. Davies seemed to watch her more closely after the accident with the pot and her subsequent errand. Had the housekeeper suspected the flimsy excuse? Or was it simply heightened vigilance in a household already simmering with tension? Emma felt unseen eyes following her as she moved through the corridors, the portraits of sterling ancestors seeming to judge her deception. The other servants remained cautious, their whispered conversations ceasing abruptly whenever she or Mrs. Davies drew near. Trust was a currency scarcer than silver in this house. Emma knew she needed more information, specifically about Theron Sterling's associate, Finn, and the foreman, Birch. Birch seemed confined to the mine workings, but Finn could be anywhere, perhaps even within the household staff, operating under Theron's direct orders. She listened intently to the servants' chatter, hoping for a name, a description, anything. She paid close attention to deliveries, visitors, any unfamiliar faces around the estate, but gleaned nothing concrete. Finn remained a shadow, a name whispered in secret. Her opportunity to observe the household dynamics under pressure came a few days later. Theron Sterling hosted a formal dinner, not a lavish ball, but an intimate gathering for a handful of influential men from Canyon City bankers, railroad speculators, men whose goodwill and capital were essential to the Sterling empire. The mansion buzzed with preparations. Extra silver was polished, the finest crystal deployed, hothouse flowers arranged in towering displays. The staff moved with frantic, nervous energy under Mrs. Davies' sharp commands. Emma, assigned to help serve alongside Sarah and another maid, found herself moving through the opulent dining room, pouring wine, offering platters of food, remaining utterly invisible while absorbing everything. Theron Sterling was in his element, playing the gracious host, his commanding presence softened by practiced charm. He spoke of expansion, of new technologies, of the boundless potential of the West, painting a picture of prosperity and unwavering success. No hint of dwindling veins or discrepancies touched his smooth monologue. Alexander was present, seated towards the end of the long, gleaming table, impeccably dressed but conspicuously silent. He ate little, drank sparingly, his eyes watchful, his expression unreadable. He responded politely when directly addressed by one of the guests, but offered no conversation of his own. The tension between him and his father was a palpable void in the room's forced conviviality. Theron occasionally shot sharp, appraising glances towards his son, glances that held a mixture of irritation and perhaps, Emma thought, a sliver of unease. Was he worried Alexander might say something incriminating? One of the guests, a portly banker named Henderson, no relation to the deceased Potter, Emma presumed, turned to Alexander. Your father tells us you're taking a more active role in the geological assessments, Alexander. Fascinating field. Finding anything promising in the old strata? Alexander met the banker's gaze evenly. The geology of this region is certainly complex, Mr. Henderson, he replied, his voice smooth, noncommittal, full of surprises. He let the word hang for a fraction of a second, his eyes flicking almost imperceptibly towards his father before returning to the banker. Theron Sterling interjected smoothly, laughing a practiced, hearty laugh. My son has a geologist's fascination with rocks, gentlemen, while I focus on the practical matter of extracting the silver they contain. Different approaches, but the goal remains the same: prosperity for redemption for the territory. He steered the conversation deftly back towards rail lines and investment returns, away from the potentially awkward subject of mine specifics. Emma, refilling a water goblet nearby, saw the subtle tightening of Alexander's jaw, the way his fingers gripped the stem of his wineglass. He knew his father was deliberately obfuscating, presenting a false front to these powerful men, and he was trapped, unable to contradict him without causing a scene that would likely achieve nothing but further alienating his father and potentially damaging the company he seemed genuinely concerned about. It was a masterful display of control by Theron, reinforcing the bars of Alexander's gilded cage. Later, as the men retired to the smoking room for cigars and brandy, Emma helped clear the table. Sarah, the young maid whose family worked the mines, lingered beside her, stacking plates with unnecessary care. He looks like he's carrying the weight of the world, don't he? Sarah whispered, nodding towards the closed doors of the smoking room, where Alexander had reluctantly followed the other men. Mr. Alexander. Emma kept her tone neutral. I never seen him so tight-wound. Used to be he'd just disappear to the saloons when the old man got like this. Now, she shook her head. It's like he's fighting something. Something big. Sarah glanced around nervously, ensuring Mrs. Davies wasn't nearby. My pa says things ain't right at the mine. Talk of shorter pay, dangerous conditions ignored, and that new foreman Birch, he's a hard man, scares the miners more than ensures their safety. Some say he answers only to Mr. Sterling himself, not the mine manager. This confirmed Emma's suspicions about Birch's direct link to Theron, bypassing the usual chain of command. Hard times, I suppose, Emma offered noncommittally. Maybe, Sarah conceded, but her eyes held doubt, or maybe just hard men. The dinner party reinforced Emma's sense of urgency. Theron was not just hiding something, he was actively manipulating perceptions, potentially defrauding investors while tightening his grip on the mine through men like Birch. Alexander was caught in the middle, his attempts to uncover the truth met with threats and dismissal, and the mysterious Finn remained an unknown variable, Theron's shadowy enforcer. Feeling increasingly constrained by her duties within the mansion walls, Emma knew she needed to get back out, closer to the source. The North Ridge held answers, particularly the abandoned assay office. What had Alexander found in that bag? Why was Birch so determined to keep him away? Why the talk of unnecessary blasting? It screamed concealment. Under the guise of needing specific cleaning supplies only available in redemption, she managed to secure permission from a distracted Mrs. Davies for a quick trip into town the following afternoon. It was an ideal town was busy. Eyes were everywhere, but it was better than being trapped within the mansion's suffocating confines. Redemption sprawled under the afternoon sun, a chaotic jumble of false-fronted buildings, dusty streets, and the ever-present pall of smelter smoke. The air hummed with a rough energy, the clatter of wagons, shouts from the saloons, the ring of the blacksmith's hammer. It felt raw, alive, a stark contrast to the sterile silence of the Sterling estate. Emma purchased the cleaning supplies lye soap, turpentine making sure to be seen at the general store. Then, keeping her head down, she navigated the boardwalks, her senses alert. She saw Birch stride out of the Sterling Consolidated Mining office, conferring briefly with two rough-looking men she didn't recognize before heading towards the largest, loudest saloon, the Silver Strike. He moved with an air of swaggering authority, clearly feeling secure in his position. There was no sign of Alexander. Emma needed information, a way to gauge the town's undercurrents, the whispers that didn't reach the mansion staff. The saloon was the heart of Redemption's gossip network, but also dangerous territory for a lone woman, especially one trying to remain inconspicuous. She hesitated. Then an idea struck her. Near the saloon entrance, an old woman sat on a crate, selling dried herbs and wildflowers gathered from the hillsides. Emma approached her, feigning interest in the herbs. "Looking for something to help with sleep, ma'am?" Emma asked softly, picking up a bundle of dried lavender. "The mistress up at the big house. She's been restless." The old woman, her face a road map of wrinkles, peered at Emma with shrewd, dark eyes. "Big house folk got their own troubles, same as anyone," she rasped. "Sleep don't come easy when your conscience ain't clear." She spat tobacco juice neatly into the dust. "Or when you're counting coins that ain't rightly yours." Emma felt a prickle of interest. "Times are hard for everyone, I hear." "Harder for some," the woman agreed, nodding towards the saloon where Birch had disappeared. "Especially since that new foreman started throwing his weight around. Theron Sterling's man, they say. Cracking the whip, asking questions best left alone while turning a blind eye to other things." "Other things," Emma prompted gently, buying the lavender. The old woman leaned closer, her voice dropping. "Wagons leaving the North Ridge track late at night, not the usual ore carts. Covered wagons moving fast, heading east, not towards the smelter or the railhead. Covered wagons moving east from the North Ridge," Emma's heart hammered. This was it. This had to be how the ore was being stolen, bypassing the official channels. The suspect ledgers Alexander was examining under cover of darkness, likely overseen by Birch and orchestrated by Theron and his shadowy associate Finn. The blasting wasn't just to seal old tunnels. It was likely intended to destroy evidence, perhaps even the assay office itself, where Alexander had found that incriminating sample. Thanking the old woman, Emma turned to leave, her mind racing with this new information. She needed to get back, needed to find a way to corroborate this, needed to understand what was in that sample bag Alexander possessed. As she stepped away from the herb seller's crate, she almost collided with someone emerging from the narrow alleyway beside the saloon. It was Alexander. He stopped abruptly, surprise widening his eyes before his usual guarded mask slammed back into place. He looked tired, dustier than usual, and there was a fresh scratch on his cheekbone. Had he been back out to the North Ridge or exploring elsewhere? "Emily," he said, his voice low, devoid of inflection. "Mr. Alexander," Emma responded, dipping a curtsy automatically, her mind scrambling. Had he seen her talking to the old woman? Could he guess she was fishing for information? They stood frozen for a moment in the busy street, the noise and chaos of redemption swirling around them, the wealthy son in his range clothes, the humble maid in her gray uniform. But beneath the surface roles, Emma felt a sudden, intense connection. Two people circling a dangerous truth from opposite sides, trapped in their respective roles. His gray eyes scanned her face, lingering for a heartbeat too long, a question hovering in their depths. It wasn't just scrutiny. It felt like recognition, not of her true identity, surely, but perhaps of a shared weight, a shared sense of being watched. Then his gaze flickered past her towards the entrance of the saloon where Birch had entered. His expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Without another word, he nodded curtly and strode away, melting into the crowd moving down the opposite boardwalk. Emma watched him go, a cold dread washing over her. The old woman's words about the wagons, Alexander's presence near the saloon where Birch held court, the intensity in his gaze, it all pointed towards an escalating conflict. The cage was tightening. The watchful eyes were everywhere, and the serpent in the house was coiling, ready to strike. And she, Emily Carter, the maid, was standing right in its shadow, armed only with secrets and a growing fear that keeping her cover might cost Alexander Sterling everything. The final hook wasn't just a possibility of discovery. It was the chilling certainty that violence was simmering just beneath the surface, ready to boil over. Chapter 5. Shadows in the Lamplight. The encounter with Alexander in the dusty street of Redemption left Emma deeply unsettled. It wasn't just the proximity, the sudden collision of their separate investigations in the town's chaotic heart. It was the look in his eyes, that fleeting moment of intense scrutiny, that felt like more than just surprise. It held a question, a flicker of something akin to recognition, as if he saw past the drab gray uniform to the observer beneath. Or perhaps, she reasoned, forcing herself back into the detached mindset of Agent Reed, he was simply becoming more suspicious of everyone and everything around him. A natural consequence of knowing he was swimming in treacherous waters. Either way, the brief, charged moment underscored the precariousness of her position. Returning to the mansion with her mundane purchases felt like retreating deeper into enemy territory. The silence that greeted her in the servants' wing was thick and watchful. Mrs. Davies accepted the cleaning supplies with a non-committal sniff, her sharp eyes lingering on Emma's face as if searching for signs of transgression beyond the simple errand. Emma offered a bland report of the town's offerings, careful to keep her expression neutral, her voice betraying none of the turmoil the old herb woman's words had ignited within her. Covered wagons, leaving the North Ridge at night heading east. It was a vital piece of the puzzle, confirming a deliberate, clandestine operation, bypassing all official records, the very records Alexander was meticulously examining. Theron Sterling wasn't just skimming. He was running a shadow operation, bleeding his own mind dry while projecting an image of prosperity. That evening, the atmosphere in the mansion was heavier than usual. Theron Sterling dined alone, his mood thunderous. Emma, assisting Sarah in serving his solitary meal, noted the barely touched food, the way his fingers drummed impatiently on the polished mahogany table. He dismissed his usual brandy, retiring early to his study, the heavy door closing with ominous finality. Had he learned of Alexander's near confrontation with Birch, or was something else brewing? Alexander was conspicuously absent from the main house. Emma learned from a whispered exchange between footmen that he'd returned late, bypassing the family quarters entirely and entering through a side door that led directly to the wing containing his rooms and the library. He had taken no supper, requesting only that a pot of strong coffee be left outside his door. He was working, hiding, planning, or perhaps tending to wounds, both visible and invisible. The scratch on his cheekbone hinted at more than just a casual ride. Had there been another confrontation after she'd seen him? Her own small room in the servants' wing felt both a sanctuary and a cell. Here, behind a closed door, she could shed the skin of Emily Carter for a few precious hours. She sat on the edge of the narrow bed, the rough blanket scratching against her palms, and took out the small, coded notebook she kept concealed beneath a loose floorboard. By the dim light of a single candle, she meticulously recorded the day's events. The confrontation at North Ridge, Birch's threats, the old woman's story about the wagons, her encounter with Alexander in town, his subsequent seclusion. Facts, observations, devoid of the emotional turmoil that churned beneath the surface. Yet even coded, the narrative felt increasingly personal, dangerously intertwined with the fate of the man she was supposed to be clinically investigating. Sleep offered little respite. Her dreams were a chaotic montage of swirling dust, gleaming silver, menacing figures emerging from shadows, and Alexander's intense gray eyes asking questions she couldn't answer. She woke before dawn, the first pale light filtering through her small window, feeling unrested and on edge. The day unfolded with a strained quietness. Alexander remained secluded. Theron emerged from his study mid-morning, his expression grim, and departed for the main mine offices in Redemption without a word to anyone. Mrs. Davies marshaled the staff with even more clipped efficiency than usual, her tension transmitting itself to the entire household. Whispers were curtailed. Movements became furtive, everyone seemingly bracing for a storm. Emma's duties took her upstairs, dusting the long, silent corridors of the family wing. As she approached the section containing Alexander's rooms, she heard movement from within, the scrape of a chair, footsteps pacing restlessly. On impulse, driven by a need to understand, to gauge his state, she took the coffee tray left untouched outside his door from the night before, rapping softly. "Mr. Alexander, shall I clear this away, sir?" There was a pause. Then the door opened a crack. Alexander stood there, looking disheveled. His hair was uncombed. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and the scratch on his cheek looked red and inflamed. He hadn't changed from his range clothes. He stared at her, not with suspicion this time, but with a weary intensity that seemed to strip away the layers between master and maid. "Leave it," he said, his voice rough. Then, as she turned to go, he added, almost as an afterthought, "No, wait, bring it in and bring a fresh pot. Strong." Surprised, Emma nodded. "Yes, sir, right away." She hurried back to the kitchens, her heart pounding. This was unexpected, an invitation, however gruff, into his inner sanctum. She prepared a fresh pot of strong black coffee, her hands trembling slightly as she arranged it on a clean tray with a cup and saucer. What did he want? Had he discovered something definitive? Did he suspect her involvement, her observation of him? When she returned, he held the door open wider, stepping back to let her enter. His rooms, which she had previously only tidied in his absence, felt different with him in them. Books were piled high on every available surface, Maps lay unfurled across the floor, marked with grease pencil annotations. The air smelled strongly of coffee, tobacco, and the faint metallic scent of the rock samples scattered across his desk. It was the den of a man consumed by obsession, a stark contrast to the sterile opulence of the rest of the mansion. He gestured towards a small table near the window. Just put it there. Emma did as instructed, acutely aware of his gaze following her movements. The room felt charged, intimate despite the clutter. She could see the weariness etched around his eyes, the tightly controlled energy radiating from him. "Will there be anything else, sir?" she asked, keeping her voice steady, her eyes focused on the tray. He didn't answer immediately. He walked over to the window, staring out at the distant mountains, his back to her. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken thoughts. "You were in town yesterday," he stated finally, his voice quiet, not quite an accusation, but definitely a probe. Emma's breath hitched. "Yes, sir. Mrs. Davis sent me for supplies." He turned slowly, his gray eyes fixing on hers. The intensity was back, sharp and penetrating. "You spoke to old Maggie, the herb woman." Caught, her mind raced. Deny it? Impossible. He'd seen her. Deflect? Risky. She opted for a partial truth, delivered with practiced subservience. "Yes, sir, just for a moment, buying lavender for the mistress's linens." She seemed talkative. He held her gaze, searching her face. "She talks to everyone, but she sees more than most." "What did she talk to you about, Emily?" He stressed her assumed name slightly, deliberately. Emma's throat felt dry. She couldn't reveal the wagons. That was too specific, too dangerous. "Just town gossip, sir. The heat, the mine, the usual worries." She kept her eyes wide, trying to project naive innocence. Alexander continued to stare at her, a slight frown creasing his brow. He seemed unconvinced. He took a step closer, invading her space, forcing her to meet his gaze. The proximity was unnerving. She could see the fine lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the way his jaw clenched, almost imperceptibly. "The usual worries," he repeated softly, his voice laced with irony. "Like new foremen throwing their weight around, like things disappearing in the night?" Her heart leaped into her throat. He knew, or he suspected she knew. How? Had the herb woman mentioned their conversation to someone else? Or was this a calculated guess, a trap to gauge her reaction? She forced herself to look confused, slightly alarmed by his intensity. "Sir, I don't understand. Disappearing things?" He studied her for another long moment, the silence stretching until it was almost unbearable. Emma could feel a bead of sweat trickling down her back beneath the stiff fabric of her uniform. Then abruptly, he seemed to make a decision. He sighed, a deep, weary sound, and ran a hand through his already tousled hair. "No," he said, turning away again, pacing towards his desk. "Perhaps you don't." He sounded resigned, closing a door that had momentarily opened. He picked up a chunk of quartz from the desk, turning it over and over in his hand. "This house, it has ears, Emily. Walls have cracks, shadows listen. Be careful who you talk to. Be careful what you hear." Was it a warning, a dismissal, or something else entirely? Before Emma could formulate a response, he spoke again, his tone shifting back to that of master to servant, albeit a weary one. "That will be all. You may go." Emma curtsied quickly, murmuring, "Yes, sir," and escaped the room, her legs unsteady. She closed the door softly behind her, leaning against the cool wood of the corridor wall, trying to slow her racing pulse. He knew she'd spoken to Maggie. He suspected she knew more than she let on, and he had warned her, "Be careful what you hear." It was cryptic, ambiguous, but the underlying message felt clear. Danger was closing in, and knowledge was a perilous burden in this house. Had he, perhaps, recognized a fellow traveler in the shadows, someone else moving cautiously through the Sterling mansion's web of deceit? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. If he suspected her, her cover was fragile. But if he saw her as a potential, albeit unwitting ally, the possibilities were even more complex. Later that night, the mansion settled into an uneasy quiet. Emma lay awake in her narrow bed, the candle long extinguished, listening to the faint night sounds, the creak of settling timbers, the distant howl of a coyote, the ticking of the grandfather clock in the main hall, counting down the hours towards an uncertain dawn. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound from the corridor outside her room brought her instantly alert. It wasn't the usual tread of a servant heading to bed or the measured pace of Mrs. Davies on her rounds. This was softer, furtive. Emma slid silently from the bed, her bare feet making no sound on the wooden floorboards. She pressed her ear to the door, holding her breath. She heard soft footsteps moving away from her door, heading towards the main part of the servants' wing, then pausing. A low murmur of voices, too indistinct to make out words, but the tone was urgent, secretive. One voice sounded rough, unfamiliar. The other, she couldn't be sure. It wasn't one of the regular maids or footmen she recognized. Could it be Finn? Theron Sterling's shadowy contact, meeting someone within the staff? Adrenaline surged through her. She had to see, carefully, slowly. She eased her door open a fraction of an inch. The corridor was dimly lit by a single oil lamp burning low at the far end. Two figures stood huddled near the turn that led towards the back stairs and eventually outside. One was a man she didn't recognize, stocky, dressed in dark, rough clothing, his back to her. The other, her breath caught. It was Mrs. Davies. The housekeeper, her severe posture rigid even in the dim light, was speaking in low, urgent tones to the man. Emma could only catch fragments. "Tonight, the East track, no delays." The man nodded, murmuring something Emma couldn't hear, then handed the housekeeper a small, heavy-looking pouch. Mrs. Davies slipped it quickly into the deep pocket of her apron. Money changing hands? Payment for information or instructions? The man gave a curt nod and turned, heading swiftly and silently back the way he had come, towards the servants' exit. Mrs. Davies remained where she was for a moment, her hand resting on the pocket containing the pouch, her silhouette stark against the dim lamplight. Then she turned and glided back towards her own quarters nearer the main house. Emma eased her door shut, her mind reeling. Mrs. Davies, the stern, loyal housekeeper, was involved, meeting secretly with an unknown man, discussing wagon movements on the East Track, the same track the herb woman had mentioned handling money. Was she Finn? Or merely Finn's contact within the house, feeding information directly to Theron or perhaps receiving instructions? Her fierce loyalty to Theron Sterling suddenly looked less like devotion and more like complicity. The implications were staggering. The corruption wasn't just within the mine operations. It extended right into the heart of the household management. Mrs. Davies, with her omnipresent authority and intimate knowledge of the mansion's workings, would be a powerful ally for Theron, capable of monitoring movements, suppressing gossip, perhaps even planting evidence if needed. Emma sank back onto her bed, the darkness pressing in. Alexander's warning echoed in her ears. Walls have cracks. Shadows, listen. The shadows in this house were deeper and more numerous than she had imagined. And one of the most trusted figures, the stern matriarch of the staff, was actively participating in the deception, operating under the cloak of propriety and order. The path to the truth had just become infinitely more dangerous. Trust was non-existent. Everyone was suspect, and Alexander, seemingly isolated in his own investigation, was surrounded by unseen enemies, potentially even within the supposed sanctuary of his own home. The lamplight spilling from the corridor cast long, dancing shadows across her small room, shadows that seemed to whisper of betrayal, and the tightening coils of the serpent hidden deep within the Sterling mansion. Emma knew she had to find a way to confirm Mrs. Davies' involvement, to understand her role and the identity of the man she met with, but the risks had escalated exponentially. One wrong move, one misplaced word, and the watchful eyes would turn on her, potentially silencing her before she could expose the truth. Chapter 6. The Weight of Stolen Ore. The revelation of Mrs. Davies' clandestine meeting cast a pall over the Sterling mansion, transforming the familiar routines and polished surfaces into a landscape fraught with hidden menace. Every interaction with the housekeeper was now filtered through the lens of suspicion. Her crisp commands, her exacting standards, her unwavering loyalty to Theron Sterling all took on a sinister hue. Emma performed her duties with outward diligence, but inwardly, her senses were on high alert, watching the housekeeper's movements, analyzing her words, searching for any crack in her formidable facade. The man Mrs. Davies had met stocky, rough-clothed, moving with furtive silence. Who was he? Finn? Or merely a messenger, a conduit in Theron's network? And the pouch that had changed hands? Payment? Instructions? Or perhaps a sample of the illicit gains? Emma replayed the scene in her mind, trying to recall every detail, every nuance, the urgency in their hushed tones, the reference to the east track, the timing, tonight. Had a shipment gone out under the cover of darkness while the household slept? It fit perfectly with the herb woman's information. Alexander remained a source of intense focus and growing concern. After their tense encounter in his room, he seemed to retreat further into himself, his interactions with the staff becoming even more perfunctory. His time divided between the library's cluttered sanctuary and long, solitary rides from which he returned, dust-covered and grim-faced. He avoided his father pointedly, the silence between them stretching taut as a bowstring. Emma worried that his isolation made him vulnerable. He was clearly pursuing the truth, gathering evidence, the sample bag from the assay office, the analysis of old reports, but he seemed to be doing it entirely alone, unaware that the corruption extended beyond Foreman Birch and potentially reached into the very heart of the household staff via Mrs. Davies. His warning to her, be careful who you talk to, be careful what you hear, echoed constantly. Was it a genuine expression of concern, a recognition of shared peril? Or was it a subtle threat, a way of telling her to mind her own business, suspecting she might be more than just a simple maid? His perception was unnerving. He saw things others missed, much like she did. It created a strange, unspoken connection between them, a fragile thread woven from secrets and suspicion across the vast social divide. Emma knew she couldn't rely solely on observation within the mansion walls anymore. She needed tangible proof of the illicit shipment, something concrete to link Theron Sterling and his accomplices directly to the theft. The North Ridge, the abandoned assay office, the East Track, mentioned by both the herb woman and Mrs. Davies, these were the keys. But accessing them without raising suspicion, especially Mrs. Davies's, was becoming increasingly difficult. Her previous excuse, the hunt for a terracotta pot, wouldn't work again. An opportunity, albeit a risky one, presented itself a few days later. A fierce summer thunderstorm, brewing for hours over the peaks, finally broke with torrential rain and violent winds. Rain lashed against the windows, turning the grounds into a muddy morass. The creek would be rising rapidly, potentially washing out bridges and making travel difficult, if not impossible. Most residents, including the Sterlings and their staff, hunkered indoors, the storm providing a natural pause in the estate's relentless rhythm. But for Emma, the storm was a potential ally. Under the cover of the deluge and the ensuing chaos-dripping ceilings, wind-rattled shutters, nervous maids scurrying with buckets movement might go unnoticed. If wagons were indeed using the East Track regularly, the storm might hinder them, perhaps even force them to seek shelter or leave tracks that wouldn't normally be visible. More importantly, the focus of the household, including Mrs. Davies, would be on mitigating the storm's impact indoors. Feigning concern about a leak in one of the seldom-used attic storage rooms, Emma secured permission from a harried Mrs. Davies to investigate. Armed with a lamp and a stack of old cloths, she climbed the narrow stairs to the dusty upper reaches of the mansion. The attic smelled of dry rot, old paper, and trapped heat. Rain hammered deafeningly on the roof overhead, and wind howled through unseen gaps in the eaves. From a grimy dormer window, overlooking the rear of the estate, Emma had a partial view of the stables and the service track that eventually branched off towards the east. Visibility was poor through the sheets of rain, but the storm's fury was her shield. She waited, patiently, scanning the landscape, the lamp kept low beside her on the dusty floor. Hours passed. The storm raged, subsided slightly, then intensified again. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps the wagons didn't run every night. Perhaps the storm had indeed deterred them. Then, through a momentary lull in the downpour, she saw it. A flicker of lantern light, low to the ground, moving slowly near the overgrown track, leading eastward, far beyond the main estate grounds. It wasn't near the stables, it was further out, where the track disappeared into the dense woods and rocky terrain. Emma raised her spyglass, wiping condensation from the lens with trembling fingers. Through the rain-streaked glass, she could make out the unmistakable shape of a heavy freight wagon, its canvas cover pulled taut against the weather, drawn by a team of struggling mules. A figure, hunched against the rain in a dark slicker, walked alongside, holding the lantern low. Even from this distance, the furtive nature of the movement was palpable. This wasn't a standard delivery or supply run. This was clandestine. As she watched, the wagon seemed to get bogged down, the mules straining, the wheels sinking into the mud, churned up by the storm. The figure with the lantern waved frantically, and another shape emerged from the trees nearby a rider, also in a dark slicker. They conferred briefly, gestures sharp and urgent in the erratic lantern light. The rider dismounted, adding his muscle to pushing the wagon while the driver urged the mules forward. Slowly, painstakingly, they managed to free the wagon and get it moving again, disappearing into the gloom and the driving rain towards the east. Emma lowered the spyglass, her heart pounding. She had seen it, a covered wagon, moving east on a little-used track during a violent storm, clearly trying to avoid detection. It corroborated the Herb woman's story. Mrs. Davies overheard conversation. This was the smuggling route. But who were the men? The driver? The rider? Too far, too obscured by rain and darkness to identify. Yet the sighting itself was crucial evidence. She stayed by the window a while longer, scanning the area, but saw nothing more. The storm continued its assault, effectively wiping away any tracks, concealing the illicit passage as effectively as darkness might have. Returning downstairs, Emma reported finding only a minor drip, easily contained with a strategically placed bucket. Mrs. Davies, preoccupied with water seeping under the main doorway, barely acknowledged her, accepting the report with a distracted nod. Emma retreated to her room. The image of the struggling wagon burned into her mind. The stolen ore wasn't just disappearing. It was being actively transported, likely under Birch's supervision at the mine end, facilitated by information or coordination from within the house via Mrs. Davies, and driven by unknown men along secret routes. Theron Sterling had built a parallel operation, fueled by theft, running alongside his legitimate business. The weight of this knowledge felt immense. It wasn't just about bringing a thief to justice anymore. It was about dismantling a conspiracy that reached from the mine face to the mansion's polished corridors. And Alexander was right in the middle of it, blindly investigating symptoms while the disease festered all around him, orchestrated by his own father and aided by those he likely trusted implicitly, like the housekeeper who had probably known him since childhood. Her thoughts inevitably turned to the sample bag Alexander had retrieved from the assay office. What was in it? Not just ore, surely. It had looked too small, too heavy. Was it refined silver, high-grade concentrate, or something else entirely proof of the tampering? Perhaps doctored assay records hidden away? Its significance was underscored by Birch's desperate attempt to stop him from leaving with it. Alexander held a key piece of evidence, possibly the only piece that could directly contradict the official narrative Theron was so carefully constructing. And he was likely unaware of just how dangerous that made his position. Emma felt a growing conviction that she needed to understand what was in that bag. It was vital to the investigation, yes, but also crucial for Alexander's safety. If she knew what he possessed, she might be able to anticipate Theron's or Birch's next move, perhaps even find a way to protect him without revealing her own hand. But how? Asking him directly was impossible. Searching his rooms again felt increasingly risky, especially after their last encounter. He was alert, wary, and likely keeping the bag well hidden. She needed an opportunity, a moment when his guard was down, when the house's routines were disrupted. The aftermath of the storm provided just such a chance. The following morning dawned gray and sodden. The grounds were littered with fallen branches, pathways were washed out, and reports trickled in from town of damage caused by the flooding creek. Theron Sterling, concerned about potential impacts on the main mine operation and the rail spur, rode out early with the mine manager, leaving the mansion under Mrs. Davies' capable and complicit command. Alexander also prepared to ride out, not towards the main mine, but Emma overheard him tell a stable hand, towards the lower pastures to check on some stock that might have been affected by flash floods. This meant his rooms would be empty for several hours. Mrs. Davies, meanwhile, was organizing crews to clear debris from the main drive and gardens, her attention focused outwards. It was the perfect window. Knowing the risk, but driven by the urgency of the situation. Emma waited until Alexander had departed, and Mrs. Davies was occupied overseeing the cleanup crew near the front gates. Feigning the need to replenish linens upstairs, she made her way quickly and silently to Alexander's wing. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was reckless. If caught, she wouldn't just lose her position, she could face serious consequences, potentially jeopardizing the entire Pinkerton investigation. She slipped the simple lock on his door, using a thin piece of metal extracted from her boot heel, a skill honed during training, but rarely employed in domestic infiltration. The room was much as she'd last seen it, cluttered, smelling of coffee and damp earth from his boots, but the intense energy of his presence was absent, leaving a vacuum. Where would he hide something important? Not in the obvious places: desk drawers, wardrobe under the mattress. Too predictable. He was intelligent, cautious. Emma scanned the room, her eyes cataloging details. The packed bookshelves, the stacks of geological surveys, the trunk at the foot of his bed, the fireplace with its collection of unusual rocks on the mantel. She started with the desk, quickly but carefully checking beneath papers, inside larger books, tapping the wood for hollow sounds. Nothing. The wardrobe yielded only clothes and spare boots. The trunk contained extra blankets, some old riding gear, and boxes of personal correspondence she didn't dare disturb without specific cause. Time was ticking. Every creak of the floorboards outside the door sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. Her gaze fell on the fireplace. Amongst the collection of rocks and mineral samples on the mantelpiece, one object seemed slightly out of place. It was a geode about the size of a large fist, split neatly in half to reveal sparkling amethyst crystals within. But the two halves weren't sitting flush together. There was a tiny gap, almost imperceptible. With trembling fingers, Emma lifted the top half of the geode. It came away easily, revealing a hollowed-out cavity within the stone. And nestled inside, wrapped in soft leather, was the canvas sample bag. Her breath caught. It was heavier than she expected, confirming her suspicion that it wasn't just raw ore. Carefully, she unwrapped the leather. Inside the bag wasn't silver concentrate or assay records. It contained several small, irregular lumps of almost pure, refined silver, crudely smelted, bearing no official markings. Alongside them was a small, tarnished brass tag, stamped with a simple symbol, a crossed pickaxe and shovel, and the initials J.H. J.H.? Who was that? And refined silver? This wasn't ore being stolen and shipped east. This suggested illicit smelting, likely happening somewhere near the North Ridge, perhaps in the abandoned assay office itself. This was direct proof of theft and processing outside the company's official operations. The crudeness suggested a makeshift setup, something easily dismantled or hidden. The brass tag, a miner's identification tag, perhaps belonging to someone involved or someone silenced. Old Man Hemlock, the miner whose widow Alexander was secretly helping, came to mind. Had his name been Josiah, Jeremiah, she couldn't recall. This changed the complexion of the crime significantly. It wasn't just about quantity, it was about processed value. Stolen right under the company's nose, likely before the ore even made it to the official tallies. Alexander hadn't just found evidence of theft, he'd found proof of a sophisticated, hidden refining operation. No wonder Birch had been so desperate to stop him. No wonder Theron wanted the area blasted and sealed off. Quickly, carefully, she rewrapped the silver and the tag, placed them back in the hollow geode, and fitted the top back on, ensuring it looked undisturbed. She scanned the room one last time, ensuring she'd left no trace of her presence, then slipped back out, relocking the door behind her. She retreated to the anonymity of her duties, her mind buzzing. The weight of the stolen ore felt tangible now, represented by those crude lumps of silver hidden in Alexander's room. She understood the stakes better, understood the danger he was in. He held physical proof that could destroy his father and expose the entire conspiracy. Mrs. Davies' complicity, the secret night shipments, Birch's threats, it all clicked into place around this central hidden truth. As she polished silver in the pantry later that day, the repetitive motion calming her nerves, she saw Alexander return. He walked straight past, heading for his rooms, his face set, his boots muddy. He carried something else now, a long, narrow core sample, extracted from the earth, wrapped in burlap. He was still searching, still digging, unaware of how close the danger truly was, unaware that the conspiracy reached into the seemingly safe walls of his own home. The weight of the stolen ore was crushing, and Emma feared it might soon bring the whole rotten structure crashing down, burying Alexander beneath it. She clutched the polishing cloth tighter, the burden of her secret knowledge almost as heavy as the silver hidden in the geode. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Glimmer. The days following the storm settled into a strained, sodden quietude. The relentless hammering of rain had ceased, replaced by the drip of water from saturated eaves and the mournful sigh of the wind through damp pine branches. Mud, thick and cloying, coated everything beyond the stone pathways of the Sterling estate, hindering movement and mirroring the murky, treacherous current swirling beneath the mansion's surface. For Emma, the oppressive humidity felt less a product of the weather and more an extension of the suffocating atmosphere within the house itself. Knowing Mrs. Davies was complicit, knowing Alexander possessed tangible proof of his father's crimes hidden within a hollow rock, knowing shadowy figures met in darkened corridors and illicit wagons braved storms that imbued every polished banister, every gleaming piece of silver, every silent corridor with a latent threat. Her role as Emily Carter, the quiet, efficient maid, became an exercise in excruciating self-control. She performed her tasks meticulously, her movements practiced and unobtrusive, but her mind raced, constantly observing, analyzing, calculating risks. Mrs. Davies was a study in controlled composure. If the near discovery of the midnight wagon during the storm had ruffled her, she showed no sign. Her commands were as crisp as ever, her supervision as vigilant. Yet Emma sometimes caught the housekeeper's gaze lingering on her for a fraction of a second too long, a sharpness in the slate-gray eyes that felt new, more pointed. Had her trip to the attic raised suspicion? Or was the housekeeper simply feeling the pressure of maintaining the conspiracy? Emma couldn't be certain, and the uncertainty was a constant low-grade hum beneath her outward calm. Alexander remained largely secluded, engrossed in whatever secrets the core sample held. Emma caught glimpses of him in the library, bent over the long tube of rock and soil, using delicate instruments to extract minute particles, making notes in his leather-bound journal, the one she still hadn't dared to open. He looked consumed, driven, the weariness around his eyes deepening, but underscored by a feverish intensity. He seemed thinner, the sharp planes of his face more pronounced. The gilded cage was taking its toll, even as he worked relentlessly to dismantle its bars from the inside. He rarely interacted with anyone, acknowledging the staff with brief nods, taking his meals erratically in his rooms or the library. The gulf between him and his father seemed wider than ever. Theron Sterling, having returned from assessing the storm damage at the mine, was preoccupied and short-tempered, barking orders, his frustration palpable. The tension between the two men was a physical presence in the house, making the servants skittish, their movements quick and silent, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Emma's internal conflict intensified. The Pinkerton Code demanded objectivity, evidence, the apprehension of criminals. Her mission was to uncover the theft for Theron Sterling, the man she now strongly suspected was the chief architect of the entire scheme. Her true target should be Theron Birch, Finn, and potentially Mrs. Davies. Alexander, technically, was still a potential suspect, albeit an increasingly unlikely one in her assessment. Yet her instincts, her observations, and perhaps something less quantifiable, told her he was innocent of the theft and actively working against it, placing himself in considerable danger. The imperative to protect him warred constantly with the need to maintain her cover and complete her mission. Handing Theron Sterling evidence against his son, if she found any, which seemed doubtful, felt wrong, yet revealing Theron's own guilt prematurely could expose her and potentially endanger Alexander even more. She was walking a tightrope over a chasm, buffeted by winds of duty, deception, and a growing unwelcome empathy for the man in the gilded cage. She tried to gather more information subtly, listening to the stable's hands discussing Theron's mood after visiting the mine, noting the destinations of messengers arriving and departing, observing Mrs. Davies' interactions with the other senior staff. But concrete details remained elusive. The conspiracy was tightly controlled, insulated by fear and loyalty, whether misplaced or bought. One quiet afternoon, the heavy post-storm humidity finally lifting slightly as the sun fought its way through lingering clouds, Emma was tasked with sorting and tidying a section of the library that had remained untouched for years. Shelves filled with older volumes, meteorological records, previous geological surveys from the mine's early days. It was tedious work, dusty and solitary, but it offered a legitimate reason to be in the library for an extended period. Alexander was there as usual, working at the far end of the long table with his core sample, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the rustle of pages as Emma sorted books and the occasional scrape of Alexander's instruments against rock. Dust motes danced in the shafts of weak sunlight piercing the tall windows. Emma worked methodically, trying to ignore the magnetic pull of his focused energy at the other end of the room. She found herself cataloging the lines of tension in his shoulders, the way he chewed absently on his lower lip as he examined something under a magnifying lens. She reached for a particularly heavy ledger bound in faded green leather, perched precariously on a high shelf. As she stretched, her fingers brushed against it, dislodging it. It tilted, threatening to fall. Before she could react, a hand shot out from beside her, steadying the heavy volume. Emma gasped, startled, turning to find Alexander standing right there. His nearness unexpected, electric. He must have moved silently across the thick carpet while she was preoccupied. His hand rested on the ledger, his fingers momentarily brushing hers. A jolt, like static electricity on a dry day, passed between them. "Careful," he said, his voice low, pitched just for her. His gray eyes, closer than they'd ever been, held hers for a charged second. The usual guardedness was momentarily absent. replaced by a flicker of something else. Concern, shared understanding of precarious things. Thank you, sir, Emma stammered, quickly withdrawing her hand, her cheeks flushing. She felt ridiculously flustered, unprofessional. It nearly slipped. He eased the heavy ledger down from the shelf, his movements economical and precise. Some of these old records carry more weight than they appear to, he remarked, his gaze drifting over the faded gilt lettering on the spine. There was a dryness in his tone, a hint of double meaning that resonated with Emma's own knowledge of the house's secrets. He didn't move away immediately. He stood there beside her, contemplating the shelf of old books. The silence returned, but it felt different now, less empty, more aware. You seem adept at handling fragile things, Emily, he said unexpectedly, his gaze shifting back to her, thoughtful, appraising. It wasn't a compliment on her dusting skills. Emma froze, unsure how to respond. Was he testing her again, hinting at her careful movements, her guarded nature? She chose the path of least resistance, the maid's humble deflection. One learns to be careful in a house like this, sir. Wouldn't want to break anything valuable. A faint smile touched the corner of his lips, a fleeting expression that softened the harsh lines of his face for an instant. It was the first time she'd seen him smile, even faintly. Valuable things aren't always the ones that gleam the brightest, he murmured, almost to himself. He looked back at the ledger in his hands, then placed it carefully on a lower shelf. These meteorological records, he mused, tapping the spine of another volume. Father kept meticulous notes on weather patterns, believed they influenced the veins. Superstition, perhaps, but sometimes patterns repeat. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, then seemed to shake himself back to the present. He glanced back at her, his expression once again reserved, the brief glimmer of connection fading. Carry on, he said quietly, turning back towards his table and the core sample, dismissing her as abruptly as he had engaged her. Emma watched him walk away, her heart beating an unsteady rhythm. The exchange had lasted less than a minute, yet it felt significant, disproportionately so. His sudden proximity, the brief touch, the unexpected smile, the cryptic remarks about valuable things and repeating patterns, it was a crack in his armor, a glimpse of the thoughtful, perhaps lonely man beneath the surface, an unexpected glimmer in the oppressive shadows of the Sterling mansion. It complicated everything. That brief moment of shared space, the flicker of understanding in his eyes, made the deception she practiced feel sharper, more personal. He wasn't just a target or a piece of the puzzle anymore. He was a man carrying a heavy burden, navigating treacherous currents, and possessed of a quiet intelligence that saw more than he let on. Did he suspect her? Possibly. Did he trust her? Unlikely. But for a moment, there had been a connection, a shared recognition of the weight they both carried, albeit for different reasons. She returned to her task, but her focus was shattered. Her fingers felt clumsy on the dusty books. The library, moments before a place of quiet observation, now felt charged with unspoken possibilities and heightened risks. That glimmer of connection, however small, made her more vulnerable, potentially clouding her judgment. Yet it also solidified a conviction deep within her. Alexander Sterling was not the enemy. He was caught in the same web as she was, just tangled from a different angle. Later that afternoon, as she carried a stack of sorted books back towards the main shelves, she passed Mrs. Davies in the corridor. The housekeeper stopped her, ostensibly to check her progress. Ensure those geological surveys are placed back in precise chronological order, Emily, Mrs. Davies instructed, her eyes sharp. Mr. Alexander can be particular about his research materials. Yes, Mrs. Davies, Emma replied obediently. The housekeeper's gaze lingered on Emma's face. You seem flushed. Is the work too strenuous? The question sounded innocent, but the underlying scrutiny felt intense. No, ma'am. Just the dust, I expect, Emma said, forcing a neutral expression. Mrs. Davies held her gaze for another moment, then gave a curt nod. See that you finish before supper. She swept away, her black skirts rustling ominously on the polished floor. Emma watched her go, a chill running down her spine despite the stuffy air. Had the housekeeper observed her interaction with Alexander in the library? Or was her own heightened awareness simply making her paranoid? The warning Alexander had given her felt more pertinent than ever. Be careful. The unexpected glimmer of connection with Alexander had been fleeting, ephemeral, but it had illuminated the darkness just enough to show the increased danger surrounding them both. He possessed the proof, the crude silver, the tag hidden within the geode. She possessed the knowledge of the conspiracy's reach, including Mrs. Davies' complicity and the night wagons. Separately, their knowledge was incomplete, dangerous. Together, the thought was tantalizing but fraught with peril. How could she bridge that gap without destroying her cover, without plunging them both into an abyss from which neither might escape? The weight of the stolen ore felt heavier than ever, not just as evidence, but as a burden threatening to crush the fragile spark of humanity she'd just witnessed. The path forward remained shrouded in shadows, but that brief glimmer insisted that finding a way through was more critical than ever. Chapter 8, A Dance of Deception. The brief, unexpected connection with Alexander in the library lingered like the scent of old paper and dust, unsettling the careful equilibrium Emma had fought so hard to maintain. It was a dangerous warmth in the cold, calculating machinery of her mission. His fleeting smile, the shared glance over the precarious ledger, the cryptic words, they were tiny fissures in the wall between Emily Carter, maid, and Emma Reed, detective, and through those fissures, empathy threatened to seep, blurring the lines of duty. Compounding this internal tremor was the undeniable sharpening of Mrs. Davies's scrutiny. The housekeeper's gaze seemed to follow Emma with unnerving persistence, her instructions often positioning Emma in tasks that were either deliberately mundane and isolating or unnervingly close to the housekeeper's own watchful presence. Emma felt the walls of the gilded cage pressing closer, not just for Alexander, but for herself. She redoubled her efforts at unobtrusiveness, perfecting the art of invisibility, polishing furniture until her own reflection was a mere smudge, emptying ashtrays with downcast eyes, her ears straining to catch every nuance, every whispered word that might drift through the opulent, tense silence of the Sterling mansion. The knowledge of the crudely smelted silver hidden in the geode felt like a physical weight in her own pocket, a secret, demanding action, yet simultaneously paralyzing her with the risk of exposure. A few days after the library incident, Theron Sterling, in a move that seemed both capricious and calculated, announced he required a full inventory of the household silver, not just the pieces in regular use, but everything stored away, including heirlooms and duplicates kept in locked chests in a seldom-used storage pantry adjacent to the main dining room. It was a task usually overseen directly by Mrs. Davies, a meticulous, time-consuming process. This time, however, Theron decreed with a dismissive wave of his hand over breakfast that Alexander would supervise it. "Keep you occupied with something practical, boy," Theron had said, his tone laced with faint contempt. "Tangible assets, less time brooding over rocks and maps that yield nothing but dust." He pushed back his chair, tossing his napkin onto the table. "Mrs. Davies will assist you, of course, and assign whichever girl seems least likely to drop anything." His cold eyes flickered briefly towards Emma, who was standing stiffly by the sideboard, before dismissing the entire matter and striding off towards his study. Emma's blood ran cold, being assigned to work directly with Alexander, under the hawk-like supervision of Mrs. Davies. It was a scenario fraught with peril. Was this Theron's way of implementing the instruction to keep him occupied, placing him in a controlled environment under the watchful eye of his most trusted, complicit servant? Or was it aimed somehow at her? Did Theron, prompted perhaps by Mrs. Davies, suspect the new maid was paying too much attention? The ambiguity was terrifying. As expected, Mrs. Davies assigned Emma to the task. "You have proven careful," the housekeeper stated, her expression unreadable, as she handed Emma a heavy ring of keys for the storage pantry. "Mr. Alexander requires accuracy and diligence. See that you provide it. I will be overseeing the process myself." The silver pantry was a small, windowless room lined floor to ceiling with felt-lined shelves and locked wooden chests. The air was cool and still, smelling faintly of tarnish and camphor. The only light came from oil lamps they brought in, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe in the confined space. It felt like a vault, a repository of stagnant wealth. Alexander arrived shortly after Emma and Mrs. Davies had begun laying out the inventory ledgers. He looked resigned, his face set in lines of weary tolerance for his father's arbitrary demands. He wore a simple shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing strong forearms dusted with faint ink stains. He acknowledged Mrs. Davies with a curt nod, and Emma with barely a glance, his attention immediately focusing on the ledgers. "Let's get this over with," he muttered, picking up a ledger and flipping through the pages filled with neat, copperplate script, detailing generations of sterling silver. The work began. Mrs. Davies unlocked chests, her movements precise, her face impassive. Emma carefully lifted out heavy trays of cutlery, ornate serving dishes, candelabras thick with dust, placing them on a cloth-covered table. Alexander cross-referenced each set with the ledger entries, noting conditions, verifying hallmarks, his voice a low monotone as he dictated descriptions for Mrs. Davies to record. It was a delicate, nerve-wracking dance of deception. Emma focused on handling the silver, her movements economical, her expression placid, embodying Emily Carter. Yet every fiber of her being was alert. She watched Alexander under lowered lashes, the way his brow furrowed in concentration, the slight, unconscious tightening of his jaw when handling a particularly ostentatious piece, perhaps a reminder of the wealth his father flaunted while engaging in clandestine theft. She watched Mrs. Davies' the ramrod posture, the occasional sharp glance towards Alexander when his back was turned, the almost imperceptible way her hand hovered near the pocket where Emma had seen her secrete the pouch days earlier. Alexander, too, seemed engaged in his own subtle reconnaissance. While ostensibly focused on the silver, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Emma as she carefully polished a tarnished sugar sifter or arranged forks in neat rows. It wasn't the focused scrutiny of their library encounter, but something more fleeting, observational. He asked her questions, seemingly related to the task, but sometimes tinged with ambiguities. This pattern, he remarked, holding up a heavy serving spoon with an intricate floral design. Haven't seen this used in years. Kept hidden away. Some things are more valuable when kept out of sight, wouldn't you agree, Emily? Emma, carefully buffing a teapot, felt his eyes on her. Was he talking about the spoon, or the silver hidden in the geode, or her own hidden nature? Some things tarnish easily if left out, sir, she replied softly, keeping her eyes on her work. Best kept safe and secure. Secure, he echoed thoughtfully, turning the spoon over in his hand. Security is elusive. Mrs. Davies cleared her throat sharply from across the room where she was making notes. The Norfolk set, Mr. Alexander, if you please. Her voice cut through the subtle tension, a reminder of her vigilant presence. Alexander shot the housekeeper a cool glance before returning his attention to the ledger, the brief moment of oblique communication broken. But Emma had felt it, the testing, the probing beneath the surface pleasantries. They were circling each other, two actors on a dimly lit stage, performing their roles while desperately trying to discern the other's true script. The morning wore on. The pile of inventory silver grew, gleaming dully in the lamplight. The air in the small room became close, thick with unspoken tensions. Emma felt a headache beginning to throb behind her temples, a combination of the strain, the dim light, and the pervasive sense of being watched. Suddenly, the pantry door swung open, startling them all. Foreman Birch stood framed in the doorway, his bulk filling the space, bringing with him the smell of damp earth and stale tobacco. His eyes, small and hard, swept the room, lingering insolently on the gleaming silver before settling on Alexander. He ignored Mrs. Davies and Emma completely. "Mr. Sterling," Birch said, his voice overly loud in the confined space, carrying a sneering edge. "Your father sent me. Needs you down at the South Ridge expansion. Some issue with the new timber supports." Alexander looked up slowly from the ledger, his expression hardening. The intrusion was deliberate, disrespectful. Birch entering the main house, seeking him out here, was a blatant assertion of the foreman's direct line to Theron, bypassing all normal protocols and hierarchies. "I am currently occupied, foreman, as you can see," Alexander replied evenly, his voice dangerously quiet. "Inform my father I will attend to the matter when this inventory is complete." Birch smirked, rocking back on his heels. "Oh, I don't think he wants it to wait, Mr. Sterling. Said it was urgent. Said you should come now?" The emphasis was unmistakable, a barely veiled command masquerading as a message. He took a step into the room, his muddy boots leaving marks on the clean floor runner Mrs. Davies had insisted upon. Mrs. Davies stiffened, her lips thinning into a white line. "Foreman Birch, you are interrupting." Birch waved a dismissive hand, cutting her off mid-sentence, a shocking breach of etiquette and authority within the household. "The master's orders override dusting schedules, housekeeper." His gaze returned to Alexander, challenging, goading. Emma watched, frozen, holding a heavy silver salver. The air crackled. Alexander's hand, resting on the table, slowly curled into a fist. She saw the muscle jump in his jaw. He was being deliberately provoked, humiliated in front of the staff, reminded of his powerlessness against his father's chosen instruments. For a moment, Emma thought Alexander might refuse, might escalate the confrontation. His eyes held Birch's, cold and steady. Then, with visible effort, he seemed to rein in his anger. He placed the ledger down carefully. "Very well, foreman," he said, his voice clipped. Since my father considers timber supports more critical than securing the family assets, I will attend him. He turned to Mrs. Davies. You will secure this room and continue the inventory upon my return. Yes, Mr. Alexander, Mrs. Davies replied, her voice tight with suppressed fury. Whether at Birch's insolence or Alexander's compliance, Emma couldn't tell. Alexander strode towards the door, pausing briefly as he passed Birch. He didn't look at the foreman, but spoke in a low, cutting tone that sliced through the air. Next time you enter this house, Birch, use the tradesman's entrance, if you're permitted entry at all. He walked out without a backward glance. Birch watched him go, a flicker of surprise warring with his smirk. He seemed momentarily thrown by Alexander's parting shot, the assertion of authority, however symbolic. He grunted, shot another contemptuous look at the silver, and lumbered back out, letting the door swing shut behind him. The silence that fell in the pantry was profound. Emma lowered the salver, her hands trembling slightly. Mrs. Davies stood rigid for a long moment, her back ramrod straight, her face pale with fury. She took a deep, composing breath. Insolent lout, she muttered, more to herself than to Emma. She turned, her eyes meeting Emma's. For an instant, Emma saw something raw in the housekeeper's expression, outrage, perhaps even a sliver of fear beneath the anger. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by her usual stern mask. We will secure the chests, Emily. The inventory will wait. As they worked, locking away the silver, Emma's mind raced. Birch's appearance wasn't random. It was a power play, sanctioned by Theron, designed to disrupt Alexander, to remind him who held the reins. And Alexander's reaction, the controlled anger, the strategic retreat, the final cutting remark, spoke volumes about the complex game he was forced to play. He hadn't flown into a rage. He'd absorbed the provocation and delivered a calculated counter-jab, preserving a shred of dignity while acknowledging the immediate power imbalance. The incident cemented Emma's conviction. Alexander was fighting back, albeit subtly, against immense pressure. But Birch's boldness, his willingness to confront Alexander within the mansion itself, suggested Theron's confidence, or perhaps desperation, was growing. They were tightening the net. Later that day, Emma found herself needing to retrieve polishing cloths from a supply closet near Alexander's wing. As she passed his door, she noticed it was slightly ajar. She paused, listening. Silence. Had he returned from the mine? Driven by an instinct she couldn't quite suppress, she peered cautiously through the crack. Alexander stood by the fireplace, his back to the door. He wasn't examining the core sample or reading. He held the split amethyst geode in his hands, turning it over, his expression grimly thoughtful. He seemed to be checking its weight, its solidity. He ran a thumb over the almost invisible seam where the two halves met. After a moment, he carefully placed it back on the mantelpiece amongst the other rocks, adjusting its position slightly. He hadn't opened it, but the gesture was clear. He was acutely aware of the precious, dangerous secret it contained. He turned abruptly, catching sight of her shadow in the doorway. His eyes narrowed instantly, suspicion flaring. "What is it now, Emily?" he demanded, his voice sharp, devoid of any warmth. Caught again, twice in one day, her heart hammered against her ribs. "Forgive me, sir," she stammered, pulling back quickly. "Just fetching supplies from the closet down the hall. Didn't mean to disturb you." He stepped towards the door, blocking her view of the room, his stance subtly challenging. This wing seems to require an inordinate amount of supplies lately. His suspicion was palpable, chilling. The delicate dance of deception had become a dangerous misstep. He didn't trust her. He likely suspected she was watching him, perhaps reporting his movements to his father or Mrs. Davies. The brief glimmer of connection in the library felt like a distant memory, extinguished by the harsh realities of their situation. I'll be on my way, sir, Emma murmured, dropping her gaze and scurrying past, keenly aware of his eyes following her down the corridor. She fled back towards the main part of the house, her mind racing. The dance had faltered. He was suspicious, wary, potentially seeing her not as a potential ally, but as another pair of watchful eyes in his gilded cage. And she couldn't blame him. Her presence was a deception. The line between observing and spying, between protecting and betraying, felt impossibly thin. Maintaining her cover was becoming increasingly difficult, and the risk of him discovering her true identity or misinterpreting her actions entirely loomed larger than ever. The weight of stolen ore was nothing compared to the weight of this intricate, dangerous deception, a dance where one wrong step could send them both tumbling into the abyss. Chapter 9. Midnight Confidence. The air in the Sterling mansion grew thicker in the days following Foreman Birch's brazen intrusion into the silver pantry. It wasn't just the lingering humidity from the storm. It was the palpable weight of unspoken animosity, suspicion coiled tight beneath the veneer of polished routine. Emma felt it most acutely in Alexander's presence, or rather, in his pointed avoidance. His suspicion of her, ignited by her proximity during his moments of vulnerability or discovery, had solidified into a cool, distant wariness. The brief glimmer of connection in the library felt like a spark swallowed by encroaching darkness. He saw her now, she feared, as just another pair of eyes belonging to his father, or worse, to Mrs. Davies. The housekeeper herself remained an enigma, wrapped in starched black bombazine. Her vigilance towards Emma hadn't lessened. If anything, it had intensified, manifesting in constant small checks, unexpected appearances, and tasks that kept Emma under close observation. Yet beneath the stern facade, Emma sensed a new brittleness, a tension in the set of her shoulders, a flicker of something almost like anxiety in her eyes when she thought herself unobserved. Was the conspiracy beginning to fray under the pressure of Alexander's persistent digging and Theron's increasingly autocratic demands? Emma moved through her days feeling trapped between converging pressures. Her duty to the Pinkerton agency demanded she continue gathering evidence against Theron Sterling, evidence that would likely ruin him and expose the entire operation. Her growing certainty of Alexander's innocence, coupled with the undeniable danger he was in, pulled her in a different direction, urging caution, perhaps even intervention. And overarching everything was the immediate threat of discovery, either by the watchful Mrs. Davies or the suspicious Alexander himself. The weight of the secret, she carried the knowledge of the stolen silver hidden in the geode, the complicity of the housekeeper, the phantom wagons on the east track, was immense, isolating. Sleep offered little escape. She found herself lying awake long after the rest of the servants' wing had fallen silent, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house, her mind replaying conversations, analyzing glances, searching for a path through the treacherous landscape. One particularly oppressive night, the moon hidden behind thick clouds, the air utterly still and close. She lay staring into the darkness, the image of Alexander checking the geode on his mantelpiece, sharp in her mind. He knew its value, its danger. But did he understand the full scope of the threat arrayed against him? Did he know the enemy wasn't just Birch and the forces at the mine, but also potentially within the very walls meant to offer sanctuary? A faint sound from the corridor outside her door brought her instantly alert. Not footsteps this time, but a soft, almost inaudible click, like a latch being tested. Holding her breath, Emma slid silently from her bed, moving towards the door, every nerve ending tingling. She pressed her ear against the cool wood. Silence. Had she imagined it? Then a faint rustle of fabric moving away, down the corridor towards the wing housing Alexander's rooms and the library. Driven by a sudden cold certainty, Emma eased her door open a crack. The corridor lamp burned low, casting deep, impenetrable shadows. A figure, cloaked in that same profound darkness, was gliding silently away from her section of the wing. It was impossible to make out details, but the posture, the stiff-backed silhouette, was unmistakable even in the gloom. Mrs. Davies. Where was she going at this hour? Not towards her own quarters? Towards Alexander's? Emma's heart began to pound. Was the housekeeper checking on him, reporting to Theron, or something more sinister? The image of the geode flashed in Emma's mind. Did Mrs. Davies suspect Alexander had found something incriminating? Was she attempting to search his room, perhaps even retrieve the evidence while he slept? The thought spurred Emma into action. This wasn't just observation anymore. This felt like an imminent threat to Alexander, to the evidence, to the entire fragile balance of the situation. She couldn't stand by. Warning him, despite the immense risk to her cover, felt like the only viable option. But how? Confronting Mrs. Davies was unthinkable. Knocking on Alexander's door risked exposing herself to both of them. She needed to reach him quickly, discreetly. Retreating into her room, her mind working frantically, she tore a tiny scrap of paper from the edge of her coded notebook. By the faint moonlight filtering through her window, she scrawled 3 words with a stub of pencil. Library. Urgent. Now. No signature, no explanation, just a summons, relying entirely on his potential curiosity, his inherent wariness, and perhaps that lingering, untested suspicion he held towards her. Heart pounding, she slipped back into the corridor. Mrs. Davies had disappeared around the bend towards Alexander's wing. Moving with the silence, ingrained by her training, Emma crept down the hallway in the opposite direction, towards the main staircase. The cavernous main hall was steeped in shadows, the grandfather clock ticking loudly in the stillness. The library doors were closed, dark. She reached Alexander's door, listening intently, silence from within. Praying he was asleep, or at least not immediately alerted, she slid the tiny scrap of paper under his door. It disappeared into the darkness on the other side. Retreating swiftly, melting back into the shadows beneath the grand staircase, Emma waited, her body taut as a wire. Had he found it? Would he ignore it? Would he assume it was a trap set by his father? Or would curiosity, that innate investigator's instinct she sensed in him, compel him to respond? Minutes stretched into an eternity, marked only by the heavy ticking of the clock and the frantic beating of her own heart. Just as she began to fear her gamble had failed, she heard faint movement from his wing. Not the decisive tread of someone answering a summons, but the cautious, almost silent footsteps of someone moving with extreme care. Then a darker shadow, detached itself from the corridor leading from his rooms and moved towards the library. It was Alexander. He paused at the library doors, listening, before slipping inside, closing them silently behind him. He'd come. Relief warred with terror. Now she had to follow, had to face him, had to somehow convey a warning without shattering her fragile disguise. Taking a deep breath, she crossed the shadowed hall, her bare feet soundless on the cool marble, and eased open one of the heavy library doors just enough to slip through. The library was vast and dark, smelling of leather and old paper. Moonlight, stronger now as clouds drifted apart, slanted through the tall windows, striping the floor and illuminating floating dust motes. Alexander stood near the center of the room, a tense silhouette against the moonlit windows, his head cocked, listening. He held a small, snub-nosed derringer loosely in his right hand, its metal glinting faintly. He was prepared for trouble. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice a low, dangerous whisper that barely disturbed the silence. "Show yourself." Emma stepped out from behind a towering bookshelf, keeping her hands visible, palms slightly outwards, in a gesture meant to convey non-aggression. "It's me, sir. Emily." Her voice trembled slightly, despite her efforts to control it. He stiffened, raising the derringer slightly, his eyes narrowed as they adjusted to the gloom, trying to read her expression. "Emily?" Suspicion radiated from him. "What is the meaning of this? That note, it was from you?" "Yes, sir." She took a hesitant step closer, stopping well out of her arm's reach. The space between them felt charged, volatile. "I had to warn you. I saw someone near your door just now, listening, moving stealthily." She deliberately omitted identifying Mrs. Davies. Accusing the housekeeper directly was too dangerous, too unbelievable coming from a maid. Let him draw his own conclusions if he could. Alexander didn't lower the gun. His eyes searched hers, intense, probing. "Someone? Who?" "I couldn't see clearly, sir. It was dark, but they were listening." And they came from the direction of the main house, not the servants' wing exit. A subtle clue, pointing away from common staff towards someone with authority, someone like the housekeeper. He remained silent for a long moment, processing her words, his gaze unwavering. The moonlight caught the sharp line of his jaw, the wary intelligence in his eyes. He lowered the derringer slightly, though he didn't put it away. "Why warn me, Emily? Why risk coming here like this?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. He wasn't just asking about the immediate risk, he was asking about her motives, her allegiance. This was the critical point. She had to offer something, a reason that fit her persona, yet conveyed the truth of the danger. Because what happened in the pantry today, sir, with Foreman Birch, it wasn't right. She kept her voice low, earnest, and because you told me to be careful what I hear. I heard something tonight, something that made me afraid for you. She let a hint of genuine fear color her voice. It wasn't difficult. He watched her, weighing her words, his expression unreadable in the shifting moonlight. "What Birch did was my father's doing," he stated flatly. "A message." "Perhaps," Emma conceded softly. "But some messages, they are followed by actions. The person I saw tonight, they seemed interested in your door, in your room." She let her gaze flicker meaningfully towards the general direction of his rooms, hoping he would connect it to the geode, to the secrets he guarded. Alexander's eyes sharpened, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps alarm, crossing his features. He glanced instinctively back towards the library doors, listening to the silence of the house beyond. He knew what she was implying without her saying it directly. Someone might be aware of, or trying to discover, what he possessed. He turned back to her, his posture losing some of its rigid suspicion, replaced by a weary tension. You took a considerable risk coming here, Emily. If Mrs. Davies were to find you... I know, sir, Emma whispered, but I couldn't. I couldn't stay silent. He took a step closer, lowering the derringer completely now, though he still held it. You seem remarkably observant for a maid. The statement hung between them, not quite an accusation, but a clear acknowledgement that he saw beyond her uniform. One learns to watch, sir, she replied, repeating her earlier deflection, hoping it still held water. To survive. He searched her face again in the dim light, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes, suspicion, grudging respect, perhaps even a dawning reluctant trust. Who are you, Emily? He asked softly, the question raw, direct. Emma's breath caught. This was the precipice. Reveal herself? Impossible. Maintain the lie? Increasingly difficult. She met his gaze directly, hoping her expression conveyed sincerity, despite the deception. I am someone who believes that men like Foreman Birch shouldn't run roughshod over decent people, and that secrets, sometimes they weigh more than silver. It was a partial truth, wrapped in ambiguity, hinting at a shared morality without exposing her mission. Alexander held her gaze for a long, charged moment. The silence stretched, filled only by the ticking clock and the sound of their breathing. He seemed to be making a decision, weighing risks, judging her sincerity. Finally, he gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. The tag I found, he said quietly, unexpectedly volunteering information, a tentative offering of trust, with the silver. The initials were J.H. I think it belonged to Josiah Hemlock. Old Man Hemlock, the miner whose widow Alexander was secretly helping. Josiah, the name clicked. Had Hemlock discovered the illicit smelting? Had he been silenced? The implication was chilling. He died in a cave-in last year, didn't he? Emma asked softly, recalling fragments of servants' gossip. That was the official story, Alexander said, his voice grim. A tragic accident in a supposedly stable tunnel. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. His section was near the North Ridge workings, near the abandoned assay office. He was connecting the dots, seeing the sinister pattern, and he was sharing it with her. The maid. It was a calculated risk, a test, perhaps, but also a profound gesture of confidence, however fragile. You must be incredibly careful, sir, Emma whispered, urgency flooding her voice. What you found is not just theft, it's dangerous. More dangerous than you might realize. And the danger isn't just at the mine. It's here, inside these walls. She couldn't say Mrs. Davies' name, couldn't reveal how she knew, but she tried to infuse her words with enough conviction to make him understand. He looked at her intently. You believe the person you saw tonight was searching for this? He gestured vaguely towards his wing. I believe they were listening, sir. Perhaps planning to search. Perhaps waiting for an opportunity. He nodded again, slowly absorbing the warning. Thank you, Emily, he said, the words simple, but carrying immense weight in the charged atmosphere. For the warning, you've confirmed some of my own suspicions. He didn't elaborate. A floorboard creaked upstairs. Both of them froze, instantly alert, eyes darting towards the library doors. The sound wasn't repeated. perhaps just the old house settling, but it served as a stark reminder of their perilous position. "You need to go," Alexander whispered urgently. "Now, before anyone stirs. And you, sir?" "I wait. Ensure the way is clear." He tucked the derringer into his waistband. "Go back the way you came, and Emily—" He hesitated, his gaze locking with hers again in the moonlight. "Be careful." The shared warning hung between them, an invisible thread connecting them in the darkness. Emma nodded, unable to speak. She turned and slipped back towards the library door, casting one last glance at Alexander's solitary figure, standing amidst the towering shelves, a man besieged, guarding dangerous secrets. She navigated the shadowed hallways back to the servants' wing, her heart pounding, every sense straining. Reaching her room undetected felt like crossing a minefield. She collapsed onto her bed, trembling, the adrenaline slowly receding, leaving behind a profound sense of unease and a fragile, terrifying tendril of hope. She had risked everything, stepping out from the shadows, offering a warning veiled in half-truths. He had responded not with dismissal, but with a confidence, however partial, however dangerous. A tentative alliance had been forged in the midnight silence, born of shared danger and unspoken understanding. But it was an alliance built on deception, shadowed by suspicion, and surrounded by enemies who were growing bolder. The confidence shared in the darkness felt real, vital, but Emma knew with chilling certainty that the dawn would bring even greater risks. Chapter 10. Threads of Trust Woven in Lies. The midnight confidence shared in the moon-drenched library cast long, intricate shadows over the ensuing days. A fragile, almost invisible thread now connected Emma and Alexander, woven from shared danger, tentative trust, and the heavy secrets they both carried. Yet this nascent alliance was stretched taut over a chasm of deception. Her deception about her identity and purpose. His potential deception about the full extent of his knowledge or motives. Though Emma felt increasingly convinced of his integrity regarding the thefts. Every interaction, every shared glance across a crowded room or silent corridor became a complex negotiation, fraught with unspoken questions and the constant risk of misinterpretation. Outwardly, nothing changed. Emma resumed her role as the quiet, efficient Emily Carter, polishing, dusting, serving, her movements deft, her expression carefully neutral. Alexander maintained his reserved, often solitary existence, dividing his time between the library, his rooms, and occasional tight-lipped excursions out onto the range or towards the mine, always returning looking weary and grim. The oppressive tension within the mansion remained, thick and suffocating, particularly between father and son. Theron Sterling's moods grew increasingly volatile, his demands sharper, his patience thinner. He seemed consumed by pressures Emma could only guess at dwindling yields, perhaps, or the difficulty of maintaining his elaborate shadow operation under his son's increasingly informed scrutiny. But beneath the surface, the dynamics had shifted subtly. Alexander no longer regarded Emma with overt suspicion. The cool wariness had been replaced by a watchful, appraising neutrality. He didn't seek her out, didn't engage her in unnecessary conversation. But when their paths crossed during her duties, his gaze sometimes held a flicker of acknowledgement, a silent recognition of the warning she had given, the risk she had taken. It was a precarious understanding, existing entirely in the spaces between words. Mrs. Davies, however, remained a formidable obstacle, her scrutiny unwavering. Emma felt the housekeeper's eyes on her constantly, dissecting her movements, evaluating her expressions. Had Mrs. Davies sensed the shift in Alexander's attitude towards the maid? Had she noticed Emma's presence near the library that night, despite her caution? The housekeeper revealed nothing, her composure impeccable, her commands delivered with icy precision. But Emma felt the pressure mounting, the sense of being observed intensifying. She knew she was walking a dangerously thin line, caught between Alexander's nascent trust and the housekeeper's potentially lethal suspicion. Emma needed to consolidate her position, to subtly feed Alexander information that might aid his investigation without revealing her own sources or methods. It was a delicate balancing act. She couldn't directly mention the night wagons or Mrs. Davies's complicity. Instead, she began to employ indirect tactics, weaving crumbs of information into the fabric of her assumed role. While tidying the library one morning, knowing Alexander was present, engrossed in examining ore samples under a powerful lens, she allowed herself to sigh softly, a sound of weary resignation. "Long day already, Emily?" Alexander asked without looking up, his tone neutral. "Just tired, sir," Emma replied, dusting a shelf near his table. "Heard some of the lads talking down in the stables earlier. Worried about the East Road being washed out again if more rain comes. Said it's barely passable as it is, especially for heavy loads." She kept her voice light, conversational, the worried tone of a servant overhearing gossip. Alexander paused in his work, his hand hovering over a sample. He didn't turn, but she sensed his sudden stillness, his heightened attention. The East Road, the route used by the clandestine wagons. He likely knew its significance. "The East Road?" he queried casually. "Why would the stable hands be concerned about that track? It's hardly used." "Oh, I don't know, sir." Emma feigned ignorance, carefully arranging books. "Perhaps supplies for some of the outlying homesteads, or maybe prospectors using it. They just seem worried about getting stuck, especially at night." She emphasized the last word slightly, then immediately moved away, busying herself at the far end of the library, not wanting to seem overly interested in his reaction. She didn't dare look back, but she felt his gaze on her, thoughtful, analytical. She had planted a seed connecting the East Road with heavy loads, night travel, and difficulty, subtly reinforcing the idea of illicit activity without directly stating it. Would he connect it to the herb woman's tale if he'd pursued that lead, or to his own observations? Later that same day, another opportunity arose. Mrs. Davies dispatched Emma to Theron Sterling's study with a message regarding household accounts. Theron wasn't there, but the room, usually kept meticulously ordered, showed signs of recent agitation. Papers were slightly askew on the large desk. An ashtray overflowed with cigar butts, and a decanter of brandy stood nearly empty. Emma delivered the message folder, her eyes quickly scanning the desk's surface as she placed it down. Amongst the scattered papers, one item caught her eye: a telegraph flimsy, partially obscured by a heavy paperweight shaped like a silver ingot. Emma couldn't read the entire message without making it obvious she was prying, but she caught key fragments. "Shipment delayed. Birch confirms alternate route. F insists on full payment regardless." F. Finn. Birch. Delayed shipment. Alternate route. Full payment. It confirmed Theron's direct involvement, the connection to Birch, the existence of the shadowy Finn demanding payment, and crucially, that the operation was facing logistical problems. likely due to the storm damage or perhaps increased scrutiny. She retreated quickly, her heart pounding with the discovery. She couldn't relay this directly to Alexander, but the knowledge itself was valuable, confirming the pressure Theron was under. It might explain his volatile mood and Birch's increasingly aggressive tactics. Her most significant step in reinforcing the fragile trust with Alexander came unexpectedly, born from a moment of shared vulnerability. She was polishing the brass fittings on the main hall doors late one afternoon when Alexander entered. Returning from another long ride, he looked exhausted, mud-splattered, and profoundly discouraged. He barely glanced at her as he moved towards the staircase, his shoulders slumped. Just as he reached the bottom step, Theron Sterling emerged from his study, his face a thundercloud. "Alexander, where have you been skulking? I needed you at the smelter hours ago. Problems with the regulators again, demanding documentation we shouldn't have to provide." Alexander stopped, turning slowly, his weariness overlaid with a familiar defiance. "I was checking the northern boundary fences, Father, as you instructed yesterday. Yesterday's instructions are irrelevant when today's crises arise." Theron snapped, striding towards him. "Your priorities are skewed, obsessed with worthless rock samples while the entire operation faces threats from bureaucrats and incompetence." "Perhaps if the documentation was in order, the regulators wouldn't be a threat," Alexander countered, his voice dangerously quiet. "Perhaps if the ore tallies matched the shipping manifests, there would be fewer questions." It was a direct challenge, more overt than Emma had ever heard him make before. Theron's face suffused with color. He took another step, looming over his son, his hand half raised as if to strike. Emma froze, instinctively bracing herself. "How dare you?" Theron hissed, his voice trembling with rage. "You imply theft, incompetence." "Perhaps the incompetence lies with a son who spends his time chasing shadows instead of attending to business." He lowered his hand, seeming to gain control with visible effort. "Get cleaned up. Meet me in the study in 1 hour. And bring those boundary reports if you even bothered to make any." He turned sharply and stalked back into his study, slamming the door behind him. Alexander stood motionless at the foot of the stairs, his back to Emma. She could see the rigid line of his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. He hadn't flinched during the confrontation, but the aftermath, the sheer venom of his father's attack, seemed to wash over him, leaving him exposed, vulnerable. He took a deep, ragged breath, then slowly began to climb the stairs, his steps heavy. As he passed the spot where Emma stood, pretending to be engrossed in polishing a door hinge, his eyes met hers. The weariness, the frustration, the banked anger were all there, raw and undisguised. But there was something else, too, a flicker of acknowledgement, a silent appeal, perhaps, for witness, for understanding. Impulsively, Emma broke character, keeping her voice barely above a whisper, pitched only for him. She murmured, "The strongest timbers often bear the most scars, sir." It was a simple phrase, something her own father might have said, an offering of solidarity, disguised as homespun philosophy. Alexander stopped, one hand on the banister, and looked down at her. The intensity in his gaze made her breath catch. He didn't speak for a long moment, simply holding her eyes, the sounds of the house, the ticking clock, distant clatter from the kitchens fading into insignificance there. Then a ghost of that rare, faint smile touched his lips. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture freighted with meaning, before continuing up the stairs, and disappearing into the upper corridor. Emma leaned her forehead against the cool brass of the door fitting, her heart hammering. It was the most unprofessional, impulsive thing she had done since arriving, a direct expression of sympathy, a breach of the servant-master divide, offered purely from a human instinct to acknowledge his struggle. And he hadn't rebuked her. He had accepted it, acknowledged it with that silent nod, that fleeting smile. The thread of trust between them, though woven with lies, felt suddenly stronger, more tangible. But the risk was immense. If Mrs. Davies had witnessed that exchange, however brief, however quiet, Emma glanced nervously down the hall towards the housekeeper's usual domain. Nothing. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a cold prickle on the back of her neck. That evening, the tension in the house was unbearable. The meeting between father and son took place behind the closed study door. No raised voices were heard, but when Alexander finally emerged hours later, he looked utterly drained, his face pale and set like stone. He bypassed the dining room entirely, retreating once more to the solitude of his wing. Emma, delivering a late pot of coffee requested by Mrs. Davies, a request that felt suspiciously like a check on her whereabouts, passed Alexander's door. It was closed tight. No light showed beneath it, but she heard a faint sound from within the clink of glass against glass. Brandy? Whiskey? He was seeking solace, or perhaps steeling his nerves. The weight of his father's accusations, the burden of the secrets he carried, the isolation, it was pushing him to the edge. Later still, long after midnight, unable to sleep, Emma found herself drawn back towards the library, not seeking another clandestine meeting, but needing the quiet, the darkness, the illusion of space away from the prying eyes of the servants' wing. She slipped inside, the moonlight once again her only companion. She drifted towards the window, looking out at the dark, sleeping landscape. The silence felt profound, yet charged. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked behind her. She whirled around, her hand instinctively reaching for the small knife she kept strapped to her calf beneath her skirt, a precaution she'd taken since realizing the depth of the danger. Alexander stood near the doorway, not holding a weapon this time, just watching her. He must have been unable to sleep as well, drawn to the same quiet space. Couldn't sleep? He asked softly, his voice rough. Emma slowly relaxed her stance, letting her hand fall away from her ankle. No, sir. The house feels restless tonight. He nodded, moving further into the room, stopping a few feet away from her near a globe stand. Restlessness seems to be a contagion here. He ran a hand over the curved surface of the globe, tracing the lines of continents in the moonlight. My father believes I am undermining him, deliberately trying to ruin the business his father built, the business he expanded. It wasn't a question, but a statement, heavy with weariness and a touch of bitterness. He was confiding in her again, extending that fragile trust further into the darkness. And are you, sir? Emma asked quietly, holding her breath. He looked up, meeting her eyes across the shadowed space. I'm trying to save it, he said simply, from the rot within before it consumes everything. He paused. He won't see it. He's blinded by pride, by greed, perhaps by fear. He trusts men like Birch, like others, implicitly, while suspecting his own son. Men like Finn. The name slipped out before Emma could stop it, prompted by the telegraph message she'd glimpsed. Alexander's head snapped up, his eyes instantly sharp, alert. Finn, where did you hear that name? Caught. A stupid, impulsive mistake, born of the moment's intimacy. Her mind raced, scrambling for a plausible explanation. I I heard it mentioned once, sir, by one of the delivery men down in town, just a passing comment. Something about accounts needing settling with Mr. Sterling. I paid it no mind, thought it was just business. It was flimsy, transparently so under his intense scrutiny. He stared at her, disbelief warring with calculation in his expression. He knew she was lying, or at least omitting a great deal. The fragile thread of trust stretched, thinned, threatened to snap. He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. Emily, he said, his gaze boring into hers. Stop playing the innocent maid. I know you're more than that. Your observations are too keen, your overheard comments too pointed, your presence too coincidental. You warned me. You know things you shouldn't. Who are you working for? The direct question hung between them like a drawn blade. The dance of deception was over. He had called her out. The carefully woven threads of trust were fraying, threatening to unravel completely, exposing her lies and potentially shattering any chance of stopping thereon before it was too late. Her cover was blown, or near enough. Her answer now would determine everything. Chapter 11. Between Duty and Desire. The question hung in the moonlit silence of the library, sharp and unavoidable as the glint of steel. Who are you working for? Alexander's voice, though low, held an intensity that stripped away the last vestiges of Emma's carefully constructed facade. The game was up. The dance of deception had ended, leaving them standing face to face in the stark, revealing light of his direct challenge. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the profound quiet. Denial was useless. He had seen through the disguise, pieced together the inconsistencies, recognized the observer beneath the servant's cap. Emma met his gaze, the shadows playing across the sharp planes of his face, highlighting the exhaustion and the unwavering determination in his gray eyes. She could lie, try to deflect, but the fragile trust they had begun to build, however precarious, would shatter instantly, irrevocably. He deserved the truth, or at least a version of it. More importantly, perhaps their combined knowledge, their potential alliance, was the best, maybe the only hope of exposing Theron's conspiracy and preventing further harm, perhaps even bloodshed, considering Josiah Hemlock's fate. Taking a deep breath, letting it out slowly, she made her decision. The Pinkerton agency demanded discretion, anonymity, but the situation had moved beyond standard protocols. This was raw, immediate danger, implicating the very client who had hired them. And Alexander, he was no longer just a target or a pawn. He was a fellow combatant in a war fought in shadows, and potentially the only ally she could trust within these treacherous walls. My name, she said, her voice quiet but clear, shedding the last remnants of Emily Carter's persona, is Emma Reed. She watched his face closely for any flicker of recognition. The name wouldn't mean anything to him unless he'd had previous dealings with the agency, which seemed unlikely. He absorbed the name, his expression unchanging, waiting. And Emma Reed, he prompted, his gaze never leaving hers. I work for the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. The admission hung in the air between them. Alexander didn't react with shock or outrage as she might have expected. Instead, a slow dawning seemed to spread across his features, a look of weary understanding, as if disparate pieces of a puzzle were finally clicking into place. Pinkerton, he murmured, nodding slowly. Of course, my father. He hired you, didn't he? To investigate the thefts, to investigate me? The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable, yet tempered with a grim sort of vindication. He hadn't been imagining the scrutiny. It had been professional, deliberate. Initially, yes, Emma confirmed quietly. The initial suspicion, based on access and rumor, fell upon you. She felt a pang of guilt acknowledging it, even though it was standard procedure. Rumors my father likely encouraged, Alexander stated flatly, a muscle tightening in his jaw. He paced a few steps away, running a hand through his hair. So all this time, the observant maid, the concerned warnings, it was all part of the act, gathering evidence against me? I gather evidence, Emma corrected, stepping slightly forward, needing him to understand. Against whoever is responsible for the thefts. My methods may involve deception, Mr. Sterling, but my objective is the truth. And the truth, as I've observed it here, doesn't point towards you. He stopped pacing, turning back to face her, his expression skeptical but searching. Doesn't it? What have you observed, Agent Reed, from your vantage point amongst the dusters and polishing cloth? Now was the time for carefully curated honesty. She couldn't reveal everything, the extent of her snooping, the specific source of every piece of information, but she needed to give him enough to solidify their alliance, to show him she was on his side, or rather, on the side of the truth he sought. I've observed your meticulous investigation, she began, keeping her voice low and steady. Your analysis of the ledgers, the maps, the core samples. I overheard your attempt to warn your father and his dismissal, his accusations against you. She paused, letting that sink in. I witnessed your confrontation with Foreman Birch at the North Ridge Assay Office. I saw him try to intimidate you, saw the man with the rifle on the ridge backing him up. Alexander's eyes widened slightly. You were there, at North Ridge. My duties occasionally require flexibility in location, Emma replied evasively. I saw enough to know Birch was acting under orders to stop you, likely from recovering whatever you found inside our. She met his gaze pointedly. Something heavier than ore samples. He didn't confirm or deny, but his sharp intake of breath told her she'd hit the mark. He knew she understood the significance of the hidden silver. I also know, she continued, pressing her advantage, sharing another crucial piece, about wagons moving off the east track at night. Covered wagons heading away from the mine, away from the smelter, especially during the storm. His gaze sharpened further. Old Maggie? Among other sources, Emma confirmed vaguely. And I know your father received a telegraph mentioning Birch, shipment delays, an alternate route, and demands for payment from someone identified only as F. Alexander stared at her. Processing the rapid-fire revelations, he scrubbed a hand over his face, sighing deeply. So you know he's behind it. My own father, bleeding his own company dry, using thugs like Birch conspiring with this Finn. The name sounded like poison on his tongue. The evidence strongly suggests his involvement, yes, Emma confirmed, along with Birch and Finn, whoever he is. She hesitated, then decided to take the final, most dangerous plunge, the one that directly implicated someone within the house. And I believe the conspiracy extends closer than you think. The night I warned you, the person I saw lurking near your corridor, listening, the person who came from the main house wing, not the servants' exit. It was Mrs. Davies. If her previous revelations had surprised him, this one stunned him. He recoiled slightly, disbelief warring with dawning horror on his face. Mrs. Davies, no, that's impossible. She practically raised me. She's been with my father since before I was born. Her loyalty is absolute. Her loyalty is absolute, Emma agreed grimly. To your father? I saw her meeting secretly with a rough-looking man in the servants' corridor late one night. Money or instructions changed hands. They spoke of the east track, of movements happening tonight. The night I warned you. She was moving towards your wing after midnight. I believe she is your father's eyes and ears within this house, facilitating communication, perhaps coordinating with Finn, ensuring loyalty or silence amongst the staff, and potentially tasked with monitoring or even neutralizing you if you get too close. Alexander looked shaken, poleaxed by the revelation. Mrs. Davies, the stern but constant presence in his life, a figure of discipline and order, complicit in his father's crimes, potentially betraying him directly. It struck at the very foundation of his world within the mansion. He sank onto the edge of the heavy library table, staring blankly at the floor, the derringer lying forgotten beside him. Mrs. Davies, he whispered, the name thick with disillusionment. It explains so much, her questions, her always knowing where I am, who I've spoken to. He looked up at Emma, his eyes filled with a new, raw pain. This rot, it goes deeper than I ever imagined. Emma moved closer, instinctively wanting to offer comfort, but acutely aware of the professional lines she had already blurred. Mr. Sterling, Alexander, she began softly. I know this is difficult, but understanding the full scope of the threat is crucial. Your father, Birch, Finn, Mrs. Davies, they are all working together, and they know you are investigating. They consider you a direct threat. He looked at her, truly looked at her, not as Emily, the maid, but as Emma Reed, the woman who had risked her cover, her mission, perhaps her life, to warn him, to share this devastating truth. The suspicion was gone, replaced by a complex mixture of gratitude, shared burden, and something else, something warmer, more personal, flickering in the depths of his gray eyes. Why? He asked, his voice barely audible. Why tell me all this, Emma? Your duty was to report to my father, revealing this, revealing yourself. It jeopardizes everything for you. Here lay the crux of her internal conflict, the heart of the matter that went beyond Pinkerton protocols. Duty versus what? A sense of justice? An unwillingness to see an innocent man destroyed? Or something more akin to the word whispered in the chapter title, desire? Not necessarily a romantic desire, not yet perhaps, but a desire for truth, a desire to align herself with the pursuit of that truth alongside this complicated, besieged man, a desire to see him prevail against the darkness closing in. My duty is to the truth, she stated firmly, meeting his gaze. And my contract is with the Pinkerton agency ultimately. My client, your father, appears to be the perpetrator, not the victim. Continuing to report my findings to him would make me complicit, ethically, professionally. I cannot do that. It was a sound, logical explanation rooted in professional integrity, but it wasn't the whole story. She took another step closer, drawn by the vulnerability in his eyes, the shared peril that stripped away pretense. And beyond duty, she admitted, her voice dropping, becoming more personal, I believe you are trying to do the right thing, Alexander. In the face of immense pressure, isolation, and danger, someone has to stand against the rot, as you said. Perhaps we can stand against it together. The offer hung in the air, audacious, dangerous, an alliance not just of convenience, but potentially of conviction. Alexander searched her face, the moonlight catching the earnestness in her expression. He saw the resolve, the intelligence, the courage it had taken for her to reveal herself. He saw, perhaps, a reflection of his own desperate fight. A slow warmth spread through him, chasing away some of the bone-deep chill of betrayal and isolation. He wasn't entirely alone anymore. He rose slowly from the table, closing the small distance between them. They stood mere inches apart, the vast silent library encapsulating them in a pocket of charged intimacy. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing a stray strand of hair back from her cheek, a gesture far removed from the master-servant dynamic, an unconscious acknowledgement of the woman beneath the uniform. Emma didn't flinch, didn't pull away. His touch was tentative, almost reverent, yet it sent a jolt through her, igniting a spark that the danger and deception had somehow fanned rather than extinguished. Together, he echoed softly, his gaze holding hers, intense and searching. Emma Reed. It suits you far better than Emily Carter. A ghost of a smile touched his lips again, genuine this time, filled with weary relief and burgeoning hope. But the risks, they increase tenfold now for both of us. If my father or Mrs. Davies suspects we are collaborating, I know, Emma whispered, acutely aware of his closeness, the warmth radiating from him, the faint scent of rain-soaked earth and determination clinging to him. But the risk of inaction is greater. They silenced Josiah Hemlock. They won't hesitate to silence you or me. Duty and desire blurred in that moment. Her duty was to expose the truth, to stop the crime. Her desire was more complex. A desire for justice, yes, but also an undeniable pull towards this man who fought for integrity against impossible odds, a man whose quiet strength resonated with her own, a desire to protect him, to stand with him, that went beyond the parameters of her assignment. The silver I found, Alexander said, his voice dropping lower, drawing her into his confidence completely now. And the tag, it's hidden, safe for now, but it's not enough. It proves illicit smelting. It links to Hemlock, but it doesn't directly tie my father or Finn to the operation beyond doubt. We need more. We need proof of the shipments, proof of Finn's identity, proof of the conspiracy's full reach. I agree. Emma nodded, her mind already shifting back into detective mode, assessing the strategic situation. We need to find out who Finn is. We need evidence of the wagon movements. Perhaps catch a shipment in progress. We need access to your father's private ledgers or correspondence, something that explicitly details the scheme. Accessing his study is nearly impossible, Alexander stated grimly. It's always locked, and Mrs. Davies holds the only other key besides his own. Perhaps, Emma mused, thinking aloud, Mrs. Davies is the weak link. If she believes you are still unaware of her involvement, if she feels the pressure mounting from your father or Finn, maybe she'll make a mistake. Or maybe she can be encouraged to make one. It was a dangerous thought, actively manipulating the housekeeper, but the stakes were rising. They were no longer just observers, they were active players in a deadly game. Alexander considered her words, then nodded slowly. It's risky. She's cunning, but perhaps you're right. He looked at Emma again, the warmth in his eyes deepening. We need to be careful. Communicate discreetly. Trust no one else. Agreed, Emma murmured. The air between them crackled, the shared purpose forging a bond stronger than fear, stronger even than the lies that had initially defined their relationship. He reached out again, his hand hovering near hers for a moment, before his fingers gently closed around her wrist. His touch was firm, reassuring, a silent promise in the darkness. "Thank you, Emma Reed," he whispered, "for telling me the truth, for everything." Emma felt her breath catch. The simple touch, the quiet sincerity in his voice, breached the last of her professional reserve. Duty demanded she remain detached, objective, but the desire for connection, for shared purpose, for the possibility of something more than just survival flickering in his eyes, pulled her closer. She didn't pull her wrist away. Instead, her fingers instinctively curled slightly, acknowledging the contact, accepting the fragile, dangerous alliance. They stood there for a long moment in the moonlit silence, two solitary figures, bound by secrets, danger, and the burgeoning, undeniable pull between them. The path ahead was treacherous, fraught with betrayal and the constant threat of violence. But in that shared confidence, in that tentative touch, they had found something unexpected, a flicker of hope, a reason to fight, and the unnerving, exhilarating realization that their fates were now irrevocably intertwined, caught somewhere between duty and desire. Chapter 12. The Price of Silence. The clandestine alliance forged in the library's midnight shadows irrevocably altered the landscape within the Sterling mansion. Though Emma Reed still moved through the house in the guise of Emily Carter, the dynamic between her and Alexander Sterling had shifted from one of veiled suspicion to a perilous secret partnership. They communicated through fleeting glances across crowded rooms, brief, seemingly innocuous exchanges disguised as servant-master interactions, and occasionally urgent, whispered conversations snatched in deserted corridors or shadowy alcoves when the ever-watchful eyes of Mrs. Davies were momentarily diverted. Each shared look, each coded word was a spark in the oppressive darkness, fueling a dangerous hope but also amplifying the risks. They were two conspirators moving through enemy territory, acutely aware that discovery meant not just failure, but potentially fatal consequences. The knowledge of Mrs. Davies' complicity hung heavy between them, transforming the stern housekeeper from a mere obstacle into a proximate, intimate threat. Her every instruction to Emma, every interaction with Alexander, was now viewed through the lens of potential manipulation or espionage. Their immediate goal was clear: gather definitive proof connecting Theron Sterling and the elusive Finn to the illicit silver operation. Alexander focused on analyzing the core sample he'd retrieved and cross-referencing minute details from old mine reports and geological surveys, searching for anomalies his father might have missed or deliberately obscured. He confided in Emma during one hurried, whispered exchange behind the conservatory's overgrown ferns that the core sample showed traces of chemicals consistent with rudimentary smelting processes, found at a depth and location that made no geological sense, further evidence of the hidden operation near the North Ridge. He also confirmed the brass tag initials J.H. almost certainly belonged to Josiah Hemlock, whose accidental death looked increasingly like murder to silence a potential witness. Emma, meanwhile, used her mobility and near invisibility as a maid to continue observing, listening, searching for weaknesses in the household's defenses. Her primary focus became Mrs. Davies, understanding the housekeeper's routines, her fears, her loyalties, might provide the key to unlocking the conspiracy. Emma watched her relentlessly, noting the slight tremor in her hands when she poured Theron's morning coffee after a particularly tense night. The way her gaze darted nervously towards the study door, the almost imperceptible tightening of her lips when Alexander's name was mentioned. The pressure, Emma sensed, was taking its toll on the housekeeper's formidable composure. She subtly tested the housekeeper's reactions. While dusting in the main hall, she might accidentally mention hearing gossip in town about miners being unhappy, about whispers of shorted pay or unsafe conditions, watching for Mrs. Davies's response. The housekeeper would invariably shut down the conversation with a sharp reprimand about idle talk, but Emma saw the flicker of unease in her eyes, the stiffening of her posture. Mrs. Davies was aware of the discontent, aware of the risks, and clearly worried about information leaking out. Their most dangerous gambit involved attempting to access Theron Sterling's study. Alexander confirmed it was kept meticulously locked, and Mrs. Davies held the only spare key, which she guarded jealously, on a chatelaine, clipped to her waist during the day and locked in her own room at night. Direct entry seemed impossible without alerting either Theron or the housekeeper. There might be another way, Emma whispered to Alexander during a brief rendezvous in the dusty, deserted attic, ostensibly checking for storm damage that never materialized. Old houses like this, sometimes there are forgotten connections. She was thinking of dumbwaiters, laundry chutes, ventilation shafts, architectural quirks that might offer unconventional access, bypassing locked doors. Alexander considered this, his brow furrowed. There's an old dumbwaiter shaft, he mused. Runs from the kitchens up past the main floors, originally used for serving upper bedrooms. It passes near the back wall of Father's study on the main floor, but it hasn't been used in decades. Likely blocked. Filthy. Filth washes off, Emma countered quietly. Blocked might be an obstacle, or it might offer concealment. It was a long shot, dangerous and physically demanding, requiring access to the shaft from the basement kitchens, bypassing the notice of cook and other downstairs staff and navigating the dark, potentially unstable structure. But the potential reward access to Theron's private papers, ledgers, perhaps even correspondence with Finn, was immense. They devised a plan, relying on careful timing and diversion. Alexander would create a distraction, summoning Mrs. Davies to the stables on some urgent pretext related to his horse, or equipment, something plausible that would draw her away from the main house for a crucial window of time. Emma, meanwhile, would slip down to the disused basement section beneath the kitchens, find the dumbwaiter access, and make the perilous ascent. The chosen afternoon arrived, fraught with tension. The air was thick with impending rain, mirroring the storm brewing within the mansion walls. Alexander, looking pale but resolute, intercepted Mrs. Davies in the main hall. "Housekeeper," he called, his voice carrying convincingly urgent concern. "That new stable lad seems to have mishandled the feed mix for Pegasus again. The horse looks unwell. I need your eye. You know his constitution better than anyone." Mrs. Davies hesitated, clearly reluctant to be drawn away, her gaze darting towards Theron's closed study door. But Alexander pressed, citing his father's displeasure should anything happen to his prized chestnut gelding. Grudgingly, pulling her shawl tighter, the housekeeper followed him out towards the stables, the keys on her chatelaine glinting. This was Emma's cue. Heart pounding, she slipped down the back stairs, avoiding the main kitchen bustle, and entered the cool, damp quiet of the old basement storerooms. Cobwebs hung like macabre decorations, and the air smelled of earth and decay. Locating the dumbwaiter shaft wasn't difficult. A soot-stained wooden door, warped and slightly ajar, marked its position in a dark corner. Pulling the door open revealed a narrow, pitch-black vertical tunnel lined with greasy ropes and decades of accumulated grime. It smelled foul, a mixture of rancid grease, dust, and something unpleasantly organic. Taking a deep breath, Emma lit the small, shielded lamp she carried, holding it aloft. The shaft seemed clear for at least the first 20 feet, though the ropes looked frayed and unreliable. Using them for climbing was out of the question. She'd have to brace herself against the narrow walls, finding footholds in the timber framing. Securing the lamp to her belt, she began the slow, arduous climb. The space was suffocatingly narrow, the walls slick with grime. Dust and debris rained down on her. Every scrape of her boots, every grunt of exertion seemed magnified in the confined space. She climbed steadily, marking her approximate progress by counting the timber supports. Reaching the level of the main floor, she searched for any sign of an access point near where she estimated the study wall should be. There, a section where the plaster lining the shaft had crumbled away, revealing the lath and plaster of the adjoining room's wall, and crucially, a small, removable ventilation grate, long painted over but still discernible, set low near the floor level inside the study. If she could dislodge the grate without making noise. Working carefully with the tip of her knife, she scraped away the old paint and gently probed the edges of the grate. It was stiff but seemed designed to be removable, likely for periodic cleaning that hadn't occurred in generations. After several tense minutes, she managed to loosen it, easing it inwards into the study with agonizing slowness. Holding her breath, she peered through the opening. She was looking into Theron Sterling's study from floor level near a heavy bookcase. The room was empty, silent. Moonlight, or rather, the gloomy pre-storm light, filtered through the heavy curtains. Heart pounding, lamp shielded, Emma wriggled through the narrow opening, emerging into the lion's den, covered in grime and cobwebs. She moved swiftly, silently, towards the massive oak desk. This was the heart of Theron's operation. Papers were stacked neatly now, the earlier agitation replaced by order. Where would he keep the truly incriminating evidence, not likely just lying out? She checked the drawers locked. Of course, she didn't have time for intricate lockpicking. Her eyes scanned the room, the heavy safe in the corner, the bookshelves lined with legal texts and mining journals, the fireplace. Then she saw it. Tucked away on a lower shelf of the bookcase nearest the desk, almost hidden behind a row of dull legal statutes, was a ledger. Unlike the official company books, this one was smaller, bound in plain dark leather, with no title on the spine. It felt personal, private. With trembling fingers, she slid it out. It fell open easily, as if frequently consulted. The pages were filled not with Theron's neat copperplate, but with a tighter, more secretive script. Columns of figures, dates, cryptic notations, B delivery, F commission, quantities listed simply as units, destinations noted by single letters E, presumably for East, others she didn't recognize. Interspersed were names Hemlock, with a date beside it that corresponded roughly to his accident. Other names unfamiliar, also with dates. Payments recorded, substantial sums next to the initial F. This was it. Theron's shadow ledger, a detailed record of the illicit operation, the payments, the silenced opposition. Proof. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching in the corridor outside, heavy, authoritative footsteps. Theron Sterling, returning unexpectedly, or had Mrs. Davies alerted him? Panic seized her. She couldn't get caught here. Quickly, she slid the ledger back into its hiding place, ensuring it looked undisturbed. She scrambled back towards the ventilation grate, her movements frantic now. Just as she reached it, the key turned in the study door lock. There was no time to replace the grate securely. She squeezed back through the opening into the filthy dumbwaiter shaft as the study door swung open. She pulled the grate partially back into place, praying it wouldn't be noticed in the dim light, and immediately began scrambling downwards in the darkness, not daring to use her lamp. She heard Theron's heavy sigh as he entered the room, the clink of a glass, the creak of his leather chair. She didn't dare pause, didn't dare breathe, just descended as quickly and silently as her trembling limbs would allow, grime and fear clinging to her in equal measure. Reaching the basement level felt like surfacing from a near drowning. She stumbled out of the shaft, pulling the warped door shut, leaning against the damp wall, gasping for air, her body shaking uncontrollably. She had found the proof. The shadow ledger held the key. But Theron was back. Had he seen the disturbed grate? Had she left any trace? And how could they possibly retrieve the ledger now, with Theron undoubtedly alerted to potential threats, his study more fortress-like than ever? Cleaning herself up as best she could in the dim basement, she composed herself, smoothing her uniform, wiping the worst of the grime from her face and hands. She needed to get back upstairs, reassume her role, act as if nothing had happened. She encountered Cook in the passage, muttering about the damp making her joints ache, but the woman barely glanced at Emma's slightly disheveled state. Reaching the main floor, she saw Alexander returning from the stables, his expression tense. He caught her eye, a question clear in his gaze. Emma gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod, trying to convey success without alerting any unseen watchers. Relief washed over his face, quickly masked. But their silent communication was interrupted. Mrs. Davies swept towards them from the direction of the main entrance, her face grim. "Mr. Alexander," she said, her voice tight, "your father requires you in the study. Immediately." She didn't wait for a response, turning on her heel and marching back towards the study, a silent summons for him to follow. Alexander exchanged a quick, alarmed glance with Emma. Had Theron discovered something? Was this a trap? Emma felt a cold dread seep into her bones. She had the knowledge, but getting the proof, the ledger itself, seemed suddenly, terrifyingly out of reach. And Alexander was walking back into the lion's den, potentially unaware of what awaited him. The price of silence. Hemlock's silence, the silence of others potentially named in that ledger, had been death. What, Emma wondered with a sickening lurch in her stomach, would be the price for breaking it? The weight of the conspiracy pressed down, heavy and threatening, and the path towards truth seemed littered with pitfalls, each more dangerous than the last. Chapter 13. Echoes from the mine shaft. Alexander walked towards his father's study with a chilling sense of finality, the housekeeper's summons echoing the grim toll of a bell. Emma's almost imperceptible nod in the corridor had confirmed she'd found something during her perilous infiltration via the dumbwaiter shaft, likely the shadow ledger she'd hypothesized. But Theron's immediate, peremptory summons suggested discovery, a trap being sprung. Had Emma been detected? Had Theron found some sign of intrusion, however minute? Or was this summons merely the next phase in his father's campaign of intimidation and control? Alexander didn't know, and the uncertainty tightened the knot of dread in his stomach. He paused outside the heavy oak door, composing himself, schooling his features into a neutral mask. He could hear the low murmur of voices from within his father's sharp, impatient tones, and another, lower voice he didn't immediately recognize. Not Birch, not Mrs. Davies, someone new. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Theron Sterling sat behind his massive desk, a half-empty brandy glass at his elbow, his eyes glittering with a mixture of anger and calculation. Standing near the window, partially obscured by shadow, was a man Alexander had never seen before. He was lean, wiry, dressed in dark, well-cut clothes that spoke of city dwelling rather than the rough environs of redemption. His face was sharp-featured, intelligent, with cold, watchful eyes that assessed Alexander instantly, missing nothing. There was an air of quiet, contained menace about him, far more unsettling than Birch's brutish aggression. "Alexander," Theron greeted him, his voice deceptively smooth, yet laced with steel. "Took you long enough, allow me to introduce Mr. Finn. He handles certain sensitive financial arrangements for the company." Finn. The name from the telegraph Emma had glimpsed, the name associated with payments and conspiracies. So the shadow operative had finally stepped into the light, or at least into the relative light of Theron's study. Finn inclined his head slightly, a minimal gesture devoid of warmth. His eyes remained fixed on Alexander, cold and appraising. "Mr. Sterling," Finn acknowledged, his voice soft, precise, with an urban edge Alexander couldn't quite place. "Your father speaks frequently of your interest in the company's geological foundations." The way he said it made interest sound like interference. "My interest lies in the company's integrity," Alexander replied coolly, meeting Finn's gaze directly, refusing to be intimidated. He addressed his father. "You summoned me, father?" Mrs. Davies indicated it was urgent. "Indeed." Theron leaned forward, steepling his fingers, the picture of boardroom authority, yet the tension radiating from him was palpable. "Mr. Finn brings troubling news. It seems there are irregularities, discrepancies that cannot be explained by mere operational variance." He paused, letting the words hang in the air, clearly enjoying the dramatic effect. Significant amounts of processed silver appear to be missing, bypassing our standard smelting, bypassing our ledgers entirely. Alexander felt a cold wave wash over him. This was it. His father wasn't confronting him about the intrusion. He was preemptively striking, twisting the narrative, preparing to frame him. Theron knew Alexander had the smelted silver from the assay office. He was now setting the stage to accuse Alexander of being the mastermind behind its theft and illicit processing. "Processed silver?" Alexander kept his voice steady, betraying none of the turmoil inside. "That is troubling indeed. Have you identified the source of this discrepancy? The location?" He subtly steered the conversation towards the North Ridge, towards the evidence he held. Theron exchanged a brief, almost imperceptible glance with Finn. "We have theories," Theron said evasively, "which is why I summoned you, given your intimate knowledge of the mine's less accessible areas, your recent unsanctioned visits to the abandoned North Ridge workings, for instance." He let the implication hang, heavy and poisonous. "My visits to North Ridge were to investigate anomalies I myself had noted in older survey reports," Alexander countered firmly. "Anomalies that suggested potential structural instability, which I felt obligated to assess before your planned blasting." He deliberately omitted any mention of finding the silver, holding that card close. Finn stepped forward slightly, emerging more fully from the shadows. "Commendable diligence, Mr. Sterling," he said smoothly, his voice like silk sliding over ice. "However, your diligence coincided precisely with the period these discrepancies seem to have peaked, and certain rumors connect you with individuals known for, shall we say, unconventional financial needs." The reference to his past gambling debts, though oblique, was unmistakable. It was a coordinated attack, father and associate working in tandem, weaving a net of circumstantial evidence and innuendo around him. Alexander felt a surge of cold anger, but also a flicker of fear. They were prepared, ruthless. Emma's warning about the danger being inside the house about Mrs. Davies echoed in his mind. How much did they truly know? Did they know about Emma? "My financial affairs are my own concern," Alexander stated coldly, "and vastly exaggerated by gossip. My concern here is the theft from this company. If you have actual evidence linking me to it, present it. Otherwise, these insinuations are baseless and insulting." Theron slammed his hand down on the desk, making the brandy glass jump. "Baseless? Don't take that tone with me, boy. We have testimony. Miners who saw you near the old assay office at odd hours. We have Birch's report of your aggressive behavior when questioned about your presence there." "Birch's report?" Alexander scoffed, unable to hide his contempt. "Birch is a thug who threatened me under your orders, and any miner testifying against me is likely doing so under duress or incentive from Birch himself." "Enough!" Theron roared, rising partially from his chair, his face flushed. "Your denial is predictable, pathetic. I gave you every opportunity, every advantage, and this is how you repay me? By stealing from your own family, plotting behind my back?" The sheer hypocrisy of the accusation, coming from the man orchestrating the entire theft, was staggering. Alexander felt a profound sense of disconnection, as if looking at his father across an unbridgeable abyss. The man he had once respected, perhaps even loved despite their differences, was gone, replaced by this grasping, paranoid tyrant. "I have stolen nothing," Alexander said, his voice low but vibrating with conviction. "The only plot here is yours, father. Yours and his." He nodded towards Finn. "Bleeding this company, silencing men like Josiah Hemlock who stumbled onto your secret and now trying to frame me to cover your tracks." The accusation hung in the air, raw and brutal. Theron stared at him, momentarily speechless, his face contorted with rage. Finn remained impassive, watchful, his eyes flicking towards Theron as if gauging his reaction, his control. Theron sank back into his chair, breathing heavily. He seemed to make a decision. "Very well," he said, his voice dangerously soft now. "If you insist on this delusion, then you leave me no choice. Mr. Finn?" Finn nodded almost imperceptibly. He walked towards the study door, opening it slightly and murmuring something to someone waiting outside. A moment later, Foreman Birch entered, followed by two burly mine guards Alexander didn't recognize, their faces hard, their hands resting near the pistols holstered on their hips. Alexander's blood ran cold. This wasn't just an interrogation. It was an arrest, or worse. "Alexander Sterling," Theron declared, his voice devoid of any emotion. "You are hereby relieved of all duties and access related to Sterling Consolidated Mining, pending a full investigation into the theft of company assets. Foreman Birch will escort you to your rooms, where you will remain confined until further notice. Your cooperation is expected. Any resistance," he added, his eyes like chips of ice, "will be counterproductive." confined to his rooms, a prisoner in his own home. It was a move to isolate him, control him, prevent him from gathering more evidence or contacting anyone outside. And Birch, his sworn enemy, was to be his jailer. Birch stepped forward, a triumphant smirk spreading across his florid face. "Come along, Mr. Sterling. Nice and easy." The two guards moved to flank Alexander. Alexander looked from Birch's gloating face to Finn's cold, watchful eyes to his father's stony expression. He was trapped. Resisting physically was futile, suicidal. He had to play along, buy time, hope Emma had a plan, hope the fragile alliance they'd forged could withstand this. "There's no need for the escort, Father," Alexander said, forcing calm into his voice. "I will go to my rooms." "Birch will accompany you," Theron stated flatly, "to ensure you understand the gravity of the situation." It was non-negotiable. Gritting his teeth, Alexander turned. Birch fell into step beside him, deliberately bumping his shoulder, the guards close behind. As they exited the study, Alexander caught a glimpse of Mrs. Davies standing silently in the corridor, her face impassive, her eyes lowered. She had known this was coming. She was part of it. Emma's warning echoed again, a chilling validation. Birch and the guards escorted him through the silent, opulent hallways, the other servants scattering nervously at their approach. Reaching his wing, Birch shoved open the door to Alexander's room. "In you go, and stay put. One of these boys," he gestured to a guard, "will be right outside your door. The other," he smirked, "will be enjoying the view from your window." He meant the window overlooking the grounds, preventing escape. Alexander stepped inside the room that had become his sanctuary, his laboratory, and now his cell. Birch followed him in, his eyes sweeping the cluttered space with open contempt. "Cozy," he sneered. He walked over to the fireplace, his gaze lingering on the collection of rocks on the mantelpiece. Alexander's heart leaped into his throat as Birch reached out a thick finger towards the amethyst geode. "Nice rock," Birch commented idly, tapping it. "Looks valuable." Alexander forced himself to remain still, to project indifference. "Just a worthless piece of quartz, forming deceptive appearances." Birch grunted, seemingly losing interest, his attention caught by the core sample lying on the table. He kicked at it with his boot. "Still playing with dirt? Your father was right. Useless." He turned back to Alexander, his expression hardening. "Don't try anything stupid, Sterling. There's nowhere to run. The master has everything under control." He smirked again, then backed out of the room, pulling the door shut with a decisive click. Alexander heard the key turn in the lock from the outside. He was locked in, trapped. The guard outside the door shifted his weight, the sound audible through the thick wood. Alexander went to the window. The other guard stood on the lawn below, arms crossed, staring impassively up at him. He sank onto the chair by his desk, the full weight of his predicament crashing down. His father, Finn, Birch, Mrs. Davies, they had orchestrated this perfectly. He was isolated, neutralized, effectively silenced. They would likely search his room thoroughly now, looking for the smelted silver, the tag, any other evidence he might have gathered. The geode. How long would its secret remain safe? He felt a surge of despair, quickly followed by a burning anger. He wouldn't let them win. He wouldn't let his father destroy the company, Hemlock's memory, and potentially his own life with these lies. He thought of Emma, Agent Emma Reed. She knew the truth, or most of it. She was his only hope now, his only link to the outside. the only one who might be able to retrieve the shadow ledger, expose Finn, break the conspiracy. But she was just one woman, operating undercover, surrounded by enemies. How could she possibly succeed against such entrenched power? The risks she was taking, they were immense. He felt a fierce protective urge towards her, surprising in its intensity, mingling with his desperation. He stood up, pacing the confines of his room like a caged animal. He had to do something, create a diversion, find a weakness in his confinement. His eyes scanned the room, searching for any possibility, any tool, any escape route. His gaze fell upon the core sample Birch had kicked. Dirt, rock, evidence. An idea sparked, reckless, desperate, but perhaps his only chance. He examined the window more closely. Bars hadn't been installed. His confinement was sudden, likely intended to be temporary until they decided his fate. The guard below was vigilant, but couldn't watch every second. The lock on his door was sturdy, but perhaps not impregnable from the inside if one had the right tools and enough time. He thought about the mine shafts, the echoes, Josiah Hemlock's silenced voice, the sounds of blasting his father used to cover the sounds of theft. Echoes. Sometimes they carried further than intended. Sometimes a disturbance in one place could create a resonance elsewhere. He looked back at the core sample, then towards the fireplace, towards the sturdy iron poker resting in its stand. An echo didn't have to be sound. It could be a distraction, a disruption, something to draw attention away from the real target, the study, the ledger, Emma. He picked up the poker, its weight cool and solid in his hand. He glanced out the window. The guard below paced slowly. He listened at the door. The guard outside shifted again. It was a long shot, but silence, compliance meant certain defeat. He had to create an echo, however faint, however dangerous. He had to trust Emma Reed. He owed her that much. He owed it to Josiah Hemlock. He owed it to himself. The price of silence was too high. He gripped the poker tighter, his knuckles white, his mind racing, searching for the precise moment, the precise action that might crack the foundation of his father's carefully constructed prison. The echoes from the mine shaft whispered of danger, but also of the possibility that even the deepest darkness held vulnerabilities. Chapter 14, A Kiss Stolen in Darkness. The heavy silence that descended upon the Sterling mansion following Alexander's confinement was more unnerving than the previous tension. It was the quiet of a predator gathering itself before the final strike. Emma moved through her duties with a leaden weight in her chest, every tick of the grandfather clock amplifying her anxiety. Alexander was locked away, guarded, isolated. Birch's triumphant smirk, as he'd escorted Alexander upstairs, had been chilling, a clear signal that Theron Sterling and his associates felt firmly in control. The brief, desperate glance Alexander had given her before disappearing into his wing felt like a physical blow, a silent plea entrusted to her across an ever-widening chasm of danger. She knew, with sickening certainty, that time was running out. They would search Alexander's rooms thoroughly. The geode, clever as its hiding place was, wouldn't withstand a systematic search by men like Birch, especially if Mrs. Davies directed them. The incriminating silver, the brass tag linking the theft to Josiah Hemlock's likely murder, the only tangible proof Alexander possessed, would be found and destroyed. Worse, its discovery would seal Alexander's fate, painting him unequivocally as the guilty party in his father's narrative. And Theron, with Finn's ruthless efficiency and Birch's brute force, wouldn't hesitate to ensure his son's permanent silence, just as he had Hemlock's. Emma had to act, swiftly and decisively. The shadow ledger she had glimpsed in Theron's study was their best hope now. It contained names, dates, payments, the irrefutable evidence needed to expose the conspiracy and hopefully exonerate Alexander, but retrieving it seemed impossible. Theron was undoubtedly on high alert after their confrontation. The study would be guarded, locked, perhaps even emptied of incriminating documents. Her previous infiltration via the dumbwaiter shaft felt like a miracle she couldn't hope to repeat, especially now that Theron might have discovered the loose ventilation grate. She performed her tasks on autopilot, her mind racing, assessing options, discarding impossible plans. She polished silver that felt cold as grave markers, dusted furniture that seemed to watch her with silent judgment, carried trays through corridors that felt like closing tunnels. Mrs. Davies was a constant, unnerving presence, her composure seemingly restored, moving through the house with quiet authority. But Emma detected a new sharpness in her supervision, a vigilance that seemed specifically directed at her. Had Alexander's parting glance been noticed? Or was the housekeeper simply ensuring all potential loose ends were secured now that Alexander was contained? Emma needed to communicate with Alexander, to let him know she was working on retrieving the ledger, to coordinate, to offer some shred of hope. But how? The guard outside his door was a constant fixture, impassive and alert. The guard below his window prevented any signal or escape attempt from that direction. Direct approach was impossible. An idea sparked, born of desperation, and her intimate knowledge of the house's workings gleaned during her time as Emily Carter. The laundry chute, it ran from the upper floors, including Alexander's wing, down to the steamy depths of the laundry room in the basement. It was narrow, designed for linen, not people, but perhaps large enough for a small, weighted message. And crucially, its terminus in the basement was often unsupervised for periods, especially late at night when the laundresses had finished their back-breaking work. That evening, after the household had settled into its uneasy quiet, Emma waited until the servants' wing was still. She slipped out of her room, carrying a small stone wrapped tightly in a scrap of cloth, to which she had tied a thin, strong thread pulled from a mending kit. On a minuscule piece of paper, she'd written, "Ledger. Working on it. Create diversion. Need time. E. Cryptic, minimal, but she hoped he would understand. E for Emma, confirming her identity and their alliance." Moving with practiced silence, she navigated the darkened corridors towards Alexander's wing. The guard sat on a stool outside the locked door, bathed in the low glow of a single corridor lamp. Looking bored but awake, Emma retreated, melting into the shadows of a cross corridor. She couldn't risk approaching the chute opening near his room with the guard present. She needed the guard gone, even for a moment. A diversion. Alexander's note had anticipated this. Create diversion? She had to trust he would find a way from inside his prison. She waited, concealed in the darkness, her nerves stretched taut, listening. Minutes crawled by. The only sounds were the guard shifting his weight and the distant ticking of the hall clock. Then, muffled but distinct, came a crash from within Alexander's room, followed by what sounded like angry shouting. "Damn it, get me out of here! This lock is jammed!" Alexander's voice, raised in frustration, echoed faintly through the door. Another crash, louder this time, as if something heavy had been thrown against the door. The guard outside jumped to his feet, instantly alert. Mr. Sterling, what's going on in there? He called out, rapping sharply on the door. This blasted door won't open, Alexander yelled back, his voice convincingly frantic. The mechanism's broken. Get this thing open. More rattling and banging ensued from inside. The guard hesitated, clearly uncertain. His orders were likely to keep the door locked, but a potentially damaged lock, or worse, an agitated prisoner harming himself, presented a problem. Stay put, sir. I'll fetch the foreman. The guard turned and hurried away down the corridor, towards the main stairs, presumably to find Birch or whoever held the key in authority. This was her chance. The moment the guard disappeared around the corner, Emma darted from her hiding place. She raced silently to the small hinged door of the laundry chute set into the wall a few yards past Alexander's room. Pulling it open, she dropped the weighted message into the darkness, paying out the thread rapidly. It fell silently down the shaft. She held the end, waiting, praying he could somehow reach it from his side, understand its meaning. She couldn't linger. The guard, or worse, Birch, would return any second. She scurried back to the shadows, her heart pounding. Had he gotten it? Had the diversion worked? Moments later, the guard returned, accompanied by a glowering foreman Birch, who carried a heavy ring of keys. Birch unlocked the door, shoving it open cautiously. What's all the racket, Sterling? He growled. Emma, peering from her hiding place, saw Alexander, standing amidst a deliberately staged mess, an overturned chair, scattered books, the heavy iron poker lying near the door, as if it had been used to batter the lock. The lock jammed, Alexander stated calmly, the picture of frustrated innocence. Seems fine now you've opened it from the outside. Birch eyed him suspiciously, then inspected the lock, finding nothing obviously wrong. He grunted. Trying to cause trouble, huh? Settle down. Any more noise and you'll regret it. He slammed the door shut again, locking it pointedly. He exchanged a few words with the guard, likely reinforcing instructions, before lumbering away. The guard resumed his post, looking more alert now. Emma waited until Birch was gone, then slipped away, back towards the relative safety of her own wing. She didn't know if Alexander had received the message, but the diversion had worked perfectly, buying her a precious few seconds. Now, everything depended on retrieving the ledger. Her target was Theron's study, specifically the shadow ledger hidden on the lower bookshelf. Her previous entry through the dumbwaiter felt too risky to repeat. She needed a different approach. The keys. Mrs. Davis kept the spare study key locked in her room at night. Getting that key was the challenge. Emma knew the housekeeper's routine. Mrs. Davies made a final tour of the main floor around 11, ensuring lights were out, doors secured, before retiring to her own modest room off a private corridor near the main family wing. Her room was kept locked, naturally, but locks, Emma knew, were merely obstacles, not impenetrable barriers. Later that night, cloaked in darkness, Emma approached the housekeeper's corridor. Silence reigned. Using a thin piece of wire, honed to a specific shape, a tool carefully concealed amongst her few belongings, Emma worked on the lock of Mrs. Davies' door. It was a decent quality lock, better than the one on Alexander's door, requiring intense concentration and a delicate touch. Minutes stretched into an eternity, each tiny click of the wire sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. Finally, with a soft snick, the mechanism yielded. She eased the door open, slipping inside the small, immaculately tidy room. It smelled faintly of lavender and starch. By the sliver of moonlight filtering through the window, she scanned the room. A narrow bed neatly made, a simple dresser, a locked wooden box resting on the nightstand. That had to be it. Working quickly, Emma examined the box lock. Simpler than the door lock. Her wire made short work of it. Inside, nestled amongst some personal papers and a small pouch of coins, lay the key ring she'd seen the housekeeper use, including the heavy brass key that Emma instinctively knew belonged to Theron's study. Pocketing the key ring, she relocked the box, placed it exactly as she'd found it, and slipped back out of the room, carefully relocking the door behind her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but a surge of triumph flowed through her. She had the key. Now, for the study itself. She made her way silently through the darkened main floor, the heavy key ring blessedly muffled in her pocket. The corridor outside the study was deserted. Using the brass key, she unlocked the heavy oak door, the mechanism turning smoothly, silently. She slipped inside, closing the door softly behind her, leaving it unlocked for a quick escape. The study was dark, filled with looming shadows. The air felt heavy, stagnant, smelling faintly of stale cigar smoke and brandy. Moonlight cast eerie patterns on the floor. Emma moved directly to the bookcase near the desk, her hands finding the lower shelf, the row of dull legal statutes. Her fingers closed around the smooth leather spine of the shadow ledger. She slid it out, her breath catching in her throat. Holding it felt like holding solidified corruption, a record of greed and betrayal. She didn't dare use a lamp. Opening the ledger in the faint moonlight, she quickly scanned the pages she'd glimpsed before, confirming the entries: Birch, Finn, Hemlock's name beside a date, lists of units, payments. It was all there. Clutching the ledger tightly, she turned to leave and froze. A figure stood silhouetted in the study doorway, blocking her exit. Tall, lean, momentarily unidentifiable in the deep shadow. Emma's hand flew to the knife strapped to her calf. "Looking for something, Agent Reed?" a quiet voice asked. Alexander. Relief washed over her, so potent it almost buckled her knees, followed immediately by confusion and alarm. How had he gotten out? His door was locked, guarded. "Alexander? How?" she whispered, lowering her hand from the knife, but keeping the ledger held tight. He stepped further into the room, the moonlight catching his face. He looked grim, determined, but also incredibly weary. "The lock on my door wasn't as sturdy as Birch thought," he said quietly, holding up a bent piece of metal part of the fireplace poker, cleverly worked. And the guard outside, let's just say he found his attention unexpectedly diverted. He didn't elaborate, but Emma guessed his staged outburst earlier had provided more opportunity than just allowing her message drop. "I saw you head this way. I couldn't let you face this alone." His presence, his escape, his statement, it sent a dizzying mix of relief and anxiety through her. Relief that he was free, that he was here. Anxiety that they were now both exposed, their time drastically limited. "I have it," she whispered, holding up the ledger slightly. "The proof?" He nodded, his eyes fixed on the book. "Good. Now we need to get out of here, before my father or Davies realize I'm not in my room, or that this door is unlocked." Just as he spoke, they heard it. Footsteps approaching down the main hall. Hurried footsteps accompanied by the sharp, distinct clicking of Mrs. Davies's keys. Someone, likely the guard, had discovered Alexander's empty room. Panic flared. They were trapped in the study, the main exit blocked. "The dumbwaiter!" Emma hissed, grabbing Alexander's arm, pulling him towards the back wall, towards the ventilation grate she had loosened. "What?" He looked confused, but followed her urgent pull. My way in, she explained rapidly, fumbling for the grate near the floor. It's the only way out now. She pulled the grate free. The dark, filthy shaft yawned before them. You climb that? He asked, incredulous, peering into the darkness. No time, go, she urged, hearing the key scratch in the study door lock. Alexander hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then seemed to grasp the desperation of their situation. He squeezed through the narrow opening into the grimy shaft. Emma shoved the ledger in after him, then scrambled through herself, pulling the grate partially closed just as the study door swung open, spilling lamplight into the room. She heard Mrs. Davies gasp, then shout Alexander's name. Plunged into the suffocating darkness of the shaft, Emma could hear Alexander breathing heavily just below her. Down, she whispered urgently. Quickly and quietly. They began the treacherous descent, bracing themselves against the narrow, slick walls, grime coating their hands and clothes. It was awkward, terrifying, the darkness absolute, the air thick with the stench of decay. Below them, they heard muffled shouts from the study, the alarm being raised. They reached the basement level, stumbling out into the damp, cobweb-filled storeroom, gasping for air, filthy and trembling. Alexander still clutched the precious ledger. We need to hide this, he panted, looking around the dismal surroundings. Somewhere they won't think to look immediately. And we need to separate, Emma added quickly, her mind racing. They'll search the house, the grounds, if we're found together, especially with the ledger. He nodded grimly. My rooms are compromised. Yours? Possibly watched, especially now the stables, too obvious, the old North Ridge workings. Too far, too dangerous to reach now without being seen, Alexander reasoned. He looked around the basement again, his eyes falling on a pile of discarded canvas sacks and old mining equipment in line in a dark corner. Here, he decided swiftly. He tucked the ledger deep beneath the pile, covering it carefully. It's temporary, but maybe overlooked in the initial chaos. He turned back to Emma, his face smudged with grime, his eyes intense in the dimness bleeding from the upper hallway. You need to get clear, Emma. Get back to your room, pretend you slept through everything. Let them find me if they must, but you and that ledger's location, you need to remain unknown. No, Emma protested instinctively. We're in this together. I won't leave you. He stepped closer, framing her face with his dirty hands, his gaze locking with hers. The urgency of the moment, the shared danger, stripped away all remaining barriers. Listen to me, he urged, his voice low, intense. You are the only one who knows the full picture now. You're the only one who can use that ledger if something happens to me. Your safety is paramount. Go, please. His plea, his concern for her safety even in his own desperate situation struck her to the core. Duty warred with the fierce, undeniable desire to stay, to fight alongside him. But he was right. Her knowledge, her potential freedom, was their best weapon now. Tears pricked her eyes, mingling with the grime on her cheeks. Alexander. He silenced her not with words, but with a kiss. It was sudden, desperate, fueled by adrenaline, fear, and the potent, unspoken emotions that had simmered between them in stolen glances and midnight confidences. His lips were rough, demanding, yet held an underlying tenderness, a raw vulnerability that mirrored her own. It was a kiss stolen in darkness, tasting of dust, danger, and the bitter price of their circumstances. It sealed their alliance, acknowledged the impossible connection between them, and served as a desperate farewell. all in one breathless moment. He pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against hers, his breathing ragged. "Go, Emma," he whispered again, his voice thick with emotion. "Be safe, for both of us." Knowing he was right, hating the necessity of it, Emma nodded, her throat tight. She squeezed his hand once, a silent promise, then turned and melted back into the basement shadows, heading towards the servants' stairs, leaving Alexander alone to face the storm that was undoubtedly about to break, the echo of their stolen kiss burning on her lips like a brand. Chapter 15. The Cracks in the Facade. Emma reached her small room in the servants' wing undetected, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, the taste of Alexander's desperate kiss still lingering on her lips, a phantom warmth amidst the chilling fear. She scrubbed the grime from her face and hands with harsh lye soap and trembling fingers, forcing herself into a semblance of normalcy, shedding the adrenaline-fueled detective and reassuming the drab skin of Emily Carter, the invisible maid. Outside her door, the mansion was no longer silent. Raised voices echoed from the main floor. Thereon Sterling's enraged bellow, Mrs. Davies' sharp, commanding tones, the heavy tread of Birch and the guards searching, questioning. The hunt was on. She knew Alexander wouldn't stay hidden for long. His goal, she suspected, wasn't escape, but confrontation on his own terms, or perhaps creating enough chaos to ensure the shadow ledger remained hidden, buying Emma time. He had urged her to safety, to preserve the knowledge and the location of the proof. The responsibility weighed heavily upon her, a counterpoint to the raw personal fear for his safety. That kiss, stolen in the desperate darkness of the basement, had shattered the last vestiges of professional detachment. Her fate was inextricably bound with his now, not just by circumstance, but by something deeper, more treacherous, something that felt dangerously like love blooming in the shadow of the gallows. Changing into her nightgown, mussing her hair convincingly, she waited, feigning sleep. Every nerve stretched taut. She didn't have to wait long. A sharp rap sounded on her door, followed immediately by Mrs. Davies' curt voice. "Emily, open this door." Taking a deep breath, Emma composed her features into sleepy confusion, rubbing her eyes as she opened the door. Mrs. Davies stood there, lamp held high, her face pale but set in rigid lines of authority. Behind her stood Foreman Birch, his expression a mixture of suspicion and brutish satisfaction. "What is it, Mrs. Davies?" Emma asked, pitching her voice to sound groggy and slightly alarmed. "Is something wrong? Mr. Alexander has disappeared from his room," the housekeeper stated, her sharp eyes boring into Emma's, searching for any flicker of knowledge, any telltale sign of complicity. "We are searching the house. Have you seen or heard anything unusual tonight?" "Unusual?" Emma widened her eyes, playing the part of the bewildered servant. "No, ma'am, I heard some shouting earlier. From Mr. Alexander's room, I thought. But then it stopped. I assumed he'd settled down." She kept her gaze respectfully lowered, avoiding Birch's insolent stare. Birch stepped forward slightly. "Heard anything else? Anyone moving about the corridors? Anyone near the study?" His questions were pointed, aggressive. "No, Foreman," Emma replied, shaking her head, injecting a note of fear into her voice. "I've been asleep. Is Mr. Alexander all right?" Mrs. Davies cut off Birch before he could probe further. "That is not your concern, Emily. Go back to bed and do not leave this room until morning chores. Is that understood?" The command was absolute. effectively placing Emma under room arrest as well. "Yes, Mrs. Davies," Emma murmured obediently, closing the door, her heart pounding. They suspected her, or at least they weren't ruling her out. Her proximity to Alexander, the timing of her employment, perhaps subtle shifts in her behavior noticed by the hypervigilant housekeeper. It all added up. She was under suspicion, confined, unable to act further for the moment. Sleep was impossible. She sat on the edge of her narrow bed, listening intently to the sounds of the ongoing search doors opening and closing, heavy footsteps, muffled commands. Where was Alexander? Had he allowed himself to be found? Was he trying to lead them away from the basement, away from the ledger? The uncertainty was agonizing. Dawn broke gray and miserable, mirroring Emma's mood. The sounds of the search gradually subsided, replaced by an unnerving quiet. When the bell finally rang for morning chores, Emma dressed numbly in her uniform, her mind racing. She had to maintain her cover, act normally, but somehow find a way to check on the ledger, to assess the situation, perhaps even retrieve the book if an opportunity arose. Descending the servants' stairs, she found the lower floors buzzing with nervous energy. The other servants spoke in hushed whispers, their faces pale, eyes wide with fear and speculation. Alexander's escape, the subsequent lockdown, Theron Sterling's incandescent rage, it was the only topic. Emma kept her head down, pretending to absorb the gossip while filtering it for useful information. She learned that Alexander had indeed been apprehended, not within the house but near the stables shortly before dawn. He hadn't resisted, apparently, simply allowed Birch and his men to take him into custody. He was now being held, not in his room, but in one of the locked storerooms in the basement, the very area where they had hidden the ledger. Emma's blood ran cold. Had they moved him there deliberately? Did they suspect the ledger was hidden nearby? Or was it simply the most secure, out-of-the-way place to hold him? She had to assume the worst, that the ledger's hiding place was compromised, or soon would be. Her duties that morning felt like walking through molasses. Every task seemed monumental, every moment stretched thin with anxiety. She needed to get to the basement, but Mrs. Davies seemed determined to keep her occupied upstairs, assigning her tedious tasks in the main reception rooms, always within sight or earshot. The housekeeper's face was a mask of strained composure, the cracks beginning to show in the slight tremor of her hand as she adjusted a flower arrangement, the unnatural stiffness of her spine. The facade of sterling authority was crumbling, stressed from within by Alexander's defiance and the escalating risks of the conspiracy. Theron Sterling himself was a terrifying presence, pacing the main hall like a caged wolf, his face dark with fury, occasionally barking orders at Birch or Mrs. Davies. He ignored the regular staff completely, his rage a palpable force field. Emma caught his eye once as she polished a table near the study, and the cold, murderous look he gave her, the look of a man pushed to the brink, made her stomach clench with fear. He knew his control was slipping, his secrets threatened, and he looked capable of anything. Finn was nowhere to be seen. Had he left after delivering his report and setting the stage for Alexander's confinement? Or was he operating from the shadows, directing the next phase? Emma suspected the latter. Finn struck her as the calculating brain behind Theron's bluster and Birch's brawn. Mid-morning, while clearing breakfast trays from a little-used sitting room, Emma overheard a hushed conversation between two maids huddled near the service stairs. "Said Birch roughed him up proper," whispered Sarah, the young maid whose kin worked the mines, her eyes wide with fear. Down in the basement, heard shouting, said Mr. Alexander wouldn't say where he'd hidden. Something. Something he stole, no doubt, sniffed the other maid, older and more cynical. Serves him right, challenging his pa like that. Maybe, Sarah whispered uncertainly. But Cook said Mrs. Davies looked right shaken when she came up from down there later. White as a sheet, she was. Birch was interrogating Alexander in the basement storeroom, trying to force him to reveal the location of the smelted silver, the tag, perhaps even the ledger, if they suspected its existence, and Mrs. Davies had witnessed it, her composure finally cracking under the brutality she was enabling. This was a significant crack in the facade. The housekeeper, despite her fierce loyalty to Theron, might have limits. Witnessing the physical abuse of the boy she had helped raise could be pushing her towards a breaking point. Emma knew she had to exploit this. She needed to reach Mrs. Davies, subtly, carefully, appealing perhaps not to her conscience that seemed too deeply buried, but to her sense of order, her fear of the escalating chaos, her potential revulsion at Birch's methods. An opportunity arose when Mrs. Davies summoned Emma to her small office off the main kitchen to sort through stacks of linen inventories, a tedious, time-consuming task designed, Emma suspected, to keep her immobilized. The office was small, windowless, and claustrophobic. Mrs. Davies sat at her small desk, pretending to review account books, but her hand trembled as she turned the pages and her gaze kept flicking towards the door. Emma began sorting the linens, her movements deliberately slow, quiet, the silence stretched, thick with unspoken tension. Finally, Emma cleared her throat softly. Mrs. Davies? The housekeeper looked up sharply, her eyes guarded. What is it, Emily? Forgive me for speaking out of turn, ma'am, Emma began, keeping her voice low, respectful, tinged with carefully manufactured concern. But the house, everyone seemed so frightened. The guards, the shouting from the basement earlier. Is Mr. Alexander? Is he truly safe down there? With Foreman Birch? She focused on Birch, the external threat, rather than Theron, appealing to the housekeeper's sense of propriety, being violated by the foreman's presence and actions within the house itself. Mrs. Davies' lips thinned. Mr. Alexander brought this upon himself, she stated stiffly, her voice lacking its usual conviction. His actions have jeopardized this entire household, this family. Yes, ma'am, Emma agreed softly. But Foreman Birch, he seems a very rough man. To have him questioning Mr. Alexander, unsupervised within the house, it feels improper, unseemly. She chose her words carefully, appealing to the housekeeper's rigid sense of order and decorum. What if something were to happen? An accident? Surely Mr. Sterling Sr. wouldn't want. She let the sentence hang, implying unintended consequences, scandal, the loss of control that Mrs. Davies seemed to value above all else. She watched the housekeeper closely. A flicker of genuine fear crossed Mrs. Davies' face before she quickly masked it. Birch was Theron's instrument, but perhaps an instrument Theron couldn't entirely control. If Birch went too far in his brutality, the consequences could spiral, reflecting badly on Theron, on the household, on Mrs. Davies herself, as the one responsible for domestic order. Foreman Birch understands his instructions, Mrs. Davies insisted, but her hand tightened on the ledger she held. Mr. Alexander simply needs to cooperate. Tell the truth about what he has taken, what he has hidden. Hidden? Emma echoed innocently. He hid something. Is that what the foreman is looking for? Mrs. Davies shot her a sharp, suspicious look. Mind your own work, Emily, and your own counsel. But the seed of doubt, the appeal to her fear of uncontrolled chaos and scandal, had been planted. The housekeeper looked away towards the closed door, her expression deeply troubled. The crack was widening. Emma returned to sorting linens, letting the silence stretch again. She had pushed as far as she dared. Now she had to wait, hope the seed would germinate in the fertile ground of the housekeeper's anxiety. Later, as Emma carried a stack of sorted linens back towards the main storage closet, she passed Theron Sterling's study. The door was slightly ajar. She heard Theron's voice, low and urgent, speaking, presumably, to Finn, though she couldn't see inside. "Insists he knows nothing," Theron was saying, his voice tight with frustration. "Birch can't break him, and Davies is getting squeamish. Useless woman." A pause. "We need that ledger, Finn. If Reed found it, if Alexander told her where it is." Reed? He knew her name. Either from Pinkerton correspondence or perhaps Mrs. Davies had voiced suspicions. The danger escalated exponentially. Finn's soft, precise voice replied, too low for Emma to make out the words clearly, but the tone was calm, calculating, reassuring perhaps, or issuing new instructions. "No choice then," Theron said after a moment, his voice dropping to a near whisper, chilling in its finality. "Tonight. Handle it, both of them if necessary. Permanently. Blame it on an escape attempt. Gone wrong. Birch can arrange the details. Just ensure it's clean. No more loose ends." Emma froze in the corridor, ice water flooding her veins. Tonight. Handle it. Both of them permanently. They were planning to kill Alexander. And her too, if they thought she knew about the ledger. An escape attempt gone wrong. Birch would make it look convincing. Despair washed over her. She had the key. She knew where the ledger was hidden, but retrieving it and escaping now seemed utterly impossible. They were trapped. Just then, Mrs. Davies appeared at the end of the corridor, walking swiftly towards the study. She hadn't seen Emma lurking near the door. The housekeeper paused outside the study, hesitated for a fraction of a second, then knocked sharply. Theron's voice barked, "What is it now, Davies?" "Sir?" Mrs. Davies' voice trembled slightly, but held a note of newfound resolve. "I must speak with you. About the situation in the basement. About Foreman Birch's methods." The study door opened wider. Theron stood there, scowling. "This is hardly the time." "It is precisely the time, sir," Mrs. Davies insisted, stepping firmly into the doorway, forcing Theron back slightly. "What is happening down there? It is not right. It goes too far. It will bring ruin upon this house, upon your name. Mark my words." Emma watched, hidden, holding her breath. The crack had become a fissure. Mrs. Davies, pushed too far by Birch's brutality, by her own fear of the escalating violence and potential scandal, was finally confronting Theron. It was an act of incredible courage, or perhaps self-preservation. Theron stared at her, momentarily taken aback by her unprecedented defiance. Emma couldn't hear Finn's reaction from within. This was her chance. While Theron and potentially Finn were distracted by the housekeeper's unexpected confrontation, while the guard's attention might be focused on the drama unfolding at the study door, the basement, the ledger. She couldn't hesitate. Slipping away from the study corridor, she moved swiftly, silently, towards the back stairs leading down to the basement, praying Mrs. Davies's desperate gamble would buy her the time she needed. The fate of Alexander, the truth about the conspiracy, her own survival, it all depended on retrieving that ledger before Theron's deadly deadline tonight. The facade was cracking, and through the fissures, a desperate, dangerous path to the truth, or to destruction, was revealing itself. Chapter 16. Unmasking the Heart. The confrontation simmering between Mrs. Davies and Theron Sterling, audible even as muffled tension from the study doorway, was the desperately needed crack in the dam. Emma didn't wait to see the outcome. Every second counted. Theron's chilling order, "Tonight, handle it," both of them, permanently, echoed in her ears, a death knell threatening to toll before sunrise. Leaving Alexander to face his fate alone while she tried to save herself was unthinkable, not after that kiss stolen in darkness, not after the fragile alliance forged in shared peril. Her duty and her desire were now inextricably fused. Expose the truth. Save Alexander. Moving with the silent speed of a shadow, Emma descended the back stairs into the clammy embrace of the basement. The air here felt colder, heavier, thick with the metallic tang of fear and the lingering scent of damp earth. She could hear faint sounds from the far end of the passage, the scrape of a boot, a low murmur indicating the presence of at least one guard near the storeroom where Alexander was being held. Retrieving the ledger now, with guards potentially alerted and Birch likely nearby, was suicide. She needed Alexander, not just for his safety, but for his knowledge, his strength, his presence. They had started this together, however unintentionally. They had to finish it together. Freeing him was the first, most critical step. But how? Birch likely held the key to the storeroom, and overpowering the guard or guards silently seemed impossible. She crept closer, hugging the damp stone walls, peering around a stack of dusty barrels. A single guard stood positioned outside the heavy wooden door of the storeroom. The same impassive man who had been stationed outside Alexander's bedroom door earlier. He looked bored but alert, his rifle held loosely but ready. Where was the second guard? Where was Birch? Her gaze swept the gloomy passage. Further down, near the main basement stairs, another door stood slightly ajar, a small, cluttered office sometimes used by the groundskeeper. Was Birch in there? Or had he been summoned upstairs by the commotion with Mrs. Davies? The uncertainty was maddening. She needed a diversion, something significant enough to draw the guard away from the storeroom door, even for a minute. Her eyes scanned the basement. Clutter old tools, discarded furniture draped in white cloths like ghosts, empty crates. Inspiration struck, desperate and dangerous. Fire. Near the base of the main stairs sat several cans of lamp oil and turpentine, stored carelessly alongside piles of discarded rags and wood shavings. A small fire, started quickly and strategically, would create smoke, confusion, panic. It would draw attention, likely bringing staff running from upstairs, potentially pulling the guard away from his post in the ensuing chaos. The risk of it getting out of control was immense, but the risk of inaction was certain death for Alexander and herself. Working with frantic speed and stealth, Emma gathered a small pile of rags and shavings in a shadowed corner away from the storeroom, but close enough for the smoke to be quickly detected. She uncapped a can of turpentine, splashing a small amount onto the pile, just enough to catch quickly. Not enough, she prayed, to cause an inferno. Shielding her movements, she struck a match borrowed from the kitchen supply, the tiny flame sputtering to life in the damp air. She touched it to the turpentine-soaked rags. Whoosh! The rags ignited instantly, flames licking upwards, casting flickering demonic shadows on the stone walls. Smoke, thick and acrid, began to billow outwards. Emma immediately retreated, melting back into the deeper shadows near the storeroom, positioning herself out of sight, but where she could watch the guard. It didn't take long. The smell of smoke reached the guard first. He sniffed the air, frowning. Then, seeing the flickering light and the rapidly spreading smoke near the stairs, his eyes widened in alarm. "Fire!" he yelled, his voice echoing in the confined space. He hesitated for only a second, glancing at the locked storeroom door, then seemed to decide the immediate threat of the fire took precedence. He abandoned his post, running towards the stairs, shouting for help. This was her moment. Emma darted towards the storeroom door. It was locked, as expected, with a heavy padlock. She didn't have the key, but Alexander was inside. "Alexander!" she hissed urgently, pressing her face close to the rough wood. "Alexander, can you hear me?" A muffled response came from within. "Emma? What's happening? Smoke?" "Fire. A diversion," she explained rapidly. "The guard's gone, but Birch might still be nearby. The lock. Can you break it from your side quickly?" She heard movement inside, then a heavy thud against the door, followed by another. He was trying to force it, but the door was thick, solid oak. Think. She needed leverage, a tool. Her eyes scanned the immediate vicinity. Leaning against the wall nearby was a heavy iron pry bar, likely left by workmen. Grabbing it, she wedged the tip into the narrow gap between the door and the frame, near the padlock hasp. She threw her weight against it, straining, the muscles in her arms and back screaming. The wood groaned, splintered slightly, but held firm. "Together!" she gasped, hearing Alexander renew his efforts from inside. "On three! 1, 2, 3!" She heaved with all her strength, coordinated with a tremendous crash from inside. Wood splintered, metal shrieked, and the padlock hasp ripped free from the door jamb with a loud crack. The door sprang open inwards. Alexander stumbled out, coughing from the smoke, now seeping under the door. His face grimed, his clothes torn, a nasty bruise darkening his jaw, but his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He held the bent fireplace poker like a weapon. "Took you long enough," he quipped, though his voice was hoarse. There was no time for relief or reunion. Sounds of shouting and running footsteps echoed from the top of the basement stairs. Staff were responding to the fire alarm. Birch would be alerted any second. "The ledger," Alexander said urgently, glancing towards the corner where they'd hidden it. "No time," Emma countered, grabbing his arm. "They know I know about it. Theron ordered us both silenced tonight. We have to get out now. We can worry about the ledger if we survive." He didn't argue. He saw the stark truth in her eyes. Survival first. Proof later. "Which way?" "Not the main stairs, too much commotion, the dumbwaiter shaft." "Too slow. Too exposed if they think to look," Alexander reasoned quickly. "The old coal chute. On the far side of the basement, it exits near the overgrown section of the back gardens, rarely used, might be clear." He knew the house's secrets as well as she did. "Lead the way," Emma urged. They plunged back into the smoky labyrinth of the basement, Alexander leading unerringly through the maze of storerooms, Emma close behind, constantly glancing back towards the growing noise near the stairs. They reached the far wall, finding a heavy iron door secured by rusted bolts. Alexander threw his shoulder against it, grunting with effort. The bolts groaned, then gave way, revealing a dark, narrow, steeply sloping chute coated in decades of coal dust. "After you," Alexander said, gesturing her forward. Emma didn't hesitate, launching herself into the oppressive darkness, sliding down the steep, filthy incline, coal dust filling her nose and mouth. She landed with a thud on a pile of softer debris, old leaves, and earth at the bottom, finding herself in a cramped, brick-lined space beneath the gardens. Moonlight filtered dimly through an overgrown grate above. Alexander landed beside her a second later, coughing. "So much for staying clean," he muttered, wiping coal dust from his face. "Quiet," Emma warned, listening intently. Above them, the sounds of the commotion inside the house were audible shouts, running feet, the distant clang of a fire bell someone was now ringing belatedly. No sounds immediately nearby. Working together, they managed to dislodge the heavy iron grate covering the chute exit. It opened onto a tangle of overgrown rhododendron bushes at the far edge of the formal gardens, shrouded in deep shadow. Peering out cautiously, they saw flickering lamplight moving around the main house as the search intensified. But their position seemed momentarily secure, undetected. "Where now?" Emma whispered, brushing dust from her uniform, the familiar fabric feeling alien after the intensity of the past hours. "Town. Try to reach the marshal?" Alexander shook his head grimly. "The marshal in Redemption is practically on my father's payroll. He won't act against Theron without irrefutable proof. Proof we no longer have immediate access to. And father will have men watching the roads, the train station. Leaving the immediate area is too risky right now. So we stay, hide. We need leverage," Alexander stated, his mind clearly working despite the chaos. "Something father values more than his secrecy, more than silencing us." He paused, his gaze distant for a moment, then hardening with resolve. The mine. The main operational hub. If we could disrupt it, stop production, expose the unsafe conditions Hemlock likely discovered, it would hit father where he truly lives, his profits, his reputation with the investors he constantly courts. It was audacious. Infiltrating the main mine workings, the heart of Theron's empire, while being hunted by Birch and his men. That's incredibly dangerous, Alexander. Staying here is dangerous, he countered. Hiding is just delaying the inevitable. We need to fight back, create a crisis he can't ignore or easily cover up. We know the layout, the shift changes. We might be able to use the chaos from the fire here as cover to get closer. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for agreement in the dim light. "It's our only chance, Emma." Looking at his determined face, smudged with coal dust but resolute, Emma felt her own resolve solidify. He was right. Hiding wouldn't save them. They had to turn the tables, force Theron's hand. Duty demanded she pursue the truth, capture the culprits. Desire demanded she stand by this man, fight alongside him, see this through to whatever bitter or triumphant end awaited them. "All right," she agreed softly. "The mine. How do we get there undetected?" "Through the old service tunnels," Alexander replied immediately. "There's an entrance concealed near the creek, not far from here. They connect to the less used lower levels of the main mine. It's risky, potentially unstable, but Birch's men are unlikely to be watching those old access points." He offered her a hand, pulling her up from the cramped space beneath the grate. They stood for a moment in the deep shadow of the rhododendrons, the sounds of the hunt seeming both distant and terrifyingly close. He hadn't let go of her hand. His grip was firm, grounding. "Emma," he began, his voice low, uncertain, "about before, in the basement." She silenced him by placing her fingers gently against his lips. "Later, Alexander, if there is a later." The kiss had happened. A spark ignited in the darkness, but survival had to be their focus now. Yet the gesture itself, the shared understanding that passed between them, spoke volumes. The masks they had worn, Emily Carter, the maid, Alexander Sterling, the dissolute son, were gone, stripped away by danger and desperation. What remained was raw, vulnerable, fiercely determined. He nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. He squeezed her hand once more, a silent acknowledgement, then released it. Stay close and be ready for anything. Together, they melted into the deeper shadows at the edge of the gardens, moving swiftly and silently towards the creek, towards the hidden tunnel entrance, towards the heart of Theron Sterling's corrupt empire. The mansion loomed behind them, its lit windows like malevolent eyes, the facade cracked, revealing the darkness within. Ahead lay the uncertain perils of the mine, but also the slimmest chance of redemption, of justice, of survival. Their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm of fear and resolve, unmasked and utterly committed to the dangerous path ahead. Chapter 17. Shattered Glass, Poisoned Trust. The descent into the old service tunnel was like entering the throat of the earth. The air grew instantly cooler, heavy with the scent of damp stone, metallic ore dust, and the faint, unsettling smell of decay, perhaps from rotting timbers, perhaps from secrets long buried. Alexander led the way, carrying the dim, shielded lamp Emma had salvaged from the dumbwaiter shaft, its weak beam barely penetrating the oppressive darkness. Emma followed close behind, her senses straining, every drip of water echoing like a footstep, every rustle of unseen creatures sounding like an approaching threat. The tunnel was narrow, rough-hewn, clearly neglected for decades. Loose rock skittered underfoot, and occasionally they had to duck under low-hanging beams or squeeze through sections partially collapsed by time and neglect. They moved in silence for what felt like an eternity. The only sounds, their own ragged breathing and the scuff of their boots on the uneven floor. The weight of their situation pressed down as heavily as the rock overhead. They were fugitives, hunted by Theron Sterling's men, their only allies each other, their destination the heart of the enemy's stronghold. The desperate kiss shared in the basement flickered in Emma's memory, a moment of raw connection, starkly contrasting with the cold, grim reality of their flight. Was it born solely of desperation, a fleeting spark in the face of death? Or was it the first, tentative flowering of something deeper, something that might survive this ordeal, if they survived? She pushed the thought away, focusing on the immediate need for survival, the mission. How much further? She whispered, her voice absorbed by the suffocating darkness. Hard to say exactly, Alexander murmured back, pausing to examine the tunnel wall, tracing a faint seam of quartz with his fingers. These tunnels aren't accurately mapped. They follow old exploratory veins, but based on the direction, we should be nearing the lower levels of the main North Ridge working soon, levels that were supposedly sealed off years ago. Sealed off, like Josiah Hemlock. The thought sent a chill down Emma's spine. Were these tunnels truly abandoned? Or did they serve another purpose in Theron's clandestine operations? As they pressed onward, the air began to change subtly. The damp chill lessened slightly, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, and the metallic tang grew stronger. They began to hear distant sounds, a low rhythmic thudding, muffled and intermittent, like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. Machinery? Emma queried softly. Alexander nodded, his face grim in the lamplight. Sounds like a pump, keeping water out of the lower levels, but the main pumps are further south. This section, it shouldn't require active drainage unless it's being used. Emma finished his thought. The implication hung heavy between them. These supposedly abandoned tunnels might be part of the secret network, perhaps leading directly to the illicit smelting operation near the assay office, explaining how processed silver could be moved undetected. Their escape route might be leading them directly into the serpent's nest. Caution amplifying, they moved even more slowly, Alexander frequently pausing to listen, testing the air. The thudding grew louder, more distinct. They rounded a bend, and Alexander abruptly stopped, holding up a hand, extinguishing the lamp, plunging them into absolute blackness. Emma froze behind him, straining her ears. Ahead, faint light flickered, casting long, dancing shadows back towards them. And voices, low, rough voices, echoing slightly in the confined space. Told Birch it was madness working this close to the old faults. One voice grumbled. One wrong blast, the whole section could come down. Birch don't care about safety, only quotas, another voice retorted. Long as Finn gets his shipment, Birch gets his bonus. Ain't our necks he's risking. Aye, and keeping quiet about Hemlock. That don't sit right neither. Man deserved better. Quiet! Here's something. The voices dropped abruptly. Silence descended, thick and watchful. Emma held her breath, pressing herself flat against the cold tunnel wall. Alexander stood motionless beside her, a statue carved from shadow. Had they been heard? Were these miners part of Theron's crew, guarding the illicit operation? Or just regular miners working a dangerous section, aware of the risks, perhaps even suspecting the truth about Hemlock? After a long, tense moment, the voices resumed, lower now, more cautious. Just Ras, place is crawling with him. Come on, shift's almost done. Let's get this last load tipped and clear out. Light flickered again as the men moved away, their voices receding. Emma let out a slow, silent breath. Close, too close. Alexander waited several minutes before cautiously relighting the lamp, keeping the beam low. Miners, he whispered. Likely regular crew, working a marginal vein Theron probably reopened to maintain production appearances. But they know about Birch, about Finn's shipments. They suspect about Hemlock. They could be valuable witnesses, Emma breathed, if they dare to speak out. Against Birch and my father? Unlikely, Alexander said grimly. Fear keeps this mine running as much as steam and sweat does, but their presence confirms we're close to active workings. We need to be careful. They proceeded with extreme caution, hugging the shadows, extinguishing the lamp frequently to listen. The tunnel began to widen slightly, the floor becoming more even, showing signs of more recent use. Discarded timber supports, empty blasting powder crates. The rhythmic thudding of the pump was much louder now, seeming to come from just around the next bend. Peering cautiously around the corner, Alexander motioned Emma forward. They looked out into a larger cavern, artificially lit by several strategically placed oil lamps. In the center, a large, noisy steam pump chugged relentlessly, drawing water from a sump pit and sending it gurgling down a drainage channel. Several minecart tracks converged here, leading off into different tunnels. One track, wider and showing signs of heavier use, led towards a section of the cavern wall that had been recently timbered, suggesting a newer tunnel entrance. Faint smoke curled from unseen vents near this entrance, carrying the acrid smell of smelting. The illicit operation, Alexander breathed, his eyes fixed on the timbered entrance. It has to be. The cavern appeared deserted for the moment. The miners they'd overheard must have moved off into one of the other tunnels. This was their chance to get closer, perhaps observe, gather direct evidence. But as they started to move forward from the shadows of their tunnel, a glint of metal caught Emma's eye. High up on a rocky ledge overlooking the cavern, partially hidden behind a cluster of stalactites, sat a figure, a man holding a rifle, positioned perfectly as a lookout, watching the cavern entrance and the pump. He was utterly still, almost invisible against the rock face. Emma grabbed Alexander's arm, pulling him back into the darkness, pointing silently. Alexander followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the hidden watcher. They were expected, or at least the operation was guarded. A direct approach was impossible. "We need another way," Alexander whispered, frustration etched on his face. "A way to see what's happening in there without alerting him." He scanned the cavern walls, his geologist's eye assessing the rock formations. There, he pointed towards the cavern roof, high above the timbered entrance. An old ventilation shaft likely connects to the surface or possibly to other levels. If we can reach it, we might get a view down into their operation. Reaching it looked perilous. It meant climbing the rough cavern wall in near darkness, avoiding the lookout's line of sight, but it seemed the only option short of retreat. Using their combined knowledge of climbing and stealth, honed by Alexander's geological fieldwork and Emma's Pinkerton training, they began the ascent. It was slow, treacherous work, finding handholds and footholds in the uneven rock face, constantly aware of the silent watcher on the ledge opposite. They moved like spiders, inch by inch, using the deepest shadows cast by rock formations as cover. The thudding pump masked the small sounds of their movement, the dislodged pebbles, the scraped knuckles. Finally, breathless and sweating despite the subterranean chill, they reached a narrow ledge just below the dark opening of the ventilation shaft. From here they could peer down, partially obscured by rock formations, towards the timbered tunnel entrance below. The lookout on the opposite ledge was visible, still motionless, unaware of their presence above him. Looking down past the timbered entrance into the tunnel beyond, they could see the source of the smoke and the smelting smell. A rough, makeshift furnace built against the rock wall glowed redly. Several men moved around it, stripped to the waist despite the heat, their bodies gleaming with sweat. They were feeding ore into the furnace, tending the fire, pouring molten metal silver into crude ingot molds. Birch was there, overseeing the operation, barking orders, his face flushed with heat and authority, and standing slightly apart, observing the process with cool detachment, was Finn. They watched, mesmerized and horrified for several minutes. This was the heart of the conspiracy, illegal, dangerous, hidden deep within the earth. They saw the crude silver ingots being stacked, counted, prepared for transport. This was the source of the units, listed in Theron's ledger, the source of the silver Alexander had found in the assay office. Suddenly, shouting erupted from one of the tunnels leading into the main cavern, the direction the miners they'd overheard earlier had taken. A moment later, the two miners stumbled into the cavern, supporting a third man who clutched his leg, his face contorted in pain. "Wall collapse!" one of the miners yelled towards Birch. "Timbers gave way! Miller's trapped his leg!" Birch swore loudly, turning away from the furnace, his expression annoyed rather than concerned. "Damn it! Can't you fools do anything right? How bad is it?" "Bad! Rockfall came down fast. We need help. More timbers, a winch." Finn stepped forward, his voice cutting through the cavern's noise. Is the vein compromised? His only concern was the operation. Vein's fine, the miner retorted bitterly. But Miller ain't. We need help now. Birch hesitated, glancing towards Finn, clearly torn between dealing with the accident and protecting the secrecy of the smelting operation. Finn gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. Maintaining the flow of silver was paramount. All right, Birch growled reluctantly. You two stay with him. Keep him quiet. I'll get a crew. He turned and barked orders at two of the smelter workers, Simnu, sending them off at a run towards a different tunnel, presumably to fetch help from the legitimate sections of the mine, necessitating some sort of cover story for Miller's presence in this restricted area. The distraction, the sudden chaos, presented an opportunity, albeit a desperate one. While Birch and Finn were momentarily preoccupied with the injured miner, while the lookout's attention might be diverted. Now, Emma, Alexander whispered, his eyes gleaming with fierce resolve. Cause a bigger distraction? Try to get closer? Create enough confusion to slip away? Emma assessed the situation rapidly. The lookout was still in place. Birch and Finn were dangerous, alert. Trying to intervene or escape now felt suicidal. But then her eyes fell on the chugging steam pump. It dominated the cavern, its noise a constant rhythm. What if that rhythm stopped? The pump, she breathed. If we could disable it, the noise stops, the water starts rising. It would cause panic, confusion, draw everyone's attention. Alexander looked at the pump, then back at her, understanding dawning. It was incredibly risky. Sabotaging mine equipment carried severe penalties, but it might be the only way to create a significant enough diversion. How? Emma pointed towards a complex series of valves and pressure gauges near the pump's main cylinder. If we could somehow overload the pressure or block the main outflow? It required getting down to the cavern floor, crossing the open space under the lookout's potential gaze, and reaching the pump controls without being seen. Impossible? Perhaps, but less impossible than facing Birch and Finn directly. I'll draw the lookout's fire, Alexander decided instantly, his voice low and firm. Create a disturbance on this side. Give you a chance to reach the pump. No, Alexander. It's the only way, Emma. His eyes met hers, filled with determination. Trust me. Before she could argue further, he dislodged a fist-sized rock from the ledge beside him. Taking careful aim, he hurled it across the cavern, striking the rock face near the lookout's position with a loud crack. The lookout jerked, startled, swinging his rifle towards the source of the noise, peering into the shadows where Alexander had thrown the rock from. At the same moment, Alexander dislodged several smaller stones, sending them skittering down the rock face near their own position, creating a secondary noise source, deliberately drawing attention to himself. Go! He hissed at Emma. Seizing the momentary distraction, Emma scrambled down from the ledge, moving with desperate speed across the cavern floor towards the steam pump, using scattered barrels and piles of discarded equipment as cover. The lookout fired his rifle, the shot echoing deafeningly in the cavern, the bullet whining off the rock face somewhere near Alexander's position. Shouts erupted from Birch and Finn near the injured miner. Emma reached the pump, her heart hammering. She scanned the controls, her mind racing. Overload the pressure. She saw a large valve wheel that seemed to control the main steam intake. If she closed it suddenly, ignoring the shouts and the renewed attention focusing towards the pump, She gripped the hot valve wheel with both hands, using rags from her pocket to protect her skin, and began to turn it, forcing it closed against the immense pressure. The pump's rhythmic chugging instantly faltered, sputtering, straining. Steam hissed violently from stressed joints. "Hey, what the hell?" Birch roared, finally spotting her, starting to run towards the pump, drawing his pistol. Emma ignored him, putting all her weight into closing the valve completely. The pump gave a final, shuddering gasp and fell silent. The sudden absence of its noise was shocking, amplifying the shouts and the rising gurgle of water in the sump pit. Birch raised his pistol, taking aim at Emma, but before he could fire, another shot cracked through the cavern, this one from above. Alexander, leaning precariously from the ledge, fired the derringer he must have kept concealed. The shot wasn't aimed to kill, but it struck the rock near Birch's feet, sending splinters flying, making the foreman stumble and momentarily lose his aim. "Emma, run!" Alexander yelled. Emma didn't need telling twice. Abandoning the pump, she sprinted back towards the tunnel entrance where they had first emerged, the one leading back to the old service tunnels. Alexander scrambled down from his ledge with astonishing speed, landing heavily but rolling and coming up running, angling to intercept her. Finn, seeing the situation devolve, reacted instantly, shoving the injured miner aside and drawing a sleek, deadly-looking pistol from beneath his coat. He fired towards the fleeing figures, his aim calculated and precise. Emma felt a searing pain graze her upper arm, crying out as she stumbled. Alexander reached her side, grabbing her, half dragging her towards the tunnel entrance, as Finn fired again, the bullet thudding into the rock beside them. They plunged into the welcome darkness of the service tunnel just as Birch and several other men reached the cavern entrance, firing wildly after them. They didn't stop running. Stumbling through the darkness, adrenaline masking the pain in Emma's arm. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them for a time, then gradually faded as they navigated the twisting, branching tunnels, relying on Alexander's sense of direction. Finally, utterly exhausted, they collapsed against a damp tunnel wall deep within the unmapped sections, gasping for air. The only light, the faint beam from the salvaged lamp Alexander had managed to keep hold of. Emma clutched her bleeding arm, the initial shock giving way to throbbing pain. Alexander gently examined the wound in the lamplight. "It's a graze. Deep, but the bullet passed through clean." His voice was tight with relief and lingering fear. He tore strips from his own shirt, improvising a bandage, his touch surprisingly gentle, despite the urgency. As he worked, their eyes met. The chaos, the violence, the shared brush with death had stripped away everything but the raw truth of their connection. The trust, forged in whispers and midnight confidences, had been tested by gunfire and sacrifice. It had held, but it had come at a cost. "We stirred the nest," Emma whispered, leaning her head back against the cold stone, the adrenaline starting to ebb, leaving her feeling weak and shaky. "We did more than that," Alexander said grimly, tying off the makeshift bandage. "We stopped their operation, even if only temporarily. We showed them we can reach them. They'll be furious, desperate." He looked around the dark, dripping tunnel. "But they don't know where we are now, and we know exactly where they are." The immediate danger had passed, but the larger threat loomed, magnified. They had wounded the beast, made it bleed. Now it would be cornered, enraged, and infinitely more dangerous. The fragile trust between them had survived the shattering chaos, but the path ahead was now irrevocably paved with poisoned intentions, leading towards a final, unavoidable confrontation. Chapter 18. When the Wolves Circle. The immediate aftermath of their escape from the smelting cavern was a blur of adrenaline-fueled flight through the labyrinthine service tunnels. Alexander, driven by an instinct honed from years exploring the geology beneath his family's land, navigated the branching passages, relying on faint air currents, subtle changes in rock strata, and sheer intuition to lead them away from their pursuers and towards, he hoped, a place of temporary safety. Emma, leaning heavily on him, fought against the waves of pain radiating from her grazed arm and the encroaching exhaustion. The makeshift bandage staunched the bleeding, but the throbbing was incessant, a grim reminder of Finn's deadly precision and the stakes of the game they were playing. Finally, in a section of tunnel that felt older, damper, and blessedly silent, Alexander deemed it safe enough to rest. He found a small side alcove, barely more than a fissure in the rock, partially concealed by a fall of loose shale. Here, in the oppressive darkness, broken only by the lamp's lowest possible glimmer, they collapsed, bodies trembling with reaction, minds reeling from the chaos. "Water!" Alexander rasped, fumbling for the canteen he always carried, its contents now precious. He offered it to Emma first. She drank sparingly, the cool liquid soothing her parched throat, but doing little to quell the turmoil inside. He took a swallow himself, then sat beside her, the hard rock cold beneath them, their shoulders occasionally brushing in the cramped space. The silence stretched, broken only by the drip of unseen water and their own ragged breathing. The adrenaline ebbed, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the stark reality of their situation. They were fugitives, injured, trapped beneath the earth, hunted by ruthless men who controlled the world above. Theron, Finn, Birch the wolves were circling, and their temporary burrow felt terrifyingly fragile. "Disabling the pump? That was reckless, Emma," Alexander said finally, his voice low, devoid of accusation but heavy with the weight of their shared peril. "Incredibly brave, but reckless. You could have been killed." Emma leaned her head back against the cold stone, closing her eyes briefly. Sitting still felt more dangerous. They were going to kill us anyway, Alexander. Theron's orders. Tonight. She relayed the chilling fragment she'd overheard outside the study. Handle it. Both of them. Permanently. Alexander absorbed this, his face hardening in the dim light. The last vestiges of hope that his father might be reasoned with, that some remnant of familial bond might prevail, seemed to extinguish completely. "Permanently," he echoed bitterly. "So the pretense is over entirely." He clenched his fists. "He won't stop until we're silenced and the ledger is destroyed." "The ledger," Emma murmured, the word a focal point in the swirling chaos of fear and uncertainty. "It's still hidden in the basement, but for how long? They'll tear the place apart looking for it, especially now." "Maybe," Alexander mused, thinking aloud. "Or maybe the fire, our escape, maybe it creates enough confusion, enough doubt to make them hesitate. Father, he values control, appearances, a messy search, unexplained deaths. It attracts attention. He might pause, regroup, try a different approach. Like starving us out down here?" Emma countered grimly. "Or sending Birch and his men to systematically seal every old tunnel entrance until they corner us?" "It's possible," Alexander conceded. "Which means we can't stay here long. We need a plan. We need to get back to that ledger." "How?" "The house will be watched like a fortress. Every servant a potential spy thanks to Mrs. Davis, every shadow concealing a threat. Emma felt a wave of despair wash over her. Their situation felt impossible. Alexander reached out in the darkness, his hand finding hers. His grip was strong, steady, a surprising anchor in the swirling fear. "We don't go back to the house," he said firmly. "Not directly. We go around. We use their own methods against them." Emma looked at him, intrigued despite her exhaustion. "What do you mean?" "The night wagons," he explained, his voice gaining intensity as the plan formed. "The ones moving east from the North Ridge. They bypass the main mine complex, the town, the mansion. They use old, forgotten tracks. If we could intercept one—" "Intercept how?" "We're two people, one of us injured, against armed guards likely accompanying any shipment." "We don't take it by force," Alexander clarified. "We use it for transport. If we can figure out their route, their timing, perhaps we can stow away. Ride with them part of the way, closer to redemption, perhaps even to an unguarded access point, back towards the estate grounds, bypassing the main security." It was audacious, risky, relying on precise timing and a healthy dose of luck, but it held a certain desperate logic, using the enemy's own clandestine network to move undetected. "How do we find the route?" "The timing?" Emma asked, the practicalities daunting. "The miners we overheard," Alexander recalled. "They mentioned Finn's shipment, Birch's quotas. That implies a regular schedule. And the location, the smelting operation, is near the North Ridge lower levels. The wagons likely load nearby, using one of these service tunnels or a concealed surface access point in that area." He paused, thinking. "There's an old air shaft, quite large, that surfaces in a collapsed basin about half a mile east of the North Ridge workings. It's marked on some of the older geological maps I studied. If they're using wagons, that basin is one of the few places accessible by track directly from the lower levels without going through the main mine." "So we head for this air shaft?" "Yes, we observe. If a shipment is due soon, and after the disruption we caused, Finn will be pushing hard to make up for lost time. They might move tonight. We watch, learn the route out of the basin, find an opportunity. It was a plan, fragile and dangerous, but better than waiting passively in the damp darkness. Rekindled purpose helped push back the exhaustion." They finished the last of the water. Alexander checked Emma's bandage again, and then, extinguishing the lamp to conserve oil and maximize stealth, they began moving once more, deeper into the unknown network of tunnels, guided by Alexander's knowledge and instinct towards the air shaft east of North Ridge. The journey was arduous. Emma's arm throbbed relentlessly, and her legs felt heavy, protesting every step. Alexander moved with unwavering focus, testing the stability of passages, listening constantly, his senses heightened by the darkness and the danger. They encountered sections blocked by rock falls, forcing lengthy detours. Water dripped incessantly, soaking their already filthy clothes, chilling them to the bone. Time lost all meaning. They could have been walking for hours or days. Finally, Alexander stopped. "Listen." Emma strained her ears. Faintly, very faintly, she could hear it, the sigh of moving air. And beneath it, carried on that current, the distant clang of metal on metal, muffled voices. "We're close," Alexander whispered. "The air shaft." They proceeded with infinite caution, the sounds growing slightly louder. Soon, a faint gray light became visible, a head moonlight. Filtering down from above, they reached the base of a wide, circular shaft, constructed of brick and stone, ascending into darkness far above. Rusted iron rungs were set into the wall, offering a perilous ladder to the surface. At the base of the shaft, near where they stood, a wide tunnel angled away the source of the clanging sounds and voices. This must be the access route from the smelting operation. Concealing themselves behind a massive, crumbling support pillar, they watched the angled tunnel entrance. After a few minutes, two men emerged, pushing a heavy metal-wheeled cart laden with canvas-wrapped ingots, the crude silver bricks. They maneuvered the cart onto a section of track, leading towards the base of the air shaft, where a simple hoist mechanism, ropes and pulleys attached to the iron rungs above, was situated. Another man appeared, supervising the loading process. He was stocky, rough-featured, the same man Emma had seen meeting secretly with Mrs. Davies in the mansion corridor. Finn's contact, or perhaps Finn's lieutenant. "Careful with that, you fools!" the stocky man barked as the others began attaching ropes to the ingots. "Scratch that canvas and Finn'll have your hides." So a shipment was being prepared. Their timing, born of desperation, had been fortunate. They watched as the men laboriously hoisted the silver, ingot by ingot, up the shaft. It was slow, strenuous work. "Where are they taking it?" Emma whispered. "To the surface," Alexander murmured back. "To the collapsed basin I mentioned. The wagons must be waiting up there." He scanned the base of the shaft. "Look, another tunnel, heading directly away from the loading area. Smaller, looks like a drainage tunnel, probably slopes downwards." An idea sparked in Emma's eyes. If it slopes down, where does it lead? Away from the main workings, likely towards the creek on the east side, following the natural water runoff path. Could we use it to get clear of this immediate area once the silver is loaded and they move out? Alexander considered it. Possibly. It'll be wet, narrow, but likely unguarded. They'll be focused on getting the shipment out. They waited, hidden, observing the loading process. It took the better part of an hour. Finally, the last ingot was hoisted up. The stocky man barked orders, sending the two laborers back down the tunnel towards the smelting cavern. He remained behind, checking the ropes, glancing impatiently up the shaft. He was clearly waiting for something, perhaps the signal that the wagons were loaded and ready to move. This was their chance to use the drainage tunnel. Moving silently, while the stocky man's attention was directed upwards, they slipped across the floor and entered the narrow, dripping opening Alexander had indicated. It immediately plunged downwards, the sound of trickling water echoing in the confined space. It was barely wide enough to squeeze through, the floor slick with mud and algae. They followed the water flow, moving as quickly as possible in the near-total darkness, relying on touch and Alexander's sense of direction. The air grew fresher, cleaner, carrying the scent of damp earth and vegetation. After what felt like another eternity, they saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. The tunnel ended abruptly, opening out into a thicket of willows and reeds near the bank of a fast-flowing creek. The same creek, Emma realized, that flowed down past Redemption, past the spot where she had first sought Henderson the potter's non-existent workshop. They had circled around, emerging miles downstream from the mine complex undetected. They collapsed onto the damp earth near the creek bank, concealed by the thick vegetation, utterly spent, but momentarily safe. The sounds of the mine were distant now, replaced by the rush of water and the chirping of night insects. Above them, stars glittered coldly in the clear night sky. The storm had passed entirely. Alexander gently checked Emma's arm again. The bleeding had stopped, but the area around the wound was inflamed, painful. "We need to clean this properly," he said, his voice tight with concern. He dipped a strip of the bandage into the cold creek water, carefully wiping away the grime and dried blood. Emma winced but endured it, grateful for his care. The professional boundary between them completely dissolved by shared hardship. "What now?" she asked wearily, looking at his exhausted, determined face silhouetted against the starlight. "We're out, but we're no closer to the ledger, no closer to stopping them. We rest here until first light," Alexander decided. "Then we make our way carefully towards town, not into redemption itself, but to the outskirts. There's someone there, someone who might help us, and an old prospector, Silas Croft. He knew my mother. He distrusts my father and knows these hills better than anyone. He might offer sanctuary, information." It was a slim hope, relying on the loyalty of a stranger from Alexander's past. But it was better than nothing. They huddled together for warmth against the night chill, the shared danger creating an intimacy that transcended their exhaustion and fear. Emma found herself leaning against Alexander's shoulder, drawing strength from his solid presence. He didn't pull away, instead shifting slightly to shelter her more effectively from the breeze coming off the water. In the quiet darkness, surrounded by the sounds of the wilderness, the rigid structures of duty, deception, and social standing seemed to fall away, leaving only two people fighting for survival, bound by a connection forged in fire and cemented by a desperate kiss. The wolves were still circling. The danger was far from over, but here, for a few precious hours, they had found a fragile respite, a moment to gather strength before plunging back into the heart of the storm. The unmasking of their roles had led unexpectedly to an unmasking of the heart, revealing a loyalty and burgeoning affection that felt both terrifyingly vulnerable and fiercely necessary for the fight ahead. Chapter 19. An Alliance Forged in Fire. Dawn painted the eastern sky in bruised shades of purple and rose as Emma and Alexander stirred from their cramped, uneasy rest amongst the willows by the creek. The night had offered little true sleep, filled instead with phantom pains, the lingering chill of the tunnels, and the constant, low-grade hum of anxiety. Every rustle of leaves, every distant animal cry had sounded like approaching pursuit. Yet, the quiet solitude, the clean air after the suffocating depths of the mine, had provided a much-needed, albeit fragile, respite. Emma's arm throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, but Alexander's makeshift bandage had held, and the cold creek water seemed to have lessened the inflammation slightly. Alexander himself looked drawn and weary, the lines of stress etched deeply around his eyes, but his expression held a renewed determination. The decision to seek out Silas Croft, the old prospector, had given them a tangible goal, a sliver of hope in their desperate circumstances. "Ready?" Alexander asked softly, offering Emma a hand as she stiffly rose to her feet. His touch lingered for a moment longer than necessary, a silent acknowledgement of the connection that had deepened between them during their flight. Emma nodded, ignoring the protest of her injured arm. "As I'll ever be." Moving with extreme caution, they followed the creek downstream, keeping to the dense cover of the trees and undergrowth lining its banks. They avoided the main tracks, cutting across rocky slopes and through thickets of manzanita, relying on Alexander's knowledge of the terrain. The Sterling mansion, visible occasionally on its distant bluff, seemed like a phantom fortress from another life. its white facade gleaming innocently in the early morning light, belying the darkness it contained. Redemption, nestled in the valley below, slowly came alive with the sounds of a waking town, distant hammering, the rumble of early ore wagons heading towards the main mine complex, the faint strains of saloon music already starting up. They skirted the edge of the settlement, giving the dusty streets and watchful eyes a wide berth. Silas Croft's cabin, according to Alexander, was tucked away in a small, secluded canyon a mile or so west of town, deliberately isolated. The old prospector valued his privacy and harbored a deep distrust of civilization in general, and Theron Sterling's encroaching empire in particular. Reaching the canyon involved another arduous trek across rugged, sun-baked terrain, forcing Emma to grit her teeth against the rising pain in her arm. Alexander stayed close, offering quiet encouragement, his concern palpable, frequently scanning their back trail for any sign of pursuit. Finally, they rounded a cluster of weathered sandstone formations and saw it a small, dilapidated cabin built of rough-hewn logs, smoke curling lazily from a crooked stone chimney. A few scrawny chickens pecked in the dusty yard, and a sway-backed mule eyed their approach with sleepy indifference from a makeshift corral. It looked blessedly ordinary, peaceful, a world away from the violence and intrigue they had fled. As they approached the cabin door, it swung open, and a figure emerged, blocking the entrance. Silas Croft was as weathered as the landscape, tall and gaunt, with a leathery face framed by a wild mane of white hair and beard. His eyes, pale blue and startlingly sharp, narrowed suspiciously as he took in their disheveled appearance, Alexander's torn clothes and bruised face, Emma's makeshift bandage and grime-streaked uniform. He held a long-barreled squirrel rifle loosely but purposefully in the crook of his arm. "State your business," Silas rasped, his voice like stones grinding together. "This ain't Charity Flats." "Silas," Alexander said, stepping forward, his voice carrying respect and a hint of pleading. "It's me, Alexander Sterling." The old prospector's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed again, scrutinizing Alexander's face. "Sterling." He spat tobacco juice into the dust. "Thought you'd be too busy counting your daddy's blood money to be wandering out here looking like something the cat dragged in. What trouble you bringing to my door?" "Trouble we didn't start, Silas," Alexander replied earnestly. "We're running from my father, from Birch. They tried to silence us." He gestured towards Emma. "This is Emma Reed. She's with me. We need help. Sanctuary, just for a little while. Information if you have any." Silas Croft's gaze shifted to Emma, sharp and assessing. He took in her injured arm, the exhaustion etched on her face, the underlying steel he likely recognized despite her appearance. He looked back at Alexander, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "Your mother, Isabella, she sometimes spoke of you. Hoped you wouldn't turn out like him." He jerked his head vaguely in the direction of the distant Sterling holdings. The mention of his mother seemed to resonate deeply with Alexander. A flicker of pain crossed his face before he composed himself. "I'm trying not to, Silas. I'm trying to expose what he's doing. The thefts, the lies, maybe worse." Silas remained silent for a long moment, studying them both, his shrewd eyes weighing their words, their desperation. Finally, he grunted and stepped aside, gesturing with the rifle barrel towards the dark interior of the cabin. "Get in. Before Birch's hounds sniff you out, don't expect fancy fixins." Relief washed over Emma, so potent she swayed slightly. Alexander steadied her, murmuring his thanks to the old prospector. They stepped inside the small, cluttered cabin. It smelled of wood smoke, coffee, and drying herbs. Tools, mining equipment, and piles of books competed for space. It was the dwelling of a man content with solitude and self-sufficiency. Silas kicked the door shut behind them. "Sit," he commanded, pointing towards two rickety chairs near a cold stone fireplace. He poured coffee, thick and black, from a pot simmering on the hearth into two chipped enamel mugs, handing one to each of them. The strong, bitter brew was welcome, cutting through the chill and exhaustion. "Now," Silas said, leaning against the rough-hewn table, cradling his rifle, his eyes missing nothing. "Tell me everything. Start from the beginning. And don't leave out the parts that make you look bad. Truth's got rough edges." Hesitantly at first, then with growing urgency, Alexander recounted the story, his initial suspicions about the ore discrepancies, his father's dismissals and accusations, the confrontation with Birch at North Ridge, finding the smelted silver and Hemlock's tag, Theron's escalating paranoia, Finn's arrival, the frame-up, his confinement, Emma's warnings, their discovery of the smelting operation, the escape. Emma interjected occasionally, clarifying details, adding her own observations about Mrs. Davies's complicity, the night wagons, Theron's order to have them silenced, their retrieval and subsequent loss of the shadow ledger. Silas listened intently, his expression unchanging, occasionally asking a sharp, pertinent question, his eyes fixed on theirs, gauging their honesty. When they finally fell silent, the only sound in the cabin was the crackle of the fire Silas had rekindled in the hearth. The old prospector stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Theron Sterling," he finally mused, his voice low, "always greedy, always ruthless, just like his own father. But this goes beyond greed. Illicit smelting murder. He's playing a dangerous game. And this Finn character sounds like hired trouble from back east, the kind that cleans up messes permanently." He looked pointedly at Emma's bandaged arm. "We need to get back to that ledger, Silas," Alexander said urgently. "It's the only proof we have that can stop him, truly expose him." Silas shook his head slowly. "Going back to the mansion basement now, that's suicide, son. Theron will have that place locked down tighter than a drum, likely moved the ledger himself by now or destroyed it. Assume it's gone." Despair threatened to engulf Emma again. "Without the ledger." "But," Silas continued, holding up a leathery hand, "that don't mean all is lost. Theron's got weaknesses, his pride, his reputation with those fancy investors, and this Finn. Men like that leave tracks if you know where to look." He paused, his pale eyes thoughtful. "The night wagons you saw, Emma, heading east. Where do you reckon they were going?" "We don't know," Emma admitted. "Away from redemption, away from the railhead." "East," Silas murmured. "Ain't much east to here except rough country canyon, and the old stagecoach trail to Junction City. Hardly used anymore since the railroad went further south, but passable by wagon if you know the way." "Junction City?" Alexander queried. "Why there? It's a dying town." "Maybe," Silas allowed, "but it's got something redemption don't. An old independent assay office run by a fella named Peterson. Honest as the day is long, and asks no questions about where ore comes from, long as the paperwork looks halfway decent. And it connects, eventually, to lines heading further east, away from Pinkerton routes and territorial marshals Theron might worry about." A new possibility opened up. Theron wasn't just stealing the silver. He was smuggling it out through secondary channels, likely using falsified documents provided by Finn, laundered through an unsuspecting or indifferent assay office far from his base of operations. If we could intercept a shipment before it reaches Junction City, Emma began, her mind racing. Or find evidence at the Junction City assay office, Alexander added. Hold your horses, Silas cautioned. Junction City's a 2-day ride through rough country, and those shipments will be guarded, likely by Finn's own men, not just Birch's local thugs. You two, he looked them over critically, ain't exactly in fighting shape. But we have to do something, Silas, Alexander insisted, leaning forward, desperate. We can't just hide here while my father destroys everything, while men like Finn and Birch operate with impunity. Silas studied Alexander's impassioned face, then glanced at Emma's determined expression, the fire that hadn't quite been extinguished by pain and fear. He saw, perhaps, echoes of Isabella's spirit, the stubborn integrity she had possessed. He sighed, a long, rattling sound. All right, he conceded gruffly. Hidden ain't living, that's for sure. But running off half-cocked ain't smart neither. He pushed himself away from the table. And first things first. Emma, let me see that arm proper. Got some poultices here that'll draw out the soreness better'n his lordship's torn shirt. He began rummaging through a wooden chest filled with dried herbs and mysterious concoctions. While Silas tended to Emma's arm with surprisingly gentle, practiced hands, applying a soothing, pungent poultice and securing it with clean bandages, he began to formulate a plan. Can't take on Finn's guards directly. Need leverage. Need disruption. His eyes gleamed with a shrewd light. Theron's investors. You said he courts them constantly? He asked Alexander. Yes, he's planning another expansion, seeking significant capital. There's a group arriving from Denver in a few days, scheduled for a tour of the mine, a fancy dinner at the mansion. Perfect, Silas declared, a grim smile cracking his leathery face. Nothing spooks money men like bad publicity, unsafe conditions, labor trouble, whispers of financial instability. If word got out, say, about Miller's accident, about Hemlock's convenient cave-in, about miners being underpaid or silenced. How do we spread that word without revealing ourselves? Emma asked, intrigued by the old prospector's cunning. Leave that to me, Silas said cryptically. Got a few old friends down in Redemption who owe me favors, men who work the mine and ain't afraid to whisper in the right ears when Birch ain't looking. We start a rumor mill, fan the flames of discontent that are already smoldering. And while the investors are getting nervous, Alexander prompted, while Theron's distracted, putting out fires, trying to maintain his precious facade, that's when you might have a chance, Silas explained. A chance, maybe, to intercept one of those wagons, not for the silver, but for the paperwork. Bills of lading, shipping manifests, likely falsified, signed by Finn or Birch. That could be your proof. Harder to destroy than a ledger. Intercept a guarded wagon? Emma questioned, the risk immense. Needed distraction there, too, Silas mused. Something to pull the guards away, give you a window. Rock slide, stampede, have to be timed just right. He looked at Alexander. You know the route they likely take out of that basin near the Northridge air shaft? Alexander nodded. The old canyon trail towards the east is narrow, treacherous in spots, vulnerable to blockage. Good. Silas seemed satisfied. We need supplies, horses, weapons better than that pea shooter of yours, son. He nodded towards the Derringer Alexander still carried. Got a couple of reliable Henry rifles stashed away. And my mule, Bessie, she ain't fast, but she's sure-footed and carries a load. A new alliance was being forged, not just between Emma and Alexander, but now including this grizzled, pragmatic old prospector, an alliance born of shared opposition to Theron Sterling's tyranny, fueled by desperation, and cemented by Silas's unexpected willingness to help the son of the woman he clearly respected, and perhaps the son of the man he despised. It was an alliance forged in the crucible of their escape, tempered by Silas's frontier wisdom. They spent the rest of the day hidden in Silas's cabin, resting, planning, gathering strength. Silas provided food, tough jerky, hardtack biscuits, more strong coffee. He shared his knowledge of the surrounding territory, potential ambush points along the eastern trail, the likely timing of the wagon shipments based on mining schedules he still kept track of through his contacts. Emma felt her strength slowly returning, the throbbing in her arm lessening under the influence of Silas's poultice. Alexander seemed energized by the prospect of action, the grim determination replacing his earlier despair. As dusk began to settle, painting the canyon walls in shades of orange and purple, Silas made his final preparations. He checked the Henry rifles, filled ammunition belts, packed saddlebags with essential supplies. "You two stay put tonight," he instructed. "Rest up. I'm going to ride Bessie down towards Redemption after dark. Need to talk to some old ghosts. Start stirring the pot. Come morning, if all goes well, the rumors will start flying. And Theron Sterling will have more to worry about than just his escaped son and a meddling Pinkerton agent." He paused at the door, turning back to look at them, his pale eyes serious. "This ain't gonna be easy. Chances are slim. Theron and his kind, they don't give up power easily. People might get hurt." "We know, Silas," Alexander said quietly, meeting the old man's gaze. "But we have to try." Emma nodded in agreement, her hand instinctively finding Alexander's, their fingers interlaced, a silent testament to the bond forged between them, an alliance now tripartite, ready to face the fire. Silas grunted, seemingly satisfied. "All right then, keep the door barred. Shoot anything that tries to get in without whistling Dixie first." He winked, a surprising flash of humor in his weathered face, then slipped out into the deepening twilight, leaving Emma and Alexander alone once more, but no longer entirely adrift. They had allies, a plan, and a shared resolve, ready for the final desperate act in a play where the stakes were nothing less than truth, justice, and their very lives. Chapter 20. The Reckoning at Crimson Gulch. The 2 days spent hidden in Silas Croft's secluded cabin were a strange mixture of enforced idleness and intense, nerve-wracking preparation. While Silas was away, ostensibly stirring the pot in Redemption, Emma and Alexander existed in a state of suspended animation. They rested, allowing Emma's arm to heal further under the influence of Silas's potent poultices, the sharp pain dulling to a persistent ache. They ate the prospect of sparse but sustaining fare, spoke in low tones, planned and replanned their desperate gamble, and listened constantly for any sound that might signal discovery. The isolation, the shared confinement, deepened the intimacy that had sparked between them. Away from the oppressive grandeur of the Sterling mansion, stripped of their former roles, they saw each other with a raw clarity. Emma saw Alexander's quiet strength, his innate sense of justice warring with the pain of his father's betrayal, his geologist's meticulousness now applied to survival. Alexander saw Emma's fierce intelligence, her courage masked by years of practiced invisibility, her vulnerability revealed not as weakness, but as the source of her empathy. The silence between them was often as communicative as their whispered words, filled with unspoken understanding, burgeoning affection, and the constant terrifying awareness of their shared mortality. The memory of their kiss in the basement darkness remained a tangible presence, a promise and a peril in equal measure. Silas returned before dawn on the second day, materializing out of the pre-dawn gloom like a desert wraith, his mule Bessie laden with supplies, and his eyes gleaming with grim satisfaction. "The coals are glowing," he reported, accepting the coffee Alexander handed him. Word spreading through the mine like wildfire. Miller's accident, Hemlock's convenient cave-in last year. Men are connecting the dots. Talk of shorted pay, dangerous conditions being ignored. Birch's heavy hand, it's all boiling up, and I made sure a whisper reached the ears of that hotel clerk where Sterling's fancy investors are staying. Nothing direct, mind you, just enough to make him nervous, ask questions. He confirmed that Theron Sterling was indeed feeling the pressure. Guards had been doubled around the mansion and the main mine entrance. Birch was reportedly furious, trying to stamp out the rumors with threats, which only seemed to fuel the discontent further. Theron himself had remained closeted in the mansion, likely dealing with rattled investors and trying to manage the escalating crisis. Crucially, Silas's contacts reported another silver shipment was being prepared, likely rushed to make up for the disruption Emma and Alexander had caused, and scheduled to move out via the Eastern Canyon Trail tonight. "Tonight," Alexander echoed, exchanging a look with Emma. Their window of opportunity was here. "Got you these?" Silas said, producing 2 Henry, repeating rifles from Bessie's packs, along with ammunition belts. "Know how to use them?" Both Alexander and Emma confirmed they did. Alexander from hunting and range experience, Emma from her Pinkerton training. Silas also provided sturdy trail clothes, scavenged from his own meager stores, rough trousers, durable shirts, worn leather vests, allowing Emma to finally shed the last remnants of her maid's uniform. Dressed for the terrain, armed, the transformation felt complete. She was no longer Emily Carter, nor entirely Agent Reed operating undercover. She was Emma, fighting alongside Alexander and Silas for survival and truth. Their plan, refined with Silas's input, was perilous. They would ride towards the Eastern Canyon Crimson Gulch, Silas called it, for the color of its rocks at sunset, aiming to intercept the silver wagon. Silas, using his intimate knowledge of the terrain and a few strategically placed sticks of dynamite, just enough to make noise and block the trail, not enough to hurt nobody less they're standing right under it, he assured them, would create a diversion further down the gulch, simulating a major rock slide. During the ensuing chaos, while the guards were distracted, Alexander and Emma would approach the stalled wagon, overpower any remaining guard, seize the shipping documents, and escape back into the labyrinthine hills before reinforcements arrived. "We ain't after the silver," Silas emphasized again. "Too heavy, too risky, just the paperwork. Proof that ties Theron and Finn to this shipment, this route. That's your leverage." As dusk approached, painting the canyon walls outside Silas's cabin in fiery hues, they made their final preparations. Silas loaded dynamite and fuses carefully into his saddlebags. Emma checked her rifle, the solid weight reassuring, her injured arm stiff but functional. Alexander studied a rough map Silas had drawn in the dirt, memorizing the twists and turns of Crimson Gulch. "Remember," Silas said, his pale eyes serious, as they mounted Alexander and Emma, sharing Bessie, Silas on his own wiry Mustang. "Timing is everything, and I'll set the blast when I judge the wagon's deep enough in the gulch to be trapped, but before it reaches the choke point where you'll be waiting. Listen for the boom, move fast. Get the papers, then melt away. Head north, towards the old ridge trail. I'll meet you there if I can shake any pursuit." With a final nod, Silas spurred his Mustang and disappeared into the twilight shadows, heading towards the lower entrance of Crimson Gulch. Emma and Alexander turned Bessie towards the upper ridge, their hearts pounding in unison, the final act about to begin. The ride along the ridge overlooking Crimson Gulch was tense. Moonlight illuminated the rugged landscape, casting deep shadows that seemed to writhe with unseen threats. Below them, the narrow, winding trail snaked through the canyon, a treacherous path barely wide enough for a wagon. They tethered Bessie in a hidden ravine off the main ridge, ensuring she wouldn't be easily spotted, then proceeded on foot to the choke point Silas had designated, a narrow section where the canyon walls rose steeply on both sides, offering limited room to maneuver and potential cover amongst the boulders. They settled into position, concealed behind a cluster of large rocks overlooking the trail, rifles ready, senses strained, listening to the night sounds, the wind sighing through pinon pines, the distant yip of a coyote, the thrum of their own blood pounding in their ears. Waiting was torture. Every minute felt like an hour. Doubts gnawed at Emma. Was the wagon truly coming tonight? Would Silas's diversion work? Could they overpower the guards? What if Finn himself was accompanying the shipment? Alexander must have sensed her anxiety. He reached over in the darkness, briefly squeezing her hand. "We can do this, Emma," he whispered, his voice low but firm, offering reassurance she desperately needed. She squeezed back, drawing strength from his conviction. Then they heard it, faintly at first, then growing louder, the unmistakable rumble of heavy wagon wheels, the jingle of harness, the low voices of men. Headlights appeared around a bend further up the gulch. 2 wagons, not one, heavily laden. Canvas covers pulled taut, each drawn by a team of sturdy mules. Several outriders accompanied them, armed guards, their silhouettes dark against the moonlit trail. Emma counted at least 6 guards plus the drivers, more than they had anticipated. 2 wagons. Alexander breathed beside her, his voice tight and heavily guarded. Their plan suddenly felt woefully inadequate. Overpowering 6 or more armed guards, even with a diversion, seemed impossible. But retreat now was equally unthinkable. They watched as the wagons lumbered slowly down the treacherous trail, the drivers cursing, the guards scanning the canyon walls warily. The lead wagon carried the stocky man Emma recognized from the smelting cavern and Mrs. Davies' corridor meeting. Finn was not visible. The wagons crawled deeper into the gulch, approaching the section Silas had targeted. Emma held her breath, waiting for the blast. The tension was unbearable. The lead wagon cleared the designated zone. Then the second wagon entered it. Any second now, boom! The explosion ripped through the night, echoing thunderously off the canyon walls. Dust and rock debris rained down. Ahead of the lead wagon, a section of the canyon wall visibly crumbled, sending a cascade of boulders crashing down onto the trail, completely blocking the path. Chaos erupted below. The mules panicked, rearing and braying. The drivers fought for control. The guards yelled, drawing their weapons, peering into the dust and shadows, unsure if it was a natural rock slide or an ambush. "Now!" Alexander hissed. But before they could move, disaster struck from an unexpected quarter. From the ridge behind them, further back along the trail they themselves had used, came the sharp crack of a rifle, followed by another. Not from Silas. These shots were aimed down at the chaotic scene below, pinning the guards, adding to the confusion, but also revealing another hostile presence. "Ambush!" one of the guards below yelled, firing back towards the unseen shooters on the rear ridge. Emma and Alexander exchanged horrified glances. Who were these other attackers, rivals of Theron's, or perhaps Finn orchestrating a double cross, planning to seize the silver for himself? The situation had instantly become exponentially more dangerous. They were caught between the wagon, guards below, and unknown assailants behind them. "We need those papers!" Emma yelled over the gunfire, knowing their original plan was shot. Alexander nodded grimly. "Cover me!" While the guards below were distracted, firing towards both the rock slide ahead and the unseen shooters behind, Alexander broke cover, scrambling down the steep slope towards the lead wagon, using boulders for protection. Emma raised her Henry rifle, sighting down the barrel, ready to provide covering fire, her heart pounding like a trip hammer. Alexander reached the lead wagon just as the stocky man coordinating the shipment scrambled for cover behind it, firing his pistol wildly towards the rear ridge. Alexander tackled him low, hard. The two men grappled fiercely in the dust and chaos beside the panicked mules. Emma saw two of the outriders break away, spurring their horses back towards the lead wagon to help their boss. She took careful aim, firing not to kill, but to disable. Her first shot struck the horse of the lead rider, sending it crashing down in a tangle of limbs, throwing the rider clear, but taking him out of the immediate fight. The second rider swerved, firing blindly towards her position as he galloped past. Emma ducked behind her boulder as bullets whined overhead. "Down by the wagon!" Alexander managed to wrestle the pistol away from the stocky man, delivering a sharp blow to his jaw that sent him sprawling, momentarily stunned. Alexander immediately ripped open the man's saddlebag, searching frantically. More gunfire erupted from the rear ridge. The remaining wagon guards were caught in a deadly crossfire, unsure where the primary threat lay. The second wagon's driver abandoned his team and scrambled for cover. Alexander pulled a thick oilskin pouch from the saddlebag. "Got it!" he yelled up to Emma, holding it aloft for a fraction of a second, the shipping document. "Get out of there!" Emma screamed, seeing two more guards converging on his position. Alexander turned to run back up the slope, but the stocky man, recovering faster than expected, lunged, grabbing his ankle, trying to drag him down. Alexander kicked free, but stumbled. One of the converging guards raised his rifle, taking aim. Emma didn't hesitate. Sighting carefully, she squeezed the trigger. The rifle bucked against her shoulder. The guard cried out, clutching his arm, his rifle clattering to the ground. Alexander used the moment to scramble up the slope, bullets kicking up dust around him as the other guard fired wildly. He reached Emma's position, collapsing beside her, gasping for breath, clutching the oilskin pouch. "Let's go!" But escape wasn't going to be easy. The shooters on the rear ridge, whoever they were, now seemed to turn their attention towards Emma and Alexander's position, perhaps realizing they held the prize. Bullets began smacking into the boulders around them. They were pinned down. Suddenly, another figure appeared on the ridge beside them. Silas Croft, his face grim, his own Henry rifle smoking. He must have circled around after setting the blast. "Told you this weren't going to be easy," he yelled over the din. "Who in tarnation are those others?" "No idea," Alexander yelled back, reloading his rifle. "But they want these papers out. Well, they ain't getting them," Silas declared, firing towards the rear ridge. "You two, head for the ravine where you left the mule. Now, I'll hold him off." "Silas, no," Alexander protested. "Go!" Silas roared, firing again. "Ain't no arguing. Get that proof out. That's what matters. Move." Knowing Silas was right, knowing he was sacrificing his own safety for their escape, Alexander grabbed Emma's good arm, Come on! They scrambled away from the choke point, heading back along the ridge towards the hidden ravine, bullets whining past them. Behind them, they could hear Silas's rifle cracking steadily, returning fire, drawing the attention of both the wagon guards below and the mysterious attackers on the rear ridge. They reached the ravine, finding Bessie nervously pulling at her tether, but unharmed. Alexander untied her swiftly, vaulting into the saddle, pulling Emma up behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, clutching the precious oilskin pouch containing the documents against her chest. "Which way?" she gasped, glancing back towards the sounds of gunfire echoing from the gulch. North, Alexander decided instantly. Away from redemption, away from the Eastern Trail, into the high country, lose ourselves in the wilderness until we figure out our next move. He urged the sturdy mule forward, away from Crimson Gulch, away from the chaos and the gunfire, away from Silas Croft's brave, desperate stand. They rode hard into the moonlit wilderness, the oilskin pouch a heavy weight against Emma's heart, representing both their potential salvation and the terrible price of their fight. The reckoning at Crimson Gulch had yielded the proof they sought, but the cost was already mounting, and the identities of the shadowy third party added a terrifying new dimension to the conflict. The wolves were not just circling, they were now fighting amongst themselves, with Emma and Alexander caught precariously in the middle, holding the key to the entire bloody affair. Chapter 21. Beneath a Sky of Judgment. They rode north into the high country like hunted animals, the sounds of the battle at Crimson Gulch slowly fading behind them, replaced by the steady rhythm of Bessie's hooves on the rocky trail and the mournful sigh of the wind through sparse, high-altitude pines. Alexander pushed the sturdy mule relentlessly, navigating by instinct and the cold light of the stars, seeking the sanctuary of anonymity in the vast, indifferent wilderness. Emma clung tightly to his waist, the oilskin pouch containing the shipping documents pressed between them like a shield and a burden. Her injured arm throbbed, a dull counterpoint to the sharp, agonizing guilt churning within her over leaving Silas Croft behind. His final, defiant stand, buying them precious moments to escape, haunted her thoughts. Had he survived, or had he paid the ultimate price for their desperate gamble? Alexander seemed lost in his own grim thoughts, his shoulders set rigidly, his face pale and strained in the moonlight. He felt the weight of Silas's sacrifice keenly, the old prospector's loyalty a stark contrast to his own father's treachery. He had led them into this, convinced Silas to help, and now the old man might be dead because of it. The victory in securing the documents felt hollow, tainted by the potential cost. They rode through the remainder of the night, pausing only briefly to rest the mule and drink sparingly from their dwindling water supply. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, forcing them onto narrow game trails, across scree slopes that threatened to send Bessie tumbling into the darkness below. By dawn, they had reached a high, windswept plateau, dotted with stunted junipers and massive, weathered rock formations carved by millennia of wind and ice. Far below, the Redemption Valley was a distant haze, the Sterling Mansion invisible, the mine workings merely a suggestion of human scarring on the vast landscape. Here, under a pale, unforgiving sky, they felt utterly exposed, yet paradoxically, safer than they had been in weeks. Pursuit seemed unlikely to reach this remote, desolate place quickly. Alexander found a shallow overhang beneath a towering sandstone monolith, offering rudimentary shelter from the wind, and concealment from casual observation. Dismounting stiffly, they led Bessie into the sheltered space, allowing the exhausted animal to graze on the sparse vegetation. Emma sank onto the cold ground, weariness washing over her in waves. Alexander gently checked her arm, his touch sending an involuntary tremor through her. The bandage was soaked through with fresh blood. The strenuous ride had taken its toll. "We need to clean this again," he said quietly, his voice rough with fatigue and concern. He used the last of their water and a cleaner strip, torn from his shirt, his movements careful, focused. As he worked, their eyes met, the shared trauma of the previous night, the unspoken grief over Silas, the terrifying uncertainty of their future, creating a silent, powerful current between them. "Do you think he—" Emma began, unable to finish the question. Alexander tied off the new bandage, his expression bleak. Silas knew the risks. He chose to help us. He wouldn't want us looking back. But his voice lacked conviction. The guilt was a shared burden. They rested for a few hours, huddled together for warmth against the high-altitude chill, exhaustion claiming them in fits and starts. When the sun climbed higher, warming the rock around them, Alexander finally pulled out the oilskin pouch. His hands trembled slightly as he untied the flap. Inside were several folded documents, bills of lading, shipping manifests, transfer orders. He spread them out on the flat rock surface. Emma leaned closer, her weariness momentarily forgotten, her detective's mind kicking into gear. The documents detailed the transport of significant quantities of processed mineral concentrate, clearly a euphemism for the illicitly smelted silver from a non-existent holding company, North Ridge Ventures, according to the letterhead, to the independent assay office in Junction City, run by Peterson, the man Silas had mentioned. The weights listed were substantial. The dates corresponded to the periods of known discrepancy Alexander had investigated. And the authorizing signatures. Emma's breath caught. One signature, bold and arrogant, was clearly Foreman Birch's. The other, tighter, more precise, yet undeniably present on several key transfer orders, was Theron Sterling's. "He signed them," Alexander whispered, tracing his father's name with a shaking finger. "He didn't even bother delegating it all. He signed the transfer orders himself." The proof was undeniable, damning. His own father, directly authorizing the movement of stolen assets. But there was more. Stapled to the back of one manifest was a hastily scrawled note, unsigned but written in a precise, educated hand that didn't match Theron's or Birch's. "TS payment overdue. Deliveries must meet quota regardless of local difficulties. Alternative arrangements will be enacted if obligations are not met promptly. Delays are unacceptable. F. Finn." A direct communication to Theron Sterling, confirming Finn's role in demanding payment, setting quotas, and implicitly threatening consequences if the flow of silver was interrupted. This note, combined with the signed documents, painted a clear picture of the conspiracy. Theron providing access and authorization. Birch managing the illicit production and initial transport. Finn handling the downstream logistics, laundering, and likely enforcement. "This is it, Alexander," Emma breathed, relief and grim satisfaction warring within her. "This is the proof we need. Signed orders, Finn's threats, and no one can deny this." Alexander stared at the papers, his expression a mixture of vindication and profound sadness. Seeing his father's signature on those documents, concrete proof of his calculated betrayal, was like a physical blow. "So what now?" he asked heavily. We have the proof, but we're stranded, hunted. How do we use this? We need to get these documents to someone in authority, Emma stated, thinking strategically. Someone outside redemption, someone beyond your father's influence. The territorial marshal in Prescott? The Pinkerton headquarters in Denver? Prescott is days away, across open country where we'd be easily spotted, Alexander countered. Denver is even further. And how do we get word out? We can't risk the telegraph. Father controls the lines in and out of redemption. Sending a lone messenger is too risky. They were trapped in a paradox, holding the key to their salvation, but unable to reach the lock. Frustration gnawed at them. As they debated their limited options, Alexander's gaze drifted towards the distant haze of the valley. He stiffened suddenly. "Smoke," he said sharply, pointing. Emma followed his gaze. A thin plume of dark smoke was rising from the direction of redemption, thicker and darker than the usual smelter output. Too thick for a simple chimney fire, it looked deliberate, ominous. "What is it?" Emma asked uneasily. "I don't know," Alexander replied, his voice tight. "But it's not normal. It looks like something burning in town, something significant." A cold dread began to seep into Emma's heart. Silas. He had gone to redemption to spread rumors, to stir dissent. Had Birch or Theron discovered his role? Was this smoke somehow connected to him, or was it something else? A crackdown on the miners? An escalation of Theron's control? They watched the plume of smoke grow, a dark stain against the clear sky, feeling utterly helpless. They were cut off, isolated, unable to know what was happening below, unable to intervene. The sky above them felt vast, indifferent, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, offering no solace, only judgment. As the day wore on, the smoke eventually subsided, leaving behind an uneasy quiet and a residue of fear. They remained hidden, rationing their meager supplies, scanning the surrounding landscape constantly for any sign of pursuit. Bessie grew restless, sensing their tension. "We can't just wait here," Emma said finally, unable to bear the inaction, the uncertainty. "We have to assume Silas is compromised. Or worse, we have to assume Theron is consolidating his power, perhaps eliminating any potential opposition in town. We need to move, find allies, get these documents out." "But where? Who?" Alexander asked despairingly. Emma thought hard, reviewing everything she knew, every contact made, every observation filed away. Her mind kept returning to the miners, the ones they'd overheard in the tunnel, the ones Silas had gone to mobilize. They were afraid, yes, but they also harbored resentment, suspected the truth about Hemlock, hated Birch. They were the powder keg Silas had intended to ignite. "The miners," Emma said slowly. "If Silas managed to rally them, if the discontent has reached boiling point, they might be our only hope. They have numbers. They know the mine, the tunnels, better than anyone. If they were willing to act." "Act how? A strike? A riot?" Alexander sounded doubtful. "My father would crush them. He'd bring in hired guns, use the marshal." "Perhaps not a direct confrontation," Emma mused, "but disruption, sabotage, something to cripple the legitimate mine operation. Increase the pressure on your father. Distract his forces. If the main mine stops producing, his investors will panic. It buys us time, creates chaos he can't easily control." She looked at him intently, and there might be a way to reach them, to get these documents seen by someone trustworthy within their ranks. How? "Sarah," Emma said, remembering the young maid whose kin worked the mines, the girl who had spoken of Alexander with sympathy, who distrusted Birch. She lives in the miners' camp just outside town. If I could somehow reach her, discreetly, she might be willing to pass a message, perhaps even copies of these documents, to her father or other trusted miners. It was another long shot, fraught with danger. Reaching the miners' camp undetected, finding Sarah, trusting her, but it felt like their most viable option. "It's too dangerous for you, Emma," Alexander protested immediately, "especially with your arm. If you're caught—" "It's less dangerous than staying here waiting for them to find us," Emma argued firmly. "And I'm the one Sarah knows, trusts, at least as Emily Carter. I have a better chance of approaching her without raising immediate alarm." She met his gaze, her resolve unwavering. "Let me do this, Alexander. While you need to be the insurance policy." "Insurance policy? If I don't make it back," Emma said quietly, the words heavy but necessary. "If I'm caught, you still have the originals. You have to survive. Get them out somehow. Find another way. Promise me." He stared at her, anguish warring with understanding in his eyes. He hated the idea of letting her go alone, injured, into such peril. But he saw the logic, the grim necessity of her plan. Splitting up increased their chances, ensured the documents weren't lost if one of them fell. "All right, Emma," he finally agreed, his voice thick with reluctance. "But be careful, incredibly careful. Take Bessie, she's slow, but reliable. Avoid the main roads. Follow the high ridges. Approach the camp from the west after dark. If there's any sign of trouble, turn back. Meet me. Meet me back at Silas's cabin in 2 days. If either of us isn't there—" He couldn't finish the sentence. They spent the remaining daylight hours preparing. Alexander used charcoal from their small fire to make rough copies of the most crucial documents, Theron's signed orders. Finn's threatening note onto scraps of paper Silas had left behind. It was painstaking work, barely legible, but better than nothing if Emma needed to pass on the information without risking the originals. He gave these copies to Emma, keeping the oilskin pouch with the originals himself. He ensured the Henry rifle she would carry was loaded, checked her bandage one last time. As twilight deepened, casting long shadows across the plateau, it was time for her to leave. They stood facing each other, the vast silent landscape stretching around them, the sky above darkening, seeming to hold its breath. "Emma," Alexander began, reaching for her, his hand brushing her cheek. The intensity in his gaze, the unspoken emotion was overwhelming. She leaned into his touch for a fleeting moment, drawing strength from it. "I'll be careful, Alexander," she whispered. "And you survive. Get these papers out. For Silas, for Hemlock, for the truth." He nodded, his throat working. Without another word, he helped her mount the patient Bessie. For a moment their hands clasped, fingers interlaced, a silent promise exchanged beneath the judging sky. Then she turned the mule and rode away, heading west along the darkening ridge towards the miners' camp, towards an uncertain reception, an immense danger, leaving Alexander alone with the original documents, the weight of their potential salvation resting heavily on his shoulders, the smoke from redemption a lingering, ominous smudge on the horizon. Chapter 22. The Truth in the Ashes. The ride towards the miners' camp was a lonely, nerve-wracking journey through deepening twilight and then impenetrable darkness. Bessie, the mule, proved as sure-footed and steady as Silas had promised, navigating the treacherous high ridges with an uncanny instinct, her slow, plodding gait eating up the miles. Emma rode hunched against the chill night air, every muscle tense, her good hand constantly straying to the reassuring weight of the Henry rifle resting across her lap, her injured arm throbbing in rhythm with the mule's steps. The charcoal copies of the documents felt like burning embers tucked inside her vest, heavy with the weight of truth and the lives depending on it. She avoided all known trails, keeping to the high ground, guided by the stars and the rough map Alexander had sketched for her. The silence of the wilderness was profound, broken only by the wind's whisper and the occasional cry of a night bird. Yet, it felt less threatening than the charged, watchful silence of the Sterling mansion. Here, the dangers were natural, predictable, a loose rock, a sudden drop-off, a predator unlike the calculated human menace she had fled. Thoughts of Alexander, alone back on the plateau, gnawed at her, a constant ache beneath the surface of her fear. Had she been right to leave him? Was he safe? The 2 days until their planned rendezvous at Silas's cabin stretched before her like an eternity. As she drew nearer to the outskirts of Redemption, cresting a final ridge, the miners' camp came into view, below a scattering of flickering campfires and lamplit shacks huddled in a dusty hollow, distinct from the main town site. Smoke hung heavy in the still night air, carrying the scents of wood smoke, cheap tobacco, and unwashed bodies. It looked deceptively peaceful from a distance, but Emma knew better. This was the heart of the discontent Silas had sought to ignite, a powder keg potentially ready to explode, or just as likely, already crushed under Birch's heavy boot. The ominous smoke she and Alexander had seen earlier still troubled her. What had burned in Redemption? Dismounting, she tethered Bessie in a thicket of scrub oak well away from the camp's edge, ensuring the mule was hidden from casual view. Taking a deep breath, clutching the rifle, Emma began her descent towards the camp on foot, moving like a ghost through the shadows, every sense on high alert. She needed to find Sarah's family shack without drawing undue attention. Alexander had described its approximate location near the creek that ran through the hollow, marked by a faded blue-painted door. The camp was quieter than she expected. Usually, even late at night, there would be sounds of rough laughter, arguments, perhaps drunken singing drifting from the fires. Tonight, an unnatural stillness prevailed. Men stood in tight, anxious knots near the fires, speaking in low, urgent tones, their faces grim in the flickering light. Others sat alone outside their shacks, staring into the darkness, nursing bottles or simply lost in thought. Fear was a palpable presence, thick as the dust. Emma slipped through the alleys between the rough dwellings, avoiding the main paths, keeping to the deepest shadows. She saw armed men, not regular miners, but rough-looking types she recognized as Birch's enforcers patrolling the camp perimeter, their presence a clear statement of intimidation and control. Theron wasn't just relying on fear. He had imposed martial law on his workforce. Finally, she located the shack with the faded blue door near the creek bank. Lamplight glowed weakly from within. Praying she wasn't walking into a trap, Emma approached cautiously, listening intently. She heard muffled sobbing from inside, interspersed with a man's low, comforting murmur. Taking a chance. She knocked softly, a specific rhythm Silas had sometimes used, hoping it might be recognized as friendly, or at least not immediately hostile. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Silence. Then the door creaked open a few inches, and a man's face peered out, haggard and suspicious in the dim light. Sarah's father, presumably. "Who is it?" he demanded, his voice rough, wary. "A friend of Silas Croft." Emma whispered urgently, keeping her face partially obscured by shadow. I need to speak with Sarah, and it's about Mr. Alexander. It's urgent. The man hesitated, his eyes narrowing, searching the darkness. Then recognition seemed to dawn, perhaps recalling the maid from the mansion who had shown his daughter small kindnesses, or maybe Silas's name was enough. He opened the door wider. Get in, quick. Emma slipped inside, blinking in the relative brightness of the single oil lamp. The shack was tiny, cramped, furnished with little more than rough bunks, a makeshift table, and a small stove. Sarah sat huddled on one of the bunks, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking. Her mother stood beside her, hand resting protectively on her daughter's back, her own face etched with worry and exhaustion. Sarah's father quickly barred the door behind Emma. What is it? He demanded, turning back to her, his gaze intense. What about Mr. Alexander? They say he escaped, tried to kill his own father, set fire to the mansion. The rumors, twisted and weaponized by Theron, had already spread. That's not true, Emma stated firmly, meeting his gaze. Mr. Alexander uncovered proof of his father's crime stealing silver, maybe even murder. His father framed him, locked him up. We escaped together last night. The fire, it was a diversion to help us get away. Sarah looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, hopeful yet terrified. He's alive! Mr. Alexander? He's alive, Emma confirmed. Hiding. But his father, Theron Sterling, has ordered him killed. Ordered me killed, too. They think I helped him. She paused, letting the weight of the danger sink in. Silas Croft tried to help us, too. He came down here, didn't he? To talk to the miners? Sarah's father nodded grimly. Aye. He came. Spoke to me. To others. Told us what Mr. Alexander suspected, urged us to stand up to Birch, to demand fair pay, safe conditions. Lit a fire under us, he did. His voice choked slightly. Too much of a fire, maybe. What happened? Emma asked, dread coiling in her stomach. The smoke we saw earlier. Birch found out Silas was talking, the man explained, his voice low, bitter. Tracked him down to the old Union Hall where some of the men were meeting. Dragged him out. He swallowed hard. Made an example of him in front of everyone. Then they burned the hall down. Said it was faulty wiring, but we all know it was a message to stay silent. The truth hit Emma like a physical blow. Silas was dead, murdered publicly to extinguish the spark of rebellion he had ignited. The smoke hadn't been an accident. It had been the ashes of Silas Croft's courage, a brutal warning from Theron Sterling and his enforcers. Guilt and grief washed over Emma, threatening to buckle her knees. Silas had died trying to help them, trying to give them a chance. She forced herself to push the grief aside, channeling it into cold resolve. Silas's sacrifice couldn't be in vain. Theron wants silence, she said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. He wants fear. But Silas died trying to give you a voice. Mr. Alexander is risking his life, trying to expose the truth that could free you all from Theron's grip. She reached inside her vest, pulling out the precious charcoal-smudged copies of the documents. This, she said, unfolding them carefully on the rough table, is part of that truth. Orders signed by Theron Sterling himself, authorizing the illegal shipments. A note from the man called Finn, demanding payment, threatening Theron if quotas aren't met. Proof that Theron isn't just a hard master, he's a criminal, bleeding the mine dry for his own secret profit, likely killing men like Josiah Hemlock who got in his way. Sarah's father stared at the papers, his eyes widening as he deciphered the names, the implications. Sarah and her mother drew closer, peering at the documents that confirmed their deepest fears and suspicions. He signed it. Sarah's father breathed, tracing Theron's name, the old man himself. "This changes things," said Sarah's mother quietly, her voice trembling but firm. "Fear keeps men silent, but proof like this, it can make them brave." "We need your help," Emma urged, looking directly at Sarah's father. "I have the original documents hidden. Mr. Alexander is safe for now. But we need to get this proof to the miners, the ones Silas trusted. We need to show them Theron is vulnerable, that his power is built on lies they can expose. We need disruption, chaos, something to stop the main mine, to panic the investors Theron relies on, to draw Birch's forces away from hunting us." Sarah's father looked torn. Helping them meant risking everything: his job, his family's safety, potentially his life, as Silas's fate had brutally demonstrated. But remaining silent meant condemning themselves, their community, to Theron's tyranny, dishonoring Silas's sacrifice. He looked at his wife and at Sarah. Sarah, wiping her eyes, stood up straighter. "Pa," she said, her voice surprisingly strong, "Silas was right. Mr. Alexander is right. We can't live like this, scared all the time, watching good men die for Sterling's greed. We have to do something." Her mother nodded slowly in agreement. "She's right, Thomas. Enough is enough." Thomas looked at the papers again, then at Emma, his expression hardening with resolve. "All right," he said gruffly. "It's dangerous as hell. Birch has spies everywhere, but Silas, he deserved better. We all do." He carefully refolded the document copies. "I know who Silas spoke to. Men who won't scare easy. I'll get this to them tonight. We'll spread the word carefully. As for disruption," a grim smile touched his lips. "Leave that to us. We know the mind's weaknesses better than Theron himself. Maybe it's time for some unexpected maintenance issues, slowdowns, accidents that ain't quite accidental. Enough to make those investors sweat, enough to pull Birch's attention away from chasing ghosts in the hills." Relief flooded Emma, so potent she felt lightheaded. They had an ally, an alliance forged in grief and desperation, but an alliance nonetheless. "Thank you, Thomas," she whispered sincerely. "Don't thank me yet," he cautioned. "Just stay hidden. Keep Mr. Alexander safe. Get them original papers somewhere Theron can't touch them. When the time is right, when the pressure's high enough, maybe then the law will listen." Emma knew her next step. She couldn't stay in the camp. It was too dangerous. She needed to get back to Alexander, brief him on the plan, and then they needed to retrieve the original ledger from the mansion basement. It was still the crucial piece, the undeniable proof. With the miners creating disruption, attention might be diverted from the house, creating another window, however slim. Promising Thomas she would exercise extreme caution, Emma slipped back out into the night, leaving the copies of the documents and the hope they represented in his capable hands. The return journey to Silas's cabin felt different. The grief for Silas remained, a heavy ache, but it was now overlaid with a fierce determination. His death wouldn't be meaningless. The truth, hidden in the ashes of the burned-out Union Hall, was beginning to smolder amongst the miners. With luck and courage, it might yet burst into flame. She reached the cabin just as the first hints of dawn touched the sky, finding Alexander pacing restlessly outside, his relief at seeing her palpable. She quickly recounted what had happened: Silas's murder, the fear in the camp, Thomas's agreement to help, the plan to sow disruption. Alexander listened grimly, his grief for Silas mingling with a surge of respect for the miner's courage and Emma's own bravery. "They're risking everything, Emma," he said quietly, his hand finding hers. "So are we," she replied, meeting his gaze. "Now we need to get that ledger. While Thomas and the others create chaos, we need to retrieve the originals. It's time to go back." Going back to the Sterling estate felt like walking willingly into the wolf's jaws, but armed with the knowledge that they weren't entirely alone, that alliances were forming in the shadows, fueled by the smoldering embers of truth found in the ashes of sacrifice. They prepared for the final, most dangerous phase of their fight. The reckoning was far from over, but for the first time, a path through the darkness seemed discernible, illuminated by the courage of ordinary people pushed too far, and the undeniable bond between two fugitives fighting for more than just their own survival. Chapter 23. Scars Left by Silver. The return journey towards the Sterling estate was undertaken with the grim determination of soldiers heading back into the fray. The brief sanctuary of Silas Croft's cabin, the fragile hope ignited by the alliance with Thomas and the miners, these were slivers of light against the encroaching darkness of Theron Sterling's power. Alexander and Emma knew the risks were astronomical. Theron, Finn, and Birch, already pushed to murderous intent, would be further enraged and potentially panicked by the growing unrest Silas had sown, and Thomas was now fanning. The mansion, the grounds, the entire area would be swarming with guards, informants, and the palpable aura of Theron's fury. Yet the shadow ledger, hidden beneath discarded sacks in the basement storeroom, remained the linchpin, the irrefutable proof that could dismantle the entire corrupt empire. Retrieving it was not just necessary. It felt like a sacred duty owed to Silas, to Josiah Hemlock, and to all the others exploited or silenced by Sterling's greed. They traveled cautiously, using the daylight hours to observe from the high ridges, moving only under the cover of dusk and darkness, conserving their energy and the strength of the faithful mule, Bessie. Emma's arm was healing, the poultice having done its work, leaving a raw, puckered scar, a physical reminder of the violence they had faced, a scar left by Silver. Alexander was quiet, introspective, the confirmation of his father's depravity, culminating in the order for his and Emma's deaths, seeming to have carved new, harsh lines onto his face. The easy grace he sometimes possessed was entirely replaced by a tightly coiled intensity. The geologist's patient observation now focused wholly on survival and retribution. The bond between them had deepened beyond words. Shared danger, whispered confidences, the ghost of a stolen kiss, the weight of sacrifices made. It had forged something resilient and profound in the crucible of their ordeal. They moved together with an intuitive understanding, anticipating each other's needs, communicating through glances and gestures, a partnership stripped bare of pretense, reliant solely on mutual trust and a shared desperate goal. The question of what this connection was, where it might lead if they survived, remained unspoken, too fragile, too precious to examine under the harsh glare of their current reality. As they drew closer to the estate on the second night after leaving Silas's cabin, they began to see signs of the disruption Thomas had promised. Extra lamps burned around the main mine complex. Figures moved with unusual urgency, and the familiar, rhythmic sounds of overnight operations were subtly altered, more sporadic, punctuated by unexplained silences. From their vantage point on the ridge, they couldn't discern specifics, but it was clear that something was amiss. something preoccupying Theron's forces. Their plan was desperate, relying on stealth, timing, and the element of surprise. They would approach the mansion grounds from the overgrown, neglected western boundary, furthest from the main entrance and the stables. Using the lingering chaos from the fire and Alexander's escape, combined with the new troubles at the mine, they hoped security might be stretched thin, focused elsewhere. Their target was the basement, specifically the storeroom area. Alexander believed there was an old, forgotten service entrance near the west wing, originally used for deliveries to the kitchens and cellars, now likely bricked up or heavily overgrown, but potentially offering a less guarded point of entry than the main house or the known service doors. They left Bessie tethered deep within a wooded ravine, taking only the rifles, ammunition, Alexander's lock-picking tools, honed from the remnants of the fireplace poker, and the unwavering resolve that burned brighter than their fear. Moving like wraiths through the moon-dappled woods bordering the estate, they reached the crumbling stone wall marking the western boundary. Ivy grew thick here, masking the stonework, and several sections looked unstable. The service entrance should be just beyond this wall, near the old ice house foundations, Alexander whispered, scanning the area. Increased lamplight spilled from the mansion windows further east, and they could hear the occasional shout of a guard making rounds. But this section seemed quiet, neglected. Working together, silently, they dislodged several heavy stones from a weakened section of the wall, creating a narrow opening just large enough to squeeze through. They slipped onto the estate grounds, instantly alert, melting into the deep shadows cast by ancient oak trees. The air felt different here, manicured, controlled, yet charged with a barely suppressed violence. Alexander led them towards the barely visible foundations of the old ice house, overgrown with weeds and tangled vines. Behind it, almost completely concealed by thorny bushes, was a low arched doorway, heavily reinforced with iron bands, secured by a massive rust-encrusted padlock, not bricked up but certainly long forgotten. "This is it," Alexander breathed. "If we can get through this." The padlock looked formidable. Alexander examined it closely by the faint moonlight, probing it gently with his tools. "Old," he murmured, "but sturdy. It will take time." While Alexander worked meticulously on the lock, the tiny clicks and scrapes sounding deafening in the stillness, Emma stood guard, rifle ready, scanning the surrounding darkness, listening intently. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent her heart leaping into her throat. Time stretched, each second thick with tension. They could hear the sounds from the main house more clearly now. Theron's voice raised in anger, the tramp of boots on gravel. The disruption at the mine hadn't entirely diverted attention. The hunt for them was clearly still active. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Alexander gave a soft grunt of satisfaction. With a final click, the padlock sprang open. He eased the heavy door inwards, revealing steps leading down into utter blackness. A gust of cold, stale air, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, washed over them. "Basement access," Alexander whispered. "Now the tricky part." They descended into the darkness, pulling the door almost shut behind them, leaving it unlocked for a potential escape route. This section of the basement was even older and more neglected than the areas they had traversed before. Dirt floors, crumbling brick walls, low ceilings thick with cobwebs. They navigated by the faintest glimmer of Alexander's shielded lamp, moving towards the main basement complex where the storerooms and the ledger were located. As they neared the central passages, they began to hear sounds, muffled voices, the clink of metal. Guards were present, actively searching or stationed within the basement itself. They froze, extinguishing the lamp, pressing themselves into a dark recess behind empty wine racks. Two guards passed their hiding place, lamps held high, rifles carried loosely. They weren't Birch's usual thugs, but different men, harder looking, dressed in dark clothing that wasn't mine uniform. Finn's men? Had Theron brought in outside enforcers now? The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through Emma. These men would be professionals, likely more ruthless and efficient than Birch's crew. Found nothing in the West Wing cellars here, one guard grumbled. Waste of time, they're long gone. Finn wants every inch searched, the other replied curtly. Cellars, attics, stables, tunnels. He wants the papers they took from the wagon, and he wants them, alive if possible, for questioning. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Alive for questioning. Emma shuddered. That likely meant torture, until they revealed the ledger's location, or any other secrets they possessed, followed inevitably by the permanent handling Theron had ordered. The guards moved on, their voices fading. Emma and Alexander exchanged grim looks in the darkness. Finn was overseeing the search personally. The ledger hidden nearby was their primary target, and they were secondary only because Finn likely believed they still held the stolen shipping documents. We need to move fast, Alexander whispered. Get the ledger, get out. Forget trying to use it immediately. Survival is paramount. They crept forward, reaching the passage near the storeroom where Alexander had been held. No guard was visible outside the door now, but they could hear movement further down, towards the main stairs, likely the fire damage being assessed, or guards congregating. The corner where the ledger was hidden under sacks and equipment seemed momentarily clear. Alexander moved swiftly towards the pile, Emma covering him, rifle raised, watching the corridor entrances. He began carefully removing the sacks, digging down towards the spot where he'd concealed the ledger. His hands brushed against the familiar leather binding. Relief surged through him. It was still there. Just as his fingers closed around the book, a voice sliced through the basement stillness, sharp and cold. Looking for this, Mr. Sterling? They both whirled around. Standing at the entrance to the passage, flanked by the two guards they had seen earlier, was Finn. He held a lamp high, illuminating his sharp features, his cold eyes glittering, and in his other hand, he held aloft the dark, plain, leather-bound shadow ledger. Time seemed to stop. They had been anticipated. Finn hadn't relied on Birch's clumsy search. He had likely deduced the ledger's probable hiding place near where Alexander was held, easily accessible during the chaos, and retrieved it himself. A rather incriminating little book. Finn continued smoothly, holding it up as if admiring it. Detailed accounts of unsanctioned production, external payments, silencing of inconvenient parties. Your father should be more careful with his record keeping, and you. His cold eyes shifted to Emma, Agent Reed. You should be more careful in your choice of alliances. He knew who she was. He knew about the ledger. He had them trapped. Alexander instinctively stepped in front of Emma, shielding her slightly, though he kept his own rifle angled towards Finn. What do you want, Finn? Simply to tidy up loose ends, Finn replied calmly. Your father, regrettably, has become emotional, unreliable. His methods are crude, attracting unwanted attention. He gestured vaguely, towards the sounds of unrest from the mine. My employers prefer discretion, efficiency. This little side venture has become more trouble than it's worth, largely thanks to your interference. Employers? Emma's mind seized on the word. Finn wasn't just working for Theron, he represented someone else, someone higher up, someone who saw Sterling consolidated merely as a component in a larger scheme. This conspiracy was bigger, more far-reaching than they had imagined. So you'll kill us, Alexander stated flatly, under my father's orders? A faint, chilling smile touched Finn's lips. My orders supersede your father's now. He is proven incapable of managing the situation. My employers require termination of the problem. That includes you, Agent Reed, the stolen documents from the wagon. He patted the ledger. And anyone else who knows too much. Consider it corporate restructuring. The cold-bloodedness of it was staggering. This wasn't about family betrayal or local corruption anymore. It was about ruthless, impersonal business conducted by shadowy figures who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone threatening their profits. You won't get away with this, Emma said, her voice steadier than she felt, her rifle trained on Finn's chest. The Pinkertons know I'm here. If I disappear? Finn chuckled softly, a dry, humorless sound. Agent Reed, please. You are operating off assignment, investigating your own client who is now conveniently deceased in, let's say, a tragic continuation of the fire you started. Your agency will write you off as collateral damage in a case gone wrong. No one will look too closely. He had it all figured out. A neat, tidy narrative. Alexander knew arguing was pointless. Finn was here to eliminate them, retrieve the ledger, and erase all trace of the operation. Their only chance was to fight, desperately, against impossible odds. He met Emma's eyes, a silent question passing between them. She gave the barest nod. In perfect synchronicity, born of their shared ordeal, they acted. Alexander fired his rifle, not at Finn, but at the lamp held by the guard on the left. Simultaneously, Emma fired at the lamp held by the guard on the right. Both lamps shattered, plunging the basement corridor into absolute disorienting darkness. Shouts of surprise and pain erupted from the guards. Finn cursed. Alexander immediately tackled Emma, pulling her down behind the flimsy cover of the sacks he'd been searching through just moments before. Bullets ricocheted wildly in the darkness as the guards fired blindly. The service entrance, Alexander yelled in Emma's ear over the chaos. Our only way out! They scrambled backwards on hands and knees, away from the gunfire, deeper into the maze of the older basement sections, relying on memory and touch. Behind them, they heard Finn barking orders, trying to restore control. The sounds of pursuit beginning. They reached the narrow passage leading to the forgotten doorway. Stumbling through the darkness, gasping for breath, Alexander fumbled with the heavy door, pulling it open. Moonlight spilled in, momentarily blinding them. They burst out into the cool night air, back onto the shadowed grounds near the ice house foundation. But they weren't safe yet. Shouts erupted from the main house as guards, alerted by the gunfire in the basement, began to converge on their location. Lamps bobbed across the lawns. This way! Alexander pulled Emma towards the boundary wall, towards the opening they had made. They squeezed back through, finding themselves in the relative safety of the woods beyond the estate. But for how long? Finn's men would be organized, relentless. They ran, stumbling through the undergrowth, heading towards the ravine where Bessie waited. Reaching the mule, Alexander quickly untied her, helped Emma mount, then swung up behind her. Where now? Emma gasped, clutching him, glancing back towards the sounds of the pursuit spreading out behind them. Alexander looked around, his expression grim. They couldn't go back to Silas's cabin. Finn might know about it, or Theron's men might already be watching it. They couldn't head for town. They couldn't risk the open country towards Prescott. They were trapped, hunted, holding only the memory of the ledger, their most powerful weapon, now in the hands of their deadliest enemy. There's one place, Alexander said finally, his voice low, desperate. One place they might not think to look immediately. One place I know better than anyone, even my father. He pointed towards the dark, looming silhouette of the mountain that dominated the landscape, the source of the sterling fortune and the locus of all their troubles. Up there, into the heart of the mountain itself, the oldest, most unstable mine workings, tunnels even my father deemed too dangerous to reopen. We lose ourselves in the darkness, in the place where it all began. It was a retreat into the belly of the beast, a desperate gamble on finding sanctuary within the very source of their peril. But looking back at the approaching lights, hearing the shouts of Finn's men echoing through the woods, Emma knew he was right. It was their only chance. Beneath a sky that offered no comfort, only cold judgment, they turned Bessie towards the mountain, plunging deeper into the shadows, the scars left by sterling silver, burning not just on Emma's arm, but deep within their hearts, fueling a desperate fight for survival against overwhelming odds. Chapter 24, Where the Dusty Road Ends. The ascent into the oldest, most treacherous workings of the Sterling mine was a journey into oblivion. The entrance Alexander chose was little more than a fissure, concealed behind a waterfall cascading down a remote cliff face, a place known only to him from his obsessive geological explorations years ago, long before his father had deemed these upper levels too unstable and dangerous, even for exploratory drilling. Plunging through the icy curtain of water felt like crossing a threshold into another realm, dark, damp, and profoundly silent, save for the rush of the waterfall fading behind them and the drip, drip, drip of water seeping through ancient rock. They led Bessie as far as the sturdy mule could navigate the increasingly narrow and debris-strewn tunnels, then reluctantly left the animal, tethered in a small, dry cavern with a seepage pool for water, hoping she wouldn't be discovered. From there they proceeded on foot, armed with their rifles, Alexander's makeshift lock-picking tools, the remaining lamp oil, and the grim determination forged in their shared ordeal. The air grew heavy, stagnant, tasting of wet stone and centuries of undisturbed dust. The tunnels here were rougher, predating even Theron Sterling Sr.'s initial workings, likely dating back to early Spanish prospectors or even Native American turquoise mines. Timbers, where they existed at all, were petrified or crumbling, and the rock faces wept moisture, glistening slickly in the weak beam of their lamp. Progress was slow, exhausting. Emma's arm ached fiercely, and every step sent jarring pains through her weary body. Alexander, though intimately familiar with the geology, moved with extreme caution, constantly testing the ground, examining the roof supports, listening for the telltale groans or shifts that might signal an imminent collapse. They were acutely aware that Finn's men, guided perhaps by Birch or other long-time miners forced into cooperation, might eventually deduce their refuge and attempt pursuit, sealing tunnels behind them, trapping them in the mountain's heart, Yet this suffocating darkness felt safer than the exposed vulnerability of the world above. Their goal was not simply to hide, but to find another way out, a different exit point far from redemption, far from the immediate reach of Theron and Finn. Alexander believed some of these oldest tunnels might connect to natural cave systems or potentially emerge high on the mountain's remote northern slope, offering a path towards sparsely populated ranching country where they might find temporary refuge or a way to send word to Prescott or Denver. Days blurred into a disorienting cycle of darkness, movement, and brief fitful rests. They conserved the lamp oil, using it only when necessary to navigate complex junctions or assess structural stability, spending long hours in near total blackness, relying on touch and Alexander's uncanny sense of direction. Their food supplies dwindled rapidly. Hunger gnawed at them, adding to their weakness, fraying their nerves. The silence pressed in, broken only by their own movements and the mountain's subterranean whispers. In the enforced intimacy of the darkness, huddled together for warmth during a rest break in a slightly wider section of tunnel, the unspoken tension between them finally found voice. "Emma," Alexander began, his voice rough in the darkness, if we don't make it out of this, don't," she interrupted softly, placing a hand on his arm. "We will make it out." But her voice lacked conviction. He covered her hand with his own, his fingers callous but gentle. "No, we have to be realistic. Finn has the ledger. My father wants us dead. They won't stop looking." He paused, gathering his courage. "What happened between us? That night in the basement? It wasn't just fear, Emma. Not for me." Her heart constricted. Hearing him acknowledge it, name it, even partially, in this desperate place felt both terrifying and profoundly moving. "Not for me either, Alexander," she whispered, the admission barely audible above the drip of water. He turned towards her in the darkness, his face a pale shadow. I never thought, after everything my family name represents, after the life I've led, that someone like you, someone with integrity, courage, could..." He trailed off, unable to articulate the depth of his feelings, the contrast between her character and the world he came from. "We come from different worlds, Alexander," Emma said quietly, "but down here, in the dark, none of that seems to matter. All that matters is surviving, and the truth." "Is that all that matters?" he asked, his voice low, searching. She hesitated. Duty, truth, survival. These had been her guiding stars, but the man beside her, his hand covering hers, his quiet strength, a beacon in the oppressive darkness, represented something more, something deeply personal, something she hadn't allowed herself to desire. "No," she admitted finally, honestly. "No, that's not all." He leaned closer, his breath warm against her cheek. The world narrowed to this single point of contact, this shared vulnerability in the heart of the mountain. The kiss, when it came, was different from the desperate, frantic embrace in the basement. It was slow, tentative, searching, a communication far deeper than words. It spoke of shared fear, burgeoning hope, profound respect, and the tentative, fragile blossoming of love in the most impossible of circumstances. It was a kiss that acknowledged the scars they both carried, scars left by Silva, by betrayal, by loss, yet still reached for connection, for solace, for the possibility of a future, however uncertain. They held each other close for a long moment, drawing warmth and strength from the contact, a silent promise passing between them. Whatever happened, they would face it together. Their tender moment was shattered by a low rumble from deep within the mountain. Not the sharp crack of a rifle or the boom of dynamite, but a deep groaning sound, like the earth itself shifting in its sleep. Dust sifted down from the tunnel roof. What was that? Emma breathed, pulling back, instantly alert. Alexander listened intently, his geologist's instincts kicking in. Settling, he said, his voice tight with concern. Or worse, these old working, they're unstable. Our presence, changes in water pressure, even distant blasting from the main mine could trigger a collapse. Another longer rumble echoed through the rock, closer this time. Small pebbles skittered down the walls. We need to move, Alexander decided urgently. Now, towards the northern exit I was hoping for. It's risky, but staying here might be riskier. Relighting the lamp, they pushed onward, moving as quickly as caution allowed. The rumbling sounds continued intermittently, sometimes distant, sometimes terrifyingly close. They passed through sections where the timbers groaned under immense pressure, through tunnels slick with mudslides, their path increasingly precarious. Finally, after what felt like hours more of desperate travel, Alexander stopped at a junction where a faint draft of fresher, colder air stirred the stagnant atmosphere. This way, he said, a note of hope in his voice. This feels right. It should lead upwards, towards the surface on the north slope. They followed the draft, the tunnel gradually beginning to slope upwards. The air grew noticeably cleaner, colder, and then ahead they saw it a pale gray light filtering down from above, an exit. Scrambling over a final fall of loose rock, they emerged, blinking into the cold, clear air of late afternoon, high on the mountain's desolate northern face. They stood on a narrow ledge overlooking a vast, empty expanse of sparsely wooded hills and distant ranch land, stretching towards the hazy horizon. No sign of redemption, no sign of the mine, no sign of immediate pursuit. They had made it. They were out. Relief washed over them, so potent they could only stand there for a moment, gasping the clean air, leaning against each other, the shared ordeal momentarily forgotten in the simple miracle of survival, of seeing the open sky again. But their respite was short-lived. As their eyes adjusted, Alexander scanned the landscape below, his expression slowly hardening. Look, he said quietly, pointing towards a thin ribbon of road barely visible miles below them, snaking through the ranch land. A small plume of dust rose from the road, resolving into two riders heading purposefully west away from redemption, but towards the very area they had hoped might offer refuge. Gods? Emma asked, her heart sinking. Or Finn's men, Alexander speculated grimly, expanding the search, checking the outlying ranches, the trails heading towards Prescott. They haven't given up. Escape from the mountain hadn't meant escape from the hunt. They were still exposed, vulnerable, with dwindling supplies, and no allies immediately apparent in this vast, empty landscape, and Finn still held the ledger. As they watched the riders disappear into the distance, another movement caught Emma's eye, much closer this time. On a lower ridge, perhaps half a mile away, partially concealed by trees, a lone figure sat mounted on a horse, observing the same road, using a spyglass. The figure was too far away to identify clearly, but something about the posture, the stillness, felt familiar, professional. Alexander, Emma whispered, pointing. Who is that? He squinted, shielding his eyes against the afternoon sun. I don't know, a rancher? A tracker? He paused, then stiffened. Wait, The horse, the way he sits, could it be? Just then the figure lowered the spyglass and turned slightly, catching the light. Even from this distance, Emma recognized the lean profile, the cut of the coat. It was Pinkerton Agent Davies, not related to the housekeeper, but her contact, the man she was supposed to report to, the man she hadn't communicated with since entering the Sterling mansion weeks ago. He must have become concerned by her silence, perhaps instigated his own inquiries, and was now tracking the situation, observing Finn's movements. Hope surged through Emma, quickly followed by caution. Davies was agency. His priority would be the case, the recovery of stolen assets, the apprehension of culprits. Would he understand the complexities, the danger they were in, her compromised position, her alliance with Alexander? Or would he see Alexander simply as a suspect, perhaps even an accomplice, and Emma as an agent who had gone rogue? He's Pinkerton, Emma confirmed quietly to Alexander. My contact. Alexander looked from the distant agent back to Emma, his expression unreadable. Can you trust him? He's by the book, Emma admitted. His loyalty is to the agency, to the client who is still technically your father, until proven otherwise definitively. He might try to arrest you, Alexander, or both of us. But he's also our best chance of getting those documents exposed, of getting word to Denver or Prescott, isn't he? Alexander reasoned pragmatically. If he's tracking Finn's movements, he suspects something is wrong. He was right. Approaching Davies was a huge risk, but perhaps their only remaining option. They needed help, resources, a way to fight back against Finn and Theron now that they were out in the open. We approach carefully, Emma decided. Signal him. Let him come to us, see how he reacts. She pulled a small, polished piece of metal, a signal mirror, from a concealed pocket in her vest. Angling it carefully, she flashed a coded sequence towards the distant figure, a standard Pinkerton recognition signal. They watched intently. The figure on the ridge remained still for a long moment, then slowly raised the spyglass again, focusing on their position. After another pause, an answering flash came back, acknowledging the signal. Agent Davies had seen them, identified the signal. He spurred his horse forward, beginning the cautious ascent towards their ledge. Alexander gripped his rifle, his knuckles white. Emma held her breath. Everything depended on the next few minutes, on whether Davies would prove an ally, an obstacle, or another deadly threat. The dusty road below stretched towards an uncertain horizon, and for Emma and Alexander, standing exposed beneath a vast sky of judgment, its end felt both terrifyingly close and utterly unknown. The final confrontation was drawing near, but its shape remained shrouded in ambiguity, dependent on the loyalties and motives of the man now riding towards them. Epilogue. The wind, sweeping down from the high peaks surrounding Redemption, carried a different scent now. Almost a year after the fire, the escape, the final, desperate confrontation that had shattered the Sterling dynasty's iron grip. The ever-present pall of smelter smoke still stained the sky, but mingled with it was the cleaner aroma of newly sawn timber from repairs and expansions, the hopeful scent of baking bread from a town slowly finding its footing and underlying it all, the faint, persistent tang of dust that held memories of struggle, sacrifice, and the high price of truth. Autumn had painted the aspens on the higher slopes in brief, defiant gold, mirroring the fragile prosperity returning to the valley. The Sterling Consolidated mine still operated, but under vastly different circumstances. After the chaos ignited by Silas Croft's murder, and fanned by the miners' coordinated disruption, the unexpected maintenance issues that crippled production, and fueled further by the irrefutable evidence contained within Theron Sterling's shadow ledger, retrieved eventually not by Emma or Alexander, but by the meticulous by-the-book Agent Davies acting on information discreetly provided after his tense rendezvous with the fugitives. The empire had crumbled. Agent Davies, initially suspicious of Emma's rogue actions and Alexander's involvement, had been swayed by the sheer weight of the evidence presented in the purloined shipping documents and Emma's detailed, coded report, corroborated by testimony reluctantly extracted from terrified but ultimately cooperating miners, including Thomas, Sarah's father. The Pinkerton Agency, faced with undeniable proof of their own client's criminality on a massive scale, had acted swiftly, coordinating with a newly appointed, incorruptible territorial marshal dispatched from Prescott. Theron Sterling, confronted with the ledger, the documents bearing his own signature, and the testimony of men he had exploited for years, had not succumbed to explosive rage, but to a chilling, silent implosion. Like smoke dissipating on the wind, he disappeared during the initial chaotic days of the investigation, leaving no trace beyond the cold efficiency of his methods and the lingering fear he had inspired. Agent Davies suspected he had orchestrated the mysterious ambush at Crimson Gulch, aiming to eliminate Theron's operation and seize the silver himself, only to be thwarted by Silas's dynamite and Emma and Alexander's desperate fight. His escape served as a bitter reminder that justice on the frontier was often incomplete, that the larger networks of power and corruption remained elusive, operate beyond the reach of territorial law. Foreman Birch, stripped of Theron's protection, had faced the miners' pent-up fury and the marshal's cold justice, charged not only with conspiracy and theft, but also implicated by Thomas and others in the brutal silencing of Silas Croft and the suspicious circumstances surrounding Josiah Hemlock's death. He was swiftly tried and sentenced to life imprisonment in the territorial prison at Yuma, a fate many in redemption considered too lenient. Mrs. Davies, her world collapsing alongside Theron's, had initially maintained a stony silence, her loyalty seemingly unbroken even in the face of ruin. But confronted by Agent Davies with Emma's testimony about the midnight meetings, the money pouch, her presence during Alexander's interrogation, and perhaps finally broken by the sheer weight of her complicity and the image of Theron's self-inflicted end, she had confessed her role facilitating communication, relaying instructions, maintaining silence through intimidation and control within the household staff. Her sentence was lighter than Birch's 5 years in a women's reformatory back east, a quiet, ignominious end for the woman who had ruled the Sterling household with an iron fist, her loyalty ultimately proving as destructive as Theron's greed. The mansion itself stood empty now, seized by creditors, its windows dark like vacant eyes, a monument to ambition curdled into crime, slowly being reclaimed by dust and neglect. And Emma and Alexander? Their dusty road had led them not to separate paths, but to a shared uncertain future, forever bound by the fire they had walked through together. After providing their testimony to Agent Davies and the marshal, navigating the complex legal and emotional fallout, they had retreated, not back to the formal structures of their old lives, but to something simpler, quieter. They found themselves drawn back to Silas Croft's secluded cabin. It stood empty, a silent monument to the old prospector's courage. With the grudging permission of the territorial authorities who saw no value in the ramshackle dwelling, they had taken up temporary residence there, needing time and space away from the raw wounds of redemption, away from the agency protocols that felt increasingly alien to Emma, away from the sterling name that Alexander now bore like a scar. The cabin became their sanctuary, a place to heal, physically and emotionally. Emma's arm slowly mended, leaving a thin, silvery scar, a permanent mark of their ordeal. Alexander worked tirelessly, helping Emma regain her strength, tending the small garden Silas had neglected, finding a measure of peace in the simple rhythms of self-sufficiency, far from the weight of sterling silver. Their relationship, born in deception and forged in desperate alliance, slowly, cautiously, blossomed into something deeper, quieter, more profound than the adrenaline-fueled passion of their escape. There were long silences filled with unspoken understanding. There were shared tears for Silas, for the life Alexander's father had thrown away, for the innocence lost. There were quiet conversations under the vast desert sky, untangling the knots of guilt, fear, and burgeoning hope. Emma found herself wrestling with her identity. Was she still Agent Reed? The agency, impressed by her resourcefulness but wary of her methods and her personal involvement, had offered her reinstatement, a transfer to a different office, a chance to resume her career. But the thought of returning to a life of calculated observation, of necessary deceit, felt hollow after the raw authenticity of her experiences with Alexander. The lines between duty and desire, once blurred, now seemed irrelevant. Her heart, unmasked by the ordeal, knew where it belonged. Alexander, free from the expectations and condemnations of his father, grappled with his own future. The sterling name was tarnished, the fortune built on corruption largely confiscated or tied up in legal battles. He had no desire to reclaim the mine, even if he could. The silver that had defined his family felt like poison in his veins. Yet he possessed a deep knowledge of the land, a geologist's understanding that went beyond mere exploitation. Perhaps, he mused, there was a different way to relate to this harsh, beautiful country, a way that involved building rather than just extracting. One evening, sitting outside the cabin as sunset painted Crimson Gulch in fiery hues on the horizon, Emma finally broke the silence that had lingered between them regarding their future. "The agency wants me back," she said quietly, looking not at him, but at the distant mountains. "Denver, a desk job maybe, supervising new recruits." Alexander turned to look at her, his expression unreadable. "Is that what you want, Emma?" She met his gaze, her own clear and steady. "I want a life where I don't have to pretend to be someone else," she replied softly. "I want truth, honesty, not just in my work, but in everything." She hesitated. "What I feel for you, Alexander, it's real. It wasn't part of the job, not after." He reached across the small space between them, taking her hand, his fingers interlacing with hers. "I know," he said simply. "What I feel for you. It's the only thing that felt real through all the lies." He looked down at their joined hands, then back up at her, his gray eyes searching hers. "But what kind of future can I offer you? I have nothing. My name is disgraced. My inheritance is gone, tainted." "You have yourself, Alexander," Emma countered gently but firmly. "Your integrity, your knowledge, your strength. You survived your father's poison. You fought for the truth. That's worth more than all the sterling silver." She squeezed his hand. "We survived together. Maybe Maybe we can build something together too. Something clean, something real. The possibility hung between them, fragile as a desert flower, yet resilient. A life built not on wealth or status, but on shared experience, mutual respect, and the love that had taken root in the most barren ground. It wouldn't be easy. The scars remained the physical scar on Emma's arm, the deeper emotional scars they both carried, from the betrayals, the violence, the loss. Redemption, too, bore its scars. The mine operated under new, uncertain management brought in by the creditors. The miners had won concessions, but faced an uncertain future. The deep divisions and resentments wouldn't vanish overnight. Justice had been served, but imperfectly. Finn remained free, a loose end, a reminder that darkness often lurked just beyond the firelight. Yet sitting there in the quiet twilight, the vast indifferent landscape stretching around them, they found a measure of peace. Alexander raised Emma's hand, pressing his lips gently to the scar on her arm, a gesture of acceptance, of shared history. Something real? He echoed softly, a tentative smile touching his lips, reaching his eyes. I'd like that, Emma Reed, more than anything. The dusty road hadn't ended in destruction, but it hadn't led to a perfectly paved highway either. It had led them here, to this quiet place, together, beneath a sky that no longer felt like judgment, but simply watched. The future was unwritten, the path ahead uncertain, likely still fraught with challenges, but they would face it together, carrying the scars left by Silver not as marks of defeat, but as reminders of the battles fought, the truth uncovered, and the enduring strength of a connection forged in fire, strong enough, perhaps, to build a different kind of life, one grounded not in tainted riches, but in the hard-won clarity of unmasked hearts. The wind whispered through the canyons, carrying echoes of the past, but also faintly, the promise of a new beginning.